Hello. What's up, random? Congratulations, you are first.
All right, guys.
Anyway, we're just waiting for Aaron. I saw in the news, Trump is just digging himself in bigger holes in this Epstein stuff. We talked about it with Michael Tracy. Some of you guys are triggered by the conversation we all had.
And like elimination theory. This is like a Maddow term that he really appreciated. But I didn't want to react to this on stream without, like, you have way more knowledge of the like Burisma shit and all of that. So you can, fact
Someone
check
says your hair looks great today.
Wow, what's up? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's happening?
You
What
know,
do you do?
just life, just living life,
Yeah, I was
wonderful.
watching a little bit of that. That was some tedious stuff.
It's just the wonderful world of the online stuff. Okay, everybody can hear
Okay.
you. Yeah, do you want to?
It was a wonderful debate. Like it was the debate about what is socialism, what is communism, what is even. Just tuned in there toward the end. Anyway, I'm not gonna have you recap 4 hours of debate coverage.
Yeah, you're
The
good.
one guy that didn't watch.
Okay, you reached out to me via Z, and she set this up, and I haven't even
I was
looked
hoping
into.
because I actually became acquainted with you when you were doing the Unfuck America tour, and I saw one clip, and the one clip I saw you were talking with Doctor somebody, some right wing guy who I assume I didn't see the whole video, but I assume he was advocating for a gold standard, maybe a return to the gold standard, just based on some of the things that you were saying. But it seemed also, because what you were talking about sort of reminded me a lot of what I hear from, I talked the other day with, who did I talk with? Matt Stoller. Anyway, I was talking, a lot of the folks I talked to in the Democratic circles seem to come back to this idea that things are going well, right? Essentially, sort of like the Hillary Clinton 2016.
Have you had lentil bolognese? No, I have not. Don't think I've ever had bolognese, period.
We have learned that Shannon Sharp has just paid tens of millions of dollars for this.
Oh my gosh, that was crazy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Hunt, for the tip. Okay, guys, I can't take the panties off and do it until we get to our next tip goal. Our next tip goal. Take panties off. I can't take it and take panties off until we get to our next tip goal, and then I'll take my panties off. But
Bro. Really? So this is the chick who fucked over Shannon Sharp. She's not even hot. What is wrong with this dude? Bro, this is like the girl that nobody would fucking pay attention to in high school. Like, why? She's not cute. He's out tens of millions of dollars because of that. Like, what an idiot.
take my panties off. But right now, I'm gonna rub the lotion.
Oh my god. That's unbelievable. That you could fuck your shit up millions of dollars for a chick who looks like that. What? Why? Fucking weird. Sengoku donated $2 on a scale of 1 to 10. How strongly do you resonate with this MGTOW?
Why so many men feel criticized in marriage. Check this out.
I completely demasculated him. Nothing he did was ever good enough for me. I wanted it done my way. I wanted him to do it my way. Essentially, I wanted him to be me, but in a male version. I was like, look, this is exactly what it's supposed to look like. Very clear.
So what this woman is acknowledging is what we call moralizing preferences. She had a certain thought process or standard on how certain things should be done or handled within the relationship, and she made it right, and thus she made him wrong. So let me give you some examples. There's no right way to load the dishwasher. There's not a right way to handle your finances. There's not even a right way to parent. Now, obviously, there's certain boundaries, like we're not going to abuse the kids, but there's lots of different methods of parenting that you could potentially choose from. So why do women so often make their way right and make their spouse?
I don't even think it's that deep, dude. So, like, it... people like to come up with like these weird, complicated theories of, why somebody might do something. Like, oh, well, why do women like create this dynamic where they're right and their partner's wrong and da-da-da and blah, blah, blah. They're just cunts. Like, that's all there is to it. They're just cunts. So there's a lot of women who are just cunts. Women are just more prone to being neurotic, period. And that's all there is to it. And, this is why you do not want to get married. Because the likelihood of you marrying a cunt is astronomically high. And, especially when you feel like the love bug and, they also try to be on their best behavior, early on in the relationship, you might not notice their cuntiness until a few years in. So just don't get married, and as soon as they start acting like a cunt, ditch them. It's that simple. But yeah, this is way, way overthinking it. No, these women are just fucking cunts. Simple as that. One of the reasons why I think my relationship with Jasmine lasted as long as it did was because when she'd pull this shit with me, I would be perfectly willing to get into a 3-hour-long nonstop fucking argument with her. So the dishwasher thing, they're bringing that up specifically. I've talked about the lawnmower incident, but there'd be those sorts of things that would pop up all the fucking time. Why are you doing it that way? Da, da, da. And then I would fight with her over it for 2-3 hours. She would never give up, and I'd bring her to the point where she'd break down and cried. I think she has a disorder of some kind. It's bizarre how long she'll keep up an argument over nothing. She just goes out of her way to be a bitch, and then when I call her out for it, she will defend her position to the death. So, but I think that's why the relationship lasted as long as it did, because she realized she wouldn't really be able to get too far with a lot of the crap she was doing because I'd fight her on it. But yeah, women will literally try to break you down fucking mentally. Like that woman was talking about, where every fucking opportunity they have, they'll treat you like an asshole, and then they'll eventually, say they need a divorce because they're done playing with their, fucking punching bag. Dodo, donate $2. Can you react to some from beginning?
Staying in illegal
is there
settlements build.
What are we gonna get out of this? There's not even any timestamps, dude, and Bassem Youssef is a fucking bitch. Look, tell him to go fight me. Otherwise, I don't care. The guy just lies constantly, and he makes every single fucking interview he's in that much more fucking unwatchable by just constantly trying to be funny and failing. And his, stupid, ironic, sarcastic humor. It's just, there's no point. And dude, especially on the Nelk Boys podcast, give me a fucking break. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Wrong, because we moralize our preferences. We assume that because this is what makes sense to me, this is what should obviously make sense to you. And we need to have a huge shift here where we recognize that we're not necessarily right, we're just different. Let me give you an example. You may have an individual.
This woman, this is a woman brain thing. Women love to justify or rationalize someone else's behavior. It's usually not that deep. They're just a bitch. Like, this woman was talking about how she would berate her husband for how he loaded up the fucking dishwasher. What in the fuck does, like, who in the fuck moralizes about how to load a dishwasher? Like, you're telling me there are people that exist that have moral preferences with how you load a dishwasher, and they feel personally offended and attacked by how someone else loads a dishwasher? No, she's just a bitch. It's not that deep. They're just cunts.
Individual who says, while I'm cooking, I want to be cleaning up the pots and pans and putting the spices away actively while I'm cooking, so the cleanup is done immediately. Next person might say, I want to cook, it'll be a big mess. The minute we're done with dinner, I will clean up the kitchen. The third person might say, we're going to have a great big old dinner, and in the morning, I will wake up, do the dishes, and clean up the whole kitchen. None of them are wrong. These are just different preferences. But we tend to think, well, the way that I want things done is better than your way, so I am right and you are wrong. And I'm not saying that sometimes men don't do this, but man, is this a theme among women especially, who really want their husbands to do things their way. Then you have a man feeling insane.
They're, like, again, they're just cunts. It's not that deep. They're just cunts. And the only way for them to stop being a cunt is for you to put your foot down and say, get the fuck out of the house. Like, that's really all there is to it. Women need to, like, you can't hit women across the face anymore. So, like, if some woman's being a complete fucking bitch, even if she deserves it, like, I've been through it. There were times where Jasmine really did deserve a slap in the face. I was just mature enough to never, like, do that. But, like, yeah, when you have a woman just constantly nagging and berating you over every little fucking thing you do, you can't tell me, like, that doesn't deserve a slap across the fucking face. Like, and in the inverse, there are plenty of like, men can do shitty things too, but for some reason, it's okay for women to slap men across the face when they do something fucked up. Like, you can't do that anymore, and it's honestly probably better that way, all things considered. So, the only thing you have left is threat of leaving the relationship. Leaving the relationship. And if you don't have that card to play because you're married, or you end up being like, just a fucking bitch because, oh, I gotta stay in the relationship. I love you. I'll do anything to make it work. Like, yeah, they're just gonna walk all over you. So, as a man, because you really can't do anything else, if you're dating a completely unreasonable fucking cunt and you can't hit them, the only thing you have left is the threat of leaving the relationship. So, yeah, just leave the relationship. Never put yourself in a position where you have to be with someone. So, never get married. Never be financially reliant on someone else. Never be psychologically reliant on somebody else where you convince yourself they're the one and you have to make it work no matter what. You have to have the power to leave. Because in this day and age, there's literally no other way to correct somebody's bad behavior. None. Oh, yeah, and the fucking people telling me that, like, oh, it's never okay to hit somebody, go fuck yourself. You're an idiot. Like, look, you're not going to tell me there aren't certain things that people can do and say that don't deserve a fucking slap or something. Like, fuck right off. It's just not the way the world works. Like, I don't care what your fucking mommy told you in kindergarten. Like, you always use your words, never hit somebody. Like, no, people need to be put in their place with physical violence sometimes.
I heard you are going on gear soon. Are you afraid of any potential mental health consequences? Narcissistic moody asshole plus gear is usually a bad combo. Why not talk to someone smarter like Heavy first for advice? Where are you sourcing the gear from?
Well, I'm getting it from a place that's done third-party testing, and I know it's actually real. The only gear advice I'd really be taking from Avi is shit related to hair loss prevention. Otherwise, I don't think he really knows what the hell he's doing in terms of gear. Like, we've talked a little bit about some of the shit he's taking. Like, he's been on Tren. Like, what in the fuck is the point of somebody like Avi being on Tren? There's literally no reason for him to do that. So I would not take gear advice from him. There are people who know more than he does and have way more personal experience with it too. But yeah, like I'll ask him for hair prevention, like hair loss prevention, but I wouldn't ask him for like how to take shit. But no, not really worried about the side effects. I don't like with what I'm taking. I don't think anything will happen. Thanks for the donation though, Somali Prince Cum Burgess. RV donate $2. When you get married again, can you have a big fat Indian wedding? I think you'd really enjoy it. How about rather than getting married, I just take a nice big fat shit and have a good fap, and then play some Indian music in the background. I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not ashamed to admit it, I was actually listening to this while jerking off to Riley Reid once. This is honestly better than, like, actual Michael Jackson. You know, the song it's copying. It's way more catchy. Thanks for the donation, RV. Son Goku donate $2, no words needed. Divorce rates between men and women, 49%, men and men, 28%, women and women, 72%. Men ain't the problem, ladies. Yeah. It's true. What's also fucked up is intimate partner violence is way more common in lesbian relationships. So women seem to actually be the ones who are more likely to cause like physical abuse in a relationship, because lesbian women have the highest rates of physical intimate partner violence. Amber Heard, when she's bisexual, she was dating a woman before she was with Johnny Depp. I think she had the police called on her twice for abusing her girlfriend. Like, she also ended up doing it to Johnny Depp, but yeah, the intimate partner violence is much higher between women and women than men and men and men and women. So, yeah, all this shit about men being a problem is fucking ridiculous. Like, and what a surprise. Like, women are literally worse at everything. Name a sport, name a hobby, like, best artwork in the world, men. Best, like, athletes, men. Best, like, even Scrabble, Boggle championships, chess, men are better. Men are literally better at everything, but for some reason, oh, women are better when it comes to relationships. Yeah, right, we beat you in literally everything else. Like, give me a fucking break, dude.
Be careful, VG, some SJWS might attack you for saying that about woman.
Well, I'm far beyond caring at this point. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
ప్రాణమతి చేస్తారు ప్రాణాలు కత్తిస్తారు ఉన్నమతి పోయాక ఉప్పు పాతరేస్తారు ఓ యుటి బంతి పుబంతి ఓ శాంతి శాంతి ఓం శాంతి రుద్రం రౌద్రం రిరింస మూర్ఖం మూఢం ముమూర్ష కిల్లర్ 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 గోలి మార్
Oh my god, Bollywood Superman? They whited him up? Wow. Reverse blackface.
What you jerking to these days? Some good furry/feral porn?
Mostly hentai as usual. Lately I've gotten a little bit more into piss play. I found a Jewish couple that, likes... A dude likes pissing in his girlfriend's mouth. She's pretty hot. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
Here's a Superman movie Warner Brothers doesn't want you to know exists.
What an entrance! Oh my god.
Your strips coming through the window. Oh my god, that's amazing.
This guy literally looks like he's about to go trick-or-treating. He's just missing his son.
The bullet's not even mush.
He got the whole...
Wait, it's a casing!
It's a casing, what the fuck?
He got the shell. He got the shell. Maybe the bullet was put in backwards.
I love his attack style though. He just leaps at everything. What's his superpower?
It's like frog-like stuff. He's got frog motion.
Oh, hell yeah. Just like that window.
Freaking hero.
Dude. Is this uploaded to YouTube? Bro, I'd totally be into watching this shitty-ass Bollywood fucking Superman movie.
His entrance.
Donk.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, that's full contact.
Get you femboy/trans girl. Doing butt stuff 24/7 and sucking girl cock goes crazy.
I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to dating a trans girl. I don't think I'd want to suck their weenie, but, like, I've thought of that. You know, because they don't have a vagina, like, you get way more butt sex than you normally would. And I mean, like, they'd probably be better at sucking cock, too, so... And, like, they're not biologically women, so they're not... Like I'd have to assume they nag you less. Like, you know, they're less annoying, and I don't know if they're, like, more masculine in that sense, where they're less neurotic and less likely to just annoy you. So, I don't know, I've thought about it.
So a medical doctor with a 140 IQ and autism that passes half of his free time reading trough research decided for some reason not doing research before using dangerous black market drugs with potential dangerous side effects. Does that make any sense?
Are you talking about Avi? I genuinely have no idea why he took Trenbolone. I think he did do research on some of the drugs he took, but I have no idea why you would. A lot of the top Mr. Olympia competitors these days are just not taking Trenbolone. And there's no reason to, period, because... the actual anabolic effect that you can get from these drugs is roughly equivalent. So, like, let's say Trenbolone is twice as anabolic as Masteron. Well, then you just take twice as much Masteron. Like, the amount of Tren that your body can tolerate is much less than the amount of Masteron your body can tolerate. So just take more Masteron because you end up getting less side effects and it's less dangerous for your, like, kidneys and shit. So I don't know why Avi decided to, you know, do some of this stuff, but I wouldn't take I wouldn't take steroid advice from him in general unless, like, you know, I have to ask him a question about hair loss prevention. Thanks for the donation, though, Somali Prince.
Be careful, VGSJWS might now really attack you for saying that trans women are not real biological women.
I doubt they'd attack me on that. I think they're more likely to complain about me not wanting to suck their dicks. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh yeah, there's the new Battlefield trailer. Yeah, we can take a look.
What is that? Yeah.
It doesn't even turn it
He
at all.
popped one vertebra and then zoom in.
But yeah, that is South Indian Superman. He's the one true Superman to me, and you can't change.
I gotta watch this. Dodo donated $2. Go to URL, as Karen Bass would say. Don't care what India does with Russia. They can take their dead economies down together. For all I care, we have done very little business with India. That's not true. Their tariffs are too high, among the highest in the world. Likewise, Russia and USA do almost no business together. Let's keep it that way and tell Medvedev, the failed former president of Russia who thinks he's still president, to watch his words. He's entering very dangerous territory. I don't know what Trump's issue with India is right now, but that is a little surprising. Modi wouldn't say anything. Maybe he's like a little afraid of reciprocal tariffs or some shit. If parents don't educate her, nature will. Yeah, that kid's a bitch. It's too bad they're not like the chickens from Zelda Majora's Mask that'll literally gang up on you and kill you.
Islam, I can prove to you that Sharia law would be better for America than our current democracy system. Number one, there would be no interest-based banking system. This would mean no student debt, no credit cards, no housing collapses, which is literally destroying our economy right now.
Yeah, and that's why they have absolutely no economic growth whatsoever. The only Arab nations that have been able to have any economic development do so purely just based on oil that they get out of the ground. But why do you think all these Arab and Persian nations are just so fucking poor?
Right now. Number two, there's actual punishments for crime. Our current judicial system puts criminals in jail and then puts them back out on the streets and doesn't actually solve the...
Yeah, right. Go to fucking Pakistan and tell me if you feel safer walking around town.
problem. Sharia law has real punishments, crime would plummet. Number three, zakat would solve poverty. We have a major poverty issue in America. And under Sharia law, the rich people like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk would be required to take care of the poor people.
Right, that's why everything is going so well in Afghanistan right now. No poverty.
Number four, we would have no gambling and no prostitution. These are two
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? What an ignorant moron. Dude, if you go to a Muslim country, it is like prostitute fucking city. Like, these are very patriarchal societies that treat women like fucking dog shit. So they justify it in their brains that it's okay to fuck some like dirty whore on the street because like it's not real sex to them and they don't see them as human beings. So you're a fucking idiot. Go to any Muslim country. There are fucking prostitutes everywhere. Everyone's fucking prostitutes. Like, what a joke.
Things that are destroying the nucleus of the American family. Number 5, women would finally have rights and be protected. In America, they are used as marketing objects to make corporations money and to screw over the women and to screw over the average man.
Yes, because models who are making money are screwed over.
Now don't get emotional, okay? I'm an American. I love my country, but I would love to see America use Sharia law. Let's take a second to look at prospering Islamic nations. Places like the UAE and Bahrain. They
you mean countries that literally only make money from oil?
have the best economy. They are the safest and they have the happiest population. If
None of those things are true.
you disagree with me, you are just uneducated. This is not my...
Yeah, those countries, the only reason they make any fucking money is because of their oil, and basically they just have a two-tiered society where you have certain people from certain families who benefit off the oil money, and you have those who don't, and they're broke asses. Their economies are also extraordinarily fragile. If there's any disruption in the oil market, and if we transition to other fuel sources, they're completely fucked. That's why Saudi Arabia has been trying to diversify their economy as much as they can, because they know that's going to happen. We're going to transition away from oil, inevitably, because there's a finite supply of it, for one thing. And they've been trying to increase tourism and develop all these attractions and shit to make money that way. None of them really make any money. They don't really make that much money on tourism. They'd be broke if they couldn't get oil money. The way they've, like, oh my god, the UAE and like Dubai, it's a fucking shithole. They literally don't know anything about fucking urban planning. So, like, it's just silly. They're doing some things like buying up entertainment, like some like properties in the entertainment industry, like the WWE. They're trying to get more invested in F1. But again, the idea that they would have shit without oil, it's just a joke. The only reason they're able to make any of these investments is because of their oil money, and they're completely unsustainable and high risk. So it's just a joke, dude. Like, look, these are Muslim countries. The idea that anybody would want to go to Muslimville, where everyone knows that they can get their head cut off if they say something, like they mentioned the Prophet Muhammad fucks kids. They're never going to be a big tourist hotspot, like, you know, Disney World in Florida or something. It's just not what people do. There are some people who see some of this horse shit online who are like, oh my god, look at all those cars, ooh, super expensive. And, you know, you have those idiots who will go to Dubai for that reason. But, like, the idea that, oh yeah, let's go down to Muslimville where people get beheaded for making fun of the Prophet Muhammad and women don't have any rights and they have to wear hijabs. Let's take the whole family. Like, it's never going to happen. They have no way of making any money. And again, like, look at how they're investing their money. They're investing in tourism and entertainment. Why do you think that is? Like, it just shows you that they've just gotten so lucky with oil money, and that's why they have any wealth. They're not investing in technology because they literally can't. Like, they're not making, like, the next Apple or Microsoft or Intel or AMD. Like, they just can't. So this guy's an idiot.
Additional penalty, and or other countries facing the same threat?
Well, we're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. You know, they have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar, and we're not going to let anybody attack the dollar. So it's partially BRICS, and it's partially...
okay, it's a BRICS thing.
It's partially this trade situation. It's the deficit. We had a tremendous deficit. So, as you know, Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know what?
The reason for that is because they're poor. Poor people don't have the money to buy things. So that's why there's a trade deficit, you idiot.
Why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world.
It's not because their tariffs are high. It's because they're poor.
Now, they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff. But you'll know at the end of this week.
Trump is very stupid.
أما أنت قلت للناس اتخذوني وأمي إلهين من دون
Yo, I wasn't expecting this, especially this. I wasn't expecting this. Oh, Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as deities besides Allah? For people that don't know what is the meaning of deities, I think it means spiritual being. I think, okay, it means God. So Allah asked Jesus, did you tell the people to take you as God, you know, besides Allah? So
I don't care, that's boring. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate tellers call Avi today. I don't think I'm gonna bother.
Did you sleep with your goddamn teacher? What? Did you sleep with your teacher? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson! No, I didn't! Yes, you did! No, I didn't! You're a little slut. Oh, no, I'm telling you, it's failing chemistry! You're out of the house. What? You're out of the house!
Oh my god.
You're sick! You're out! Out!
That's actually real, Mr. Wilson?
Jessica! Did you sleep with your goddamn teacher? What? Did you?
Oh my god. That's good. His name is fucking Mr. Wilson.
Did you notice Caroline's hints? Trump almost couldn't stand it. During yesterday's meeting between Trump and Starmer, Caroline kept looking at Trump and making some intriguing gestures. When Trump looked at her, she smiled and hooked her calf. Then she glanced at her chest, adjusted her sitting position, puffed out her chest towards Trump, and swayed her upper body slightly. Trump was clearly captivated. He looked at her as he spoke, smiling uncontrollably at her, while the others remained serious. Initially, Trump hadn't noticed her. She was constantly trying to get his attention, and it was clear she had succeeded. She touched her ear as if it...
I mean, it's possible. Like, she might want a raise or something. Oh. Oh, poor kitty lost his friend. Oh. Yeah, animals are people too. Poor baby. That's a good kitty. I hope he gets a new friend.
This is a story about how the world's most powerful, richest country is slowly losing its influence.
And it's evident here.
we can see across Brazil, thousands of Ford cars almost disappeared.
Meanwhile, China's BYD is becoming increasingly common. It's evidence of the growing connection between Brazil and China, the B and the C of the BRICS Plus coalition.
Like, those cars are very, very iffy. And Chinese automakers have even talked about how these companies like BYD, what is it, Xiaoming or whatever, they're all basically scamming the government for money.
This is a group that hopes to rival the US-led G7.
Over time, more countries started expressing interest in joining BRICS. So now there are 10 countries.
BRICS is doomed to fail. It's not going anywhere. There's going to be a transition away from oil. China's economy and Russia's economy is going to collapse. They're also going to have huge population collapses. None of these countries even like each other and actually get along. Like, it's just doomed to fail. Stupid.
10 countries equals economic power. Look at how the original BRICS have grown compared to the G7 in terms of global GDP since 2009. It's
because they're poor.
Surpassed the G7 in 2019. Now add in the expanded lineup, and its share is nearly 40%.
The trajectory is clear. BRICS countries are growing faster.
This mantra.
They're not. They're just poor. Like, look at their GDP per capita. Who cares about their, like, total GDP? What matters is GDP per capita. And they all lie about their GDP numbers, especially fucking China. Like, it's just a complete joke.
America first
has created an opening.
The trade war increased the solidarity between BRICS nations.
Yeah, great. They're all gonna lose money and be broke. Fucking stupid. BRICS is just retarded. Yeah.
Hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. You have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. What are you going to do? Because so...
Oh, is that his wife? Yeah, she's a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Axel Fuzz, $22. What about a cute femboy, feminine but not shitty female traits, and will love being pounded in the ass on the daily while on peds? You'll need some ass to fuck, and a good boy would be happy to take you. Don't think I want to get into femboys, but thanks for the donation, Axel.
Why Sharia law is better than democracy? Is this for real?
I don't know. He might just be, rage baiting. I'm sure you could find some people stupid enough, but who knows. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How are you feeling? Are you eating more? Did you finally get a scale? So, what is your new weight? So, do you want your favorite multilingual anglophone cultured and vegan brute have a chat with Frank? After we watch his new vid, steam locomotive emoji, cool face emoji, dancer emoji, musical notes emoji, smiley face emoji.
Well, I stopped dieting about a month ago, and yeah, I got a scale a while ago too. I'm just 200 pounds. My weight hasn't changed. I'm still at 200. And sure, I wouldn't mind you having a chat with Frank. Thanks for the donation, Jails Wade.
Under Sharia law, our society would treat women just like the movie Mad Max Fury Road, only much worse.
Yeah, it's about right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Saiyan donated $3. Let me see.
You get sent to a re-education camp in North Korea. Not so bad, is it?
Are you kidding me? Is this a joke account? Move to North Korea? What? Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness, those are hungry honks. Wow, those are really pretty kitties. Oh my god. Wow, those are good cats. Oh my god. I love kitties. Thanks for the donation, Vegan San. Why do you have 308k subs but only 150 viewers? Also, why did you lose 1,000 subscribers since last week? I don't know why you think I'd know the answer to these questions, dude. It's a stupid question. Bullies suck, donate $2. What do you think this dog mugshot... Sorry, what do you think of this dog mugshot? Is he hard?
It had been a while since I'd been back in the US. Next up, the only friends he could turn to were usually found on the big screen. He knew instant of his youth, working real hard to get there. With enough perspiration, he would street brawl and push around the game. So he's holed up in Mesa.
I don't know. Scroll up, then read comments. They're stupid. The path to solving hunger, disease, and poverty is AI and robotics. Or you could donate some of your billions and solve a large chunk of it. No. These countries are poor because they're, like, just fucked up and stupid. Mr. Beast did that thing in Africa. I think he donated like 600 wells to these African villages, and he didn't just have like wells dug up for them so that they could get easy access to water. He actually brought people over there to teach them how to fix the well, how to maintain it, you know, all this shit. None of them are working now after a year. So, like, there are just populations of people that are fundamentally fucked. Like, for whatever reason, there's, like, cultural issues, or maybe they're just too much inbreeding or something, where they're just not willing to, like, fix a well, and they'd rather walk, like, you know, 10 fucking miles to get water. So no, giving people money isn't going to solve anything. They're just going to waste your money. So there are things where you might want to invest your money into, like vaccines, but if you're just going to give people money, they're just going to waste it. So you need things like large technological advances to remove the issue of human labor if you want to you know, greatly improve the well-being of humanity.
What I eat in a day as a content creator with a 9-to-5 job. After my workout, I usually get a matcha or a smoothie to get started on a productive morning. I had a meeting that day followed by creating content and editing. I obviously had a snack on the best tempeh chips ever that we got in Bali. Then we had a little wind down session with our office dogs, Momo and Lenny. For lunch, I ordered in Daily Cut. They have plenty of vegan options. I went with lettuce, sweet potato, broccoli, tofu, and tempeh with a pesto dressing, which is my favorite. Then I had a bottle of coconut water before heading home. For dinner, I was craving something comforting, so I went to make a custom mala dry pot with spinach noodles, mushroom, a bunch of vegetables. They had a variety of mock meats as well, so I got the vegan fish. The best part about mala siango is that I can always load up on different vegetables, mushrooms, and protein. My favorites are always yuba, tofu puffs, different types of tofu skin. They always soak up all the flavor, which makes it taste amazing. For a healthier option, I always opt for spinach noodles over instant ramen noodles. I try to eat balanced as much as possible on busy days, but every day doesn't look like this.
She eats out a lot. AI is getting out of hand. Something. That's very weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
New tonight.
Oh, whoops. I think I skipped the other dono. What's up with the Jews being attacked in New York, by the way? They need to hold it down.
Disturbing act of hate on the subway and is caught on camera. The victim is speaking out after she says she was verbally and physically assaulted because of her religion. CBS 2's Valerie Castro has the story.
The words are nothing short of hate-filled. And Lihi Aharon says she and others were on the receiving end. It was December 12th when Aharon says she asked this woman to move her belongings from a train seat so she could sit down. But she says the woman refused, so instead she and her friend sat across from her and next to a Jewish man.
And I sat down, and that man was visibly Jewish man sitting there. Realized we're speaking Hebrew, and she started cursing at us and telling how Jews should be killed and Allah will kill them.
Aharon says she decided to record the rant, but says it only enraged the woman and she knocked the phone out of her hands. Then she says the woman attacked.
She came close to me and she pointed at me, and in a second she grabbed my face like she's trying to pull it off my face.
Was scratched in the face and pushed. Aharon is being represented by the Lawfare Project, a civil rights legal group that helps.
Well,
welcome.
At least she's gonna get locked up. That's pretty fucked. Thanks for the donation, bullies suck. Did I... Oh yeah, Dodo sent me this. Teenager goes around different neighborhoods smacking random people for TikTok likes. Bro, I'd turn him into a quad. Judge raises bond for 19-year-old seen sucker punching people at Houston. Well, that's good. You know, he's 19. It's not like he's... Like, you could ever make up any kind of excuse that he's immature and doesn't know any better. Like... If he was 4 or 5 years old doing this, like, okay, but he's 19. He should just be locked up for the rest of his life. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
What I eat in...
Yeah, I think I got all your other donos. Triumph came out with motocross bikes.
Sup Richard. Would you be willing to save Frank from dying? He provides a lot of content. He's valuable alive.
No, I would be honor bound to not save his life. World's better without him. 14 grand. Is that more expensive than the fucking Ducati? How much are they selling this for? Yeah, this starts off at 12. Like, is this any more powerful or anything than the Ducati? Because if I had to pick, I'd get the Ducati, because it's a Ducati. That seems overpriced. Why is it 14 grand? Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby.
React to this VG.
International pressure is growing.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, I have to poop. Oh my god, it's coming out. Oh shit. I'll be right back. Oh, holy fucking hell. That was a fat shit. Oh, okay. Oh. Nah, I didn't clog the toilet. That was just a massive fucking shit. Jeez.
Going on Israel as the humanitarian crisis in Gaza reaches new horrors each day. Canada is now the latest country vowing to recognize Palestine as a state. Prime Minister Carney calling the level of human suffering in Gaza, quote, intolerable. And it comes.
Well, maybe they should give back the hostages and make peace with Israel or something. But, no. That's asking for too much.
Comes after France last week announced plans to recognize a Palestinian state in September. The UK followed suit by saying the same just days later. But Israel is condemning the move, saying that it rewards Hamas and harms efforts to reach a ceasefire. And now, prominent Israeli human rights groups are speaking out against the war, calling it a genocide. Take a listen.
Why did you decide, as an organization, to use the word genocide to describe what's happening in Gaza?
What we've seen in the last 22 months is the wholesale destruction of...
These people are just cucked retards. So, Gaza's run by Hamas, jihadist terrorist organization. Still to this day, they have hostages that they have captive. Who knows how many of them are alive? And while this is going on, they want to recognize Palestine as a state? Like, by the way, these are the same people who had parties in the street after the 9/11 terror attacks. They had parties in the street after Hamas committed October 7th. They were cheering and, like, smiling, saying Allahu Akbar when Hamas was launching rockets into Israel. Why in the fuck would you recognize their statehood? You're only emboldening their, like, you know, radical Islamist beliefs and their terror attacks, because now you're saying, oh, well, you get what you want when you commit terrorism. Like, so we're legitimizing them as a fucking country after they commit horrible atrocities and terror attacks. Everyone's just a cucked, retarded bitch. That's all there is to it. Butt Sniffing Bandit donated $3. Let me see. Oh, yeah, him. Yeah. Khalees Karan Crowder, 38, has been charged with 1 count of loitering with intent to commit a crime. Observed following a female customer, crouching near her, and engaged in lewd behavior by inappropriately sniffing her buttocks. It's kind of funny how dogs can just go up and sniff your butt, but, like, people can't. Crowder is a registered sex offender with a documented history of similar arrests for lewd conduct in both Glendale and Burbank. Yeah. Yeah, this guy sniffs women's butts in public without their consent. This is like what I would become if I was like a crack addict or something. Restricted video, can't watch that one. Thanks for the donation though, Butt Sniffing Bandit. Cam donated $2. 3 different Battlefield 6 trailers came out today if you're interested, and also some garbage for you.
Going to bomb the place! Dead to America! Dead to Trump! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Allah Akbar! Oh my God! Sit down. Don't move.
Well, that's not a smart man.
I'm gonna tell the fucking truth. Boogie guy, boogie guy, boogie guy. Nobody. I'll do whatever he wants with his fucking phone.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Please, bro. You can tell whatever he wants with his fucking phone tap. You don't know shit about nothing. You don't know. You wanna get that fucking camera away? You wanna get that fucking camera away from me before I fucking break it? You need to fucking get away from me, man. You need to get that shit away from me.
Nothing.
I'm gonna fucking tell you right now.
You're gonna do nothing. You're gonna do nothing.
What are you, racist? Another fucking racist?
That's all my point.
Another fucking racist?
Does nothing.
Are you another fucking racist? Another fucking racist? You're gonna call the cops.
The fuck was that? That was pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Cam. Diddy Gains donate tellers, how many calories a day would you estimate Jasmine ate in a typical day when you were together? Maybe there's a massive cut coming soon. I really don't know. Varied. So I wasn't really keeping track of what she was eating. She'd like go out and pick up French fries sometimes without me knowing. I know she really liked putting mayonnaise on her food, so that makes it kind of difficult because mayonnaise is pretty high in calories, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Diddy Gains.
Seriously though, I wonder what kind of excuse SJWs defend a Muslim woman like this for attacking a Jewish woman after I thought SJWs cared about woman.
Well, they hate Jews. They'll come up with any sort of excuse they can. All right. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hi daddy, you would definitely turn that kid into a quad if he slapped you in public. You're so big and strong daddy. Also sorry for getting a stream taken down a month ago. Just kidding, LOL. I'd do it again if you scam me on a drawing again and play like Datney.
Okay, well thanks for the donation, CDG. Colored people donated $2.
Hispanic brother, African American brother, right? Both of them have ancestors who were ripped off by white Christians. That does not make it legit to reject Christ. Anthro Professor, you don't have the faintest idea why he's a follower of Christ, and you don't have the faintest idea why he's a follower of Christ. And I can promise you, for you to stereotype the African Christians as being dumb nitwits who just couldn't see through colonialism and just embraced Christ because of colonialism, or dumb Hispanics who just couldn't see through colonialism and accepted Christ because of colonialism, sir, that is so racist. It's so judgmental. It is scary. There's such.
This is literally the only video he's ever made that was remotely based.
The thing is a relationship with God. And my African brothers and sisters reject American capitalism and materialism as their idol.
Like, SJWs do this all the time, where they claim to be against racism, but then they use, like, some weird racist justification to, like, explain why, you know, black people are Christian or something. Well, black people are dumb. How are they gonna know any better, you know?
Well, he didn't. The Holy Spirit conceived Jesus in her womb.
Did Mary give God consent to put Jesus inside of her?
She believed what the angel said. Because of her trust and confidence, her faith, yeah.
Support us to not do this. You need to be with us, marching with us, like Jesus would be.
I am marching.
Okay.
But isn't it true you cheated on Chris with his brother?
Yeah.
It's one thing to cheat, but that
wasn't just my friend. You my brother.
Let's bring him out.
I'm tired of the lies. Me lying to you, her lying to you, you lying to her. I'm tired of it. She's right. I did. And I lied to you from the start.
Why did you sleep with your brother's girlfriend? Okay.
I was getting even.
What were you getting even for?
Him sleeping with my wife.
I'm good. All right.
Did you sleep with his wife?
Yeah.
So you get...
Oh, that's hilarious. And then they just hug it out. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, colored people.
Jasmine really loves those pommes frites and mayonnaise. Did she learn that from Belgium, or is that a thing she picked up when she moved here and married you because she knew she could be a fat, disgusting, ugly, lazy slob and use her cuck bitch hubby's money?
That's a Belgian thing. They like mayonnaise. Thanks for the donation, 21st. The weirdest thing when I was in Belgium is they have chocolate sandwiches. It's just a thing there. They put chocolate between bread and they make chocolate sandwiches. I don't get it. I tried it. I just don't get it. It's weird. It's a weird thing they do. Thanks for the donation though, 21st. Son Goku donated $2. I'm sure you've already answered this countless times, but I wasn't watching. What's your stance on the whole Joey Swole Hulk Hogan drama? Joey Swole is a fucking weenie. Like, and I mean, it's not like he's, like, this is the first time he's ever been using the internet. It's kind of baffling to me that he would think it's a good idea to come out with a video apologizing multiple times, taking his original video down. Like, the reason people complain on the internet isn't to, like, correct your behavior, it's just to fuck with you. Especially these, like, left-wing SJW type people. So as soon as you apologize for anything, they're just gonna go after you more. And I mean, I don't know exactly how the guy makes money, but like he's on social media, like he's interested in getting views and engagement. I don't know why he would care if there's a lot of people like spamming his comment section with hate, saying you're racist and shit. Like, it's engagement at the end of the day. So whatever gets you views is going to get you money. So it's just strange that he's like talking about retiring from social media over this. He just seems like a big baby. I don't know if he has any other businesses that are connected to this, and it's like on the net balance, that sort of negative attention is really affecting him, but like he's acting like a weird baby who's never used the internet before. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
Destiny called into Pisco's show last night and they hashed out the debate over commie retards more substantively one-on-one. Consider watching.
But what? Not sure if I'll watch that on stream, but I might watch that on my spare time. Thanks for the donation, retard.
What kind of excuse do you think they will come up with, VG?
I don't know, it's a black woman, so I don't think they're even gonna bother coming up with an excuse. Like, black people can just do whatever they want. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are you fucking kidding me? Chocolate sandwiches, that sounds delicious.
I don't get it, personally. Like, I'd rather just eat the chocolate. Like, the chocolate with the bread is just weird. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Frank, 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 Frank dot 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 Frank, Fran.
We will be watching Frank soon, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Disrespected, belittled, and criticized. So we need to come to the table differently and instead say, hey, here's my thoughts and here's why I like it. How would you like to do this? And we become an equal partnership of opinion because your preference.
You cannot have an equal partnership in a relationship with a woman when you start playing that fucking game where you legitimize the nonsense she's saying. She's just gonna try to take advantage of you and be more of a fucking bitch. So, no. Women act completely and utterly unreasonably, like the example she gave of how to properly load things into the dishwasher. Like, unless you're doing something stupid where the dishes won't get washed. Like, there's just no reason to complain and bitch like that. So, being a pussy and, like, being like, you know, let's talk about this. Like, let's talk about the best way to load the dishwasher. They're gonna smell blood in the water, and then they're gonna act like even more of a fucking cunt to you, and they're gonna keep pushing your boundaries until you put your foot down. So you have to tell her, shut the fuck up, don't treat me that way, or I'm kicking you out of the fucking house. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, I think women are especially biased because they don't realize how fucking insane and crazy so many women are. They're literally spoiled brat fucking children, and you have to treat them like a spoiled brat child. You can't act like, you know, like this is an equal partnership and they're just as reasonable as you and they're just as willing to listen to criticism, like productive criticism as you are. No, they're fucking children. They need things the way they're demanding things. And until you actually give them consequences for their actions, they're never going to fucking change. So, like, this woman is a fucking idiot and has no fucking idea what she's talking about.
Is not better just because it's yours. It's just different. This is why so many.
Let's see. Roshan donates $2. Hey VG, I'm a Canadian Sikh immigrant. Been trying to get dates here, but virtually no girls are interested in me. Can you give me some advice on how to improve my chances? Maybe don't wear the towel on your head. Just get a nice haircut. Seems like you've got like a pretty decent facial structure. Just get a nice haircut to go along with that to look sharp, and start lifting weights. Just get a bigger, stronger physique and a nice haircut and go from there. But yeah, the towel on your head is not going to help you. Thanks for the donation, Roshan.
Be careful, VG. Now SJWS are going to attack you and call you sexist for calling woman children.
Well, that would only prove my point. They're going to start whining and complaining like children. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG, you have to check out Blaha's new live from today. He is running barefoot outdoor, and said he was going to bite your dick off in a cage match. It was hysterical. Please watch. It is also up on the Hello Ruby channel.
Yeah, I think somebody told me about this.
See how many of these dudes still want to get in a cage match with me. Be like, blah, kind of crazy. Like, that's been my thing. Like, I want a waiver if someone like Richard or one of these guys really wants a cage match or they're going to pay me.
Yeah. This is pre-steroids, too. So just imagine how crazy I'm gonna look once I start fucking doing gear.
to where if I bite their dick off, they're not going to press charges or sue me. Because I'll do it. It's a cage match, there's no refs. So if he taps out when I do that, I win. Right? You know, but it's all good. I'm not saying that, you know, to sound tough. I'm just saying that's what you do. You fight to win, right? Or at least bite their ear off. They shouldn't be allowed to wear a helmet. That'd be the main thing. But, you know, back over to running.
Hello, Ruby. I was hoping that we could talk about the purple dildos in this call. You know, I asked for you to pay me last time, and I know that it made you very, very uncomfortable, but I want you to consider the fact that I had to sacrifice everything. I had to fundamentally change who I was, and the peggings really allowed me to recover session to session. It is what it is.
Yeah, he's crashing out. Thanks for the donation, KG902.
Oh, we got the fucking bed!
Never thought I'd hear a Limp Bizkit song. Like 2025.
J Master's lost a shit ton of weight. It would be pretty funny if you end up beating his bench PR of 505 for 2 once you've been on gear for a while.
Yeah, I did lose a bit of weight. Actually, yeah, a lot of weight. Yeah, I guess his quads are still fucked. Like his knees and shit.
315 squat, 56 years old. 5 years ago or so, I tore both the quad tendons completely off the bone and was in the hospital for damn near 8 weeks, I don't remember. And then a few years later, I was hospitalized in a coma for 10 days. So I don't take excuses. You see that? See those? Yeah.
Yeah, that is a rough injury. That was fucked.
You've never met a motherfucker.
He seems to be a little prone to tendon ruptures, probably because of the alcohol, not even the steroids. Because he also tore his pectoral tendon boxing that dude, and it was the laziest, slowest punch I've ever seen. Well, at least he's still working out. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Are you specializing in any particular muscle once you start gear? Like, no. I don't know why I'd run a specialization phase. That looks pretty sick. Not gonna lie. I'm actually a bit excited. Like, I just really hope it's like Battlefield 3, you know?
At the core of any great first-person shooter is the connection players have with its world. We know the things our players love about Battlefield and are elevating them to an even higher quality than ever before. Our class system's back, with new innovations to give players even more choice. Intense tactical combat, from the gunplay to the way you move across the battlefield, rebuilt from the ground up. Vehicles that feel weighty, powerful, and can change the tide of war.
And of course, destruction. Something Battlefield does unlike anyone else.
We heard you loud and clear. You want the class system back. Assault, Engineer, Support, and Recon. An iconic formula for Battlefield. Each class features a signature weapon set, as well as class-exclusive gadgets and traits that define your role in the squad.
The Assault class are the frontline killers who punch through enemies' defenses to open a way for the rest of the team. A handy grenade launcher will rob enemies of their cover, while flashbangs send them scurrying through the line of fire. Cornered by the enemy, an adrenaline shot may be the difference between life and death. Assault's enhanced mobility, combined with the option to throw on an extra primary weapon, makes you a formidable force that can push deep behind enemy lines.
You need a deterrent for tanks, helicopters, fucking jets? That's when you call in the Engineer. Armed with a satchel filled with rockets and mines, this class is all about being a menace to the vehicles hunting your allies. They're also the only class capable of repairing friendly vehicles, equipment, and weapon placements.
The Support class is there to pull your ass out of the fire, throwing down supply crates, heals, and ammo to keep you in the fight. Support can lay down deployable cover, intercept enemy grenades and missiles, and they're the masters of the machine gun. There is no better class to keep your squad in the fight when the odds are against you.
Recon.
Not all but most girls are fucking retarded, about 80%, but very few are actually genuine and based. I'm not racist, but white and foreign most are very simple, and I don't know if it's just me.
I don't know what you mean by white and foreign girls being simple. Most people in general are just fucking stupid, but like, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, 80% of women are just kind of fucking crazy and intolerable. Thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
Is our tactical mastermind who provides vital information to the squad and stalks the edges of the battlefield, usually with a sniper rifle in hand to pull off the perfect headshot. With drones capable of pinpointing enemy positions, C4 that can cripple tanks and level buildings, and a laser designator that will guide your allies' missiles right to their target. For Battlefield 6, we've reapproached combat and rebuilt it from the ground up to create an experience the team calls the Kinesthetic Combat System. Designed to give you a wider range of tactical and reflexive options during the heat of battle. It's about being aware of what's around you. How you move, how you shoot, and how to use destruction are all carefully balanced and work
No, CDG, I'm not gonna take photos of my turds.
together to define this new system. With Dragon Revive, you can now cross no man's land to save a downed squad mate by pulling them to safety while reviving them. You can also lean and peek around corners. You can mount weapons on walls, crouch while sprinting, and even perform agile roles while escaping enemy fire.
Again SJWSVG, they will try to cancel you just for saying that about woman.
Well, I'm ready for them, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
All vehicles have been tuned to be more responsive and intuitive than ever before. Whether you're tearing across the sky in a chopper, raining bullets down on your foes, or rolling through the desert in a tank. The new Hitch a Ride ability lets your squad stay together by expanding the number of spots available for vehicles.
Sweet.
And while it's easier to navigate with simplified control options, harnessing these war machines' full lethal potential requires the expertise of a pro. We know you love destruction. And for Battlefield 6, we wanted to push destruction even further, both in terms of a spectacle and as a gameplay mechanic. We're debuting a new iteration called Tactical Destruction that gives you even more options to own the battlefield with countless ways to transform the environment.
Dodo Donatillers, can you make a video about how you're taking steroids now so people in a year don't look back and say VG before steroids is really VG on steroids and that you can't build vegan muscle without steroids? I don't know how that would prevent people from saying that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Wall blocking your way? Try C4, a rocket launcher, or your handy sledgehammer. Squad firing on your team from above? Take out the floor beneath them. Or blow it all up. Climb over the rubble? Problem solved.
All these things come together to create a genre-defining, must-play first-person shooter experience.
Dodo donated $3.
People are dying in Gaza.
Pros, real pundits dismiss devastating starvation in Gaza. Oh, is that the guy who claims to be an ex-Green Beret? I was gonna cover a bunch of the shit on tonight's stream. This guy is really fishy. Really fishy. I was gonna talk about some of the shit he's been saying and how misleading it is. But he's been deliberately making very vague statements that are unclear. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Experience you cannot get anywhere else.
Yeah, Battlefield 6 looks fucking dope.
Epic battles for you to partake in. All our spaces are built for the experience you want as a player. Whether that's intense, close quarters infantry combat, or large-scale warfare with tanks, choppers, and jets. So let's start with where you'll be battling it out.
Battlefield 6 will take you all over the globe, from Egypt and Gibraltar to Tajikistan and the streets of Brooklyn in the US. At launch, we'll have 9 maps, including a remake of the classic Operation Firestorm from Battlefield 3.
Gibraltar is built to be up close and personal. Smaller urban areas, designed to support close...
No, I haven't got my steroids in the mail yet. If I did, I'd fucking tell you. I don't know why you're asking such stupid questions. And I didn't say I was getting it today. I said it's going to be a few days.
Close quarters combat. Egypt is all about infantry and land vehicles. While Tajikistan boasts scale, with epic settings that capture our all-out war experience. Then there's Brooklyn. Bringing the best of both scale and close quarters combat.
All of these maps are built to support any of our variety of modes with custom layouts that we call combat zones that have been rigorously play-tested and iterated to ensure a thrilling, authentic Battlefield experience. No matter where you're playing.
Conquest. Breakthrough. Rush. Our all-out warfare trifecta of modes delivers moments you can't get in any other game. And
with Battlefield 6, we're giving you more ways to play, all infused with Battlefield.
Just got laid off from my job due to reduction from my company's new contract. God bless Trump's America. Yeah, really.
Do you bother to play Black Ops 6? You don't say much about it or play it on stream at all. Do you think it's a good game? Also, can you do some Battletoads practice tonight? Or have you quit Battletoads already like the faggot that you are? Little faggot.
Battlefield 6 is terrible. The only time I play it is with a buddy of mine, and we complain about it every time we fucking play it. It's not a good game. It's gotten better since release, sort of, in some ways. In some ways it's gotten worse. But the skill-based matchmaking completely and utterly destroyed the game, and I'm convinced of this at this point. There's skill-based damage in the game. So they'll give players a massive increase in their weapons damage, and they'll decrease your weapons damage, and you're just fucked. And they'll just match you with teams that are completely unbalanced, and they'll fuck you over, and you're just guaranteed to lose. And I know that because you can look at the shit that happens on the kill cam. Somebody will have like a low-powered submachine gun and literally only kill you in 1 or 2 hits when you have full health. And then you'll have a very high-powered gun like the TR2 or something. And then you'll shoot somebody like 7 or 8 times before they fucking die. So it's just, like, the game is just fucked. It's completely fucking broken. Especially with the skill-based, matchmaking and damage system they have. So hopefully Battlefield 3 is good. Thanks for the donate, and yeah, we're gonna play more Battletoads. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Field's DNA. Team deathmatch. Squad deathmatch. Domination. King of the Hill. In our newest addition to our all-out warfare experience called Escalation, where teams are pushed to a final climactic battle.
Are we going to watch Frank yet?
What's going on?
We're gonna watch right after the Battlefield video, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Gay. It's being tested, so people have, like, actually scientifically verified the skill-based damage. Like, it's just so obvious that there's skill-based damage. And, like, you can verify it with the kill cam. Like, how is it that people are getting 1 or 2 hit kills with guns that normally require, like, close to 10 hits when you have full health? Like, there's just no way. There's skill-based damage in the game. I would say that more than anything fucked over the game, the skill-based damage. Like, if you're paired with a shitty team, if you're a good enough player, you can still wreck, but the skill-based damage just fucked it.
If you play it with your buddy and you both complain about it, why play it? Is it just bonding with the brothers? I can relate to that. That's what COD is all about, to be honest. Also, there's no skill-based damage. Quit coping and play better. My KD is a 1.8.
I think my KD is at like 2.1, so you're a fucking idiot and I'm a better player than you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my KD is like 2.1 or something. It's probably going to make me restart. I can prove it, but my KD is over 2.0 at this point. There's skill-based damage. Like ping spikes when you shoot, it's actually a thing. So are you saying they've implemented skill-based damage using some artificially manufactured ping? How do you... Wait. Barracks. Stats. Combat record. It's 2.04. So right there. So right there, 2.04 KD. So I'm not a bad player, clearly. Like, I know what I'm fucking doing. So, yeah, the game just, it just fucking sucks and it's broken. There's clearly skill-based damage implemented in the game. I've never played a COD where I've experienced the issues I've been having. Thanks for the donation, though, Vascular Penis. Dodo donated $2 because if you make a video, people will see the time of the video was posted, and now that anything posted before that was you without steroids, but if you're just telling us on stream and then occasionally you'll mention it, that's how misinformation easily spreads. Yeah, maybe I'll make a video. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That we think our players will love. We've spent countless hours of playtesting these modes, both internally and alongside our Battlefield Labs participants, and working to refine them and make them feel true to Battlefield's brand of immersive warfare. You can expect more maps, modes, and events as part of our post-launch seasonal content that we'll be telling you about closer to release.
And with the return of Portal, you can also build, share, and play your custom-created experiences.
This new, more powerful version of Portal will enable creators to use an updated toolset that features editing tools that will let you create even wilder experiences. That's not all.
That's cool.
In
Custom
Portal's
maps.
newly redesigned verified mode, modifiers will allow players to set up hardcore rule sets with one-shot kills, closed weapons, and so much
sick.
more, all with full progression and XP gain.
With updates to our UI and
Dude, hardcore mode, fuck yes.
navigation systems, it will be easier than ever to find and share exciting new experiences made with Portal. We can't wait to see what you create, share, and play.
Does your buddy you play with suck? Does he contribute to the team at all? That could contribute to the skill-based shit. Not sure. I play COD and have a 1.5. I really do believe there's something fishy going on. Why do you bother to play it? I quit.
Yeah, my friend that I play with does kind of suck, and he contributes to the team. We usually play objective-based game modes, so he'll play the objective. So we usually play demolition, and he'll either defuse or plant, but his KD really sucks. He's gotten better, and I told him to increase the field of view of the game, and he got a lot better after he did that. He's playing on console, but he's not I wouldn't consider him a good player. But yeah, I just play it with him because, you know, it's just bro time. If I didn't have a friend to play with, I would never play that piece of shit game. It's terrible. Thanks for the donation, though, COD Faggot. Hey, Chris, no, you did not miss the Tufano segment of the stream.
I signed up with EA to test the new Skate game since I loved Skate 3 when I was younger, and really it's an online open world version on a new map. I can't stand modern FPS games. I like Arma Reforged, though it's hard, realistic, but requires time and patience. Low-key goes hard.
I tried getting into Arma. I was trying to play Arma 2, and the controls are just horrendous. You have to literally memorize every fucking key on the keyboard. I could never get into Arma. I've been told, like, they've made the controls better and shit, but like every shooter that tries to be realistic, they have some weird funny shit that ends up going on. Like, They have weird shit with the weapon physics, or the way you move isn't realistic and quite right, and they make you move just way too fucking slow or something. I was into what was the game called? I can't even remember. It's I can't even remember the fucking first letter in the game. Yeah, I had Arma 3. I didn't really like it. There was another game that's like one of these hardcore realistic shooters. The netcode was fucking horrendous. They also had issues with hackers for a while. But the weapon physics were fucking terrible. There was way too much recoil with a lot of the guns, especially the like M4 or any of those like lower caliber, assault rifles. It was manageable, but yeah, I just couldn't get into it. There's just funny, stupid shit with every game. So at the end of the day, like, as long as it's fun, who really cares? Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
COD really has a great formula though. It's a broken shit game, but there's nothing like playing COD with the boys. Seriously, it's like a drug. I love it. Game is ass, but the fan base is solidified.
Yeah, it's kind of like something that you just have to do at this point. Good or bad. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
All my niggas Nazis, nigga hallelujah. Nigga hallelujah, nigga hallelujah.
I genuinely hate Kanye West. I really do truly hate the guy. All right, let's get into this Frank Tufano nonsense.
So you guys that have been following me know I've been...
Armory Forger is the new one, and it's not overly complex like the earlier armor, but still requires a little bit of time investment and wit. The graphics are also really good emo even on the optimized console version. I prefer playing on my PS5 honestly.
I don't know how the fuck people prefer playing on console. Like, consoles are just fucking dog shit, dude. Especially for first-person shooters, but literally every game is just worse on console. Like, I'll use a controller for, like, action games and stuff, but consoles just suck. They're for stupid people. That's all they're for. You have worse graphics, worse performance, you're forced to use certain settings that you may or may not want. The only way to integrate modding into the fucking game is if the developers have inbuilt modding tools and, you know, like one of those systems where they have to have approved mod lists and shit like that. And then there's like other issues that are just inherently baked into a console. So if you upgrade to the next console, then you can't play the old game or something, or you have to buy it again. Like, there's so much fucking stupid horseshit with these consoles. Fuck, like, they're just dumb. They're worse. Just stop being a baby and get a fucking PC. I do not understand the appeal of consoles. They're just dumb. As soon as I was able to get a PC, I moved on. I always wanted a gaming PC. As soon as I got it, I moved on. The only reason I ever got consoles at any point was just to play some exclusive games. But even now, I'm just beyond it. Like, I don't care. If you have a game releasing on some dumb baby console, okay, fuck yourself. I'm not buying it. But thanks for the donation, retard.
I'm struggling with my business, basically harassed by the elite since day one. And that's very different than being a victim of medical malpractice to such a gross extent. Like, okay, yeah, I understand these billionaires don't want competition and they're going to try to run me out of business and harass me in various ways. And I'm, in a way taking them on to try to truly help.
Dude, Frank is so fucked. There's no helping him either. Like, he's just fucked. Good thing he's gay, so that he's not gonna have children.
People and provide them with high quality and affordable health products. That's way different than being a victim of such gross and obvious medical malpractice. Those are two very different things. So I became more and more shocked that none of these law firms would help me. And
no, my cat did not die from veganism. He died from an infection in his paw.
It's not that cut and dry, like, oh, he's trying to run a business. It's not, no, people don't really care about that type of stuff. Like, oh, yeah, it's obvious they're going to try to put you out of business. But when someone literally does something physically to you, and it's so obvious that something wrong has been done, it was just very shocking to me that none of these law firms would help me. And the first thing the gang saw...
He wouldn't pay them. He didn't explicitly say this, but he was looking for a lawyer who would represent him for free. And I'm pretty sure Frank also has a reputation. There's been a number of lawyers who have dropped him as a client because he's like a crazy, insane, racist retard. So, and like, we know he probably stiffed some of these lawyers too and refused to pay them. So, if he has a reputation, like, combined with him not wanting to pay the lawyer and it being something like, oh, if I win, you'll get 20% or something, yeah, no one's going to represent you.
Doctors say is, oh, the doctor didn't do anything wrong. He didn't commit malpractice. Malpractice is hard to prove. You signed a waiver. That's all complete nonsense. And if you look up the definition of medical malpractice, a monkey could prove that malpractice was committed. I'm half blind. I'm practically bedridden because...
He's not half blind. He's been driving a car. Please explain to me how he can drive a car when he's half blind.
Of the pain medication. I've had over 5 revision surgeries under anesthesia and 10 in total if we're including all general procedures. This is the easiest malpractice case that any law firm could ask for against a very wealthy doctor. But that's not how it works. Medical malpractice was 100% committed. And keep in mind, guys, this is all because the doctor doesn't want to pay for ruining my vision and face the rest of my life. He's just greedy. He wants more money. So the main thing to understand is that all of these doctors, lawyers, judges are in the club, and any outsiders are considered lower than slaves. They don't care about me or you, and just like a family member would compromise right versus wrong to protect each other, that's what these people are doing. But it's on a much higher level because of the secrecy, because of the oaths these people swear, and...
Yeah, he's genuinely going insane, and he thinks, like, the Illuminati, aka the Jews, are out to get him. He's talking about Jews, by the way.
Because of what's at stake, it's a totally different level. So, like, family member thing is like, it's almost like you robbed a bank with your buddies and you're keeping your mouth. It's above and beyond. The secrecy committed here is above and beyond that. And normally, the lawyers would pretend to help me. Normally, I go to the law firm, they take my money, they act like they're helping me. But because these people understand that I know what's going on and that they're going to try to screw me over, they didn't even try to pretend to do that. They didn't even try. And
with the the plastic surgeon lawsuit against Dr. Taban, Frank very heavily implied that he had no intention of paying any of these lawyers. He was trying to get them to do it for free, but they'd get a percentage of some sort of winning if he won the lawsuit. So he's lying about this, and his lawsuit with Paul Saladino that he lost by default judgment, he still needs legal representation for that case because they're going to have a jury trial to determine damages. He's not paying his lawyer. There were communications that ended up getting, submitted to the court between Paul and his lawyer. His lawyer admitted that he's not able to pay for legal fees. So his lawyer hasn't been paid. So this guy is talking about, oh, these lawyers won't even take my money. The lawyer that you're using for the fucking Paul Saladino case, you haven't even fucking paid them.
I don't think there's a point in naming them. As far as I know, they're all Freemasons. A lot of lawyers tend to be Jewish.
There we go. The Jews. Yes, Jasmine drank soda and she would burp.
Illuminati members. I can't speak for certain on the details of that, but the point is they are secretly organized against individuals who are not in those organizations with them. Yeah, they have basically sworn secret oaths that take precedent over any judicial process or anything that goes on. And, I mean, if they really screw me over, the truth would be me filing a lawsuit against every single law firm in Los Angeles saying they colluded against me and refused to assist me because they're all in secret societies. And as crazy as that sounds to the average person, that's the pretty obvious truth. And the judge would just lie and dismiss the case. And that...
Yeah, he's just lying. He can't even afford to pay for the lawyer in the Paul Saladino case, and he's trying to get lawyers to work for him for free. Has nothing to do with them rejecting his money because they're part of a secret society.
That's actually what's happening with the Saladino case. I filed...
I'm pretty sure after he lost this case via default judgment, Frank is restricted from ever mentioning Paul's name. So he may be taking a risk here, mentioning Paul, especially in this kind of manner where he's accusing Paul of being part of some, secret society.
Fine VG shit on me for playing games on console, but if you have an interest in trying a mil sim that isn't max autism, try the newer Arma. The vanilla game without mods doesn't have as much shit, takes place during Cold War, but I find it more fun than Arma 3.
Well, Arma Reforger's on PC. Why would I play any game on console? You have to pay for online connectivity. The people you play with are dumber. Worse controls, worse graphics, lower frame rate. Even the network on consoles are worse. When you play games on consoles, there's more latency and ping, and you can see, the download speed on console. With this, if I download a game on Steam... I regularly have a max download rate of around 20 to 30 gigabytes per second through Steam servers. If I'm downloading a game through PlayStation 5 or Xbox, it's 2 or 3 gigabytes per second. It's their network, everything is just fucking worse. There's no point. Why? I don't want to play a game that's dumbed down with worse performance, with worse controls, that's just made for fucking babies. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Genuinely, on a scale of 1 to 10, how shocked would you be if CDG turned out to be Bart K all along?
That would be fairly shocking, just because he doesn't act like he's better than everybody else and knows more than everyone else all the time. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Bart K had some, like, weird burp fetish or something. Like, I could believe that, but yeah, just the way he behaves, it would surprise me. Thanks for the donation, Metal Sonic.
The new one, and I actually named, the lawyer that screwed me over. I named the secret societies, and I named that was filed. I could talk about that in a separate video, but this would be a lot different because in that lawsuit, I'm just calling out the lawyer that specifically screwed me over. In this lawsuit, I couldn't even get one of them to represent me. And guys, this wasn't even for contingency work. That was not mentioned. That wasn't even part of the question yet. I asked these lawyers if they would represent me. They asked you to submit information. Every single law firm in Beverly Hills. And not one of them would take the case. Again, under the...
Yeah, because you wouldn't pay.
The assumption I was going to pay them, they
Yeah, he's lying. He's absolutely lying.
all refused to take the case. Clear medical malpractice.
So again, he couldn't pay his lawyer in the Paul Saladino case, and he made a video before talking about how he tried to get these lawyers to represent him for free. So he's just making this up and he's lying.
Practice against a very wealthy doctor, and no one wanted to help me. I called.
And that's all fine, VG. I never said you should play it on console, you fucking autist. All I said was the game looked good enough on the console that I'm willing to play it on console and even prefer it as I have it on both PC and console. Frank sucks cock.
I think you're an insane, crazy person. Why would you prefer to play a first-person shooter on console? Like, of all games, I could understand, like, an action game, like Devil May Cry. I could understand an RPG. Why, though, would you prefer to play a first-person shooter that's so reliant on good controls on console? It's stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Called up all the top New York City law firms. They all said go to California. I called up every medical malpractice law firm I could find on Google. Even contacted the lawyers that had sued Dr. Taban in the past. There's maybe 1 or 2 dozen cases against him, and I found those lawyers' names. I reached out to them specifically. Not one of them wanted to help me. So it's pretty clear that since I'm not in the club, none of them are going to help me. And as far as I know, I don't really think any of those cases ended well for the plaintiffs that were trying to get compensated from Dr. Taban. I think those lawyers screwed those patients over after taking a brief look at those cases. But I don't have full access to the documents, so I can't speak 100% on that. And this is why I was so strong out the gate with exposing this doctor and trying to make as many people aware of the situation as possible, because that's all I can do. And any outsider can clearly see how these people are conspiring against me. They literally got my entire TikTok social media taken down. And even if they did take my money and represent me, they're obviously going to screw me over. My mother was hospitalized for years after they botched her C-section. I mean, she literally had kidney failure, one of the worst outcomes ever. She had a...
Does Frank not realize people can just have health problems and not every procedure is going to go well for everybody? That doesn't mean they're victims of medical malpractice. Everyone is going to respond differently to some kind of procedure. If your mother has a weak constitution and other health issues and the C-section was necessary, she may end up having complications from the C-section due to, again, her weak constitution, other medical issues, but that procedure was necessary and it was performed well. It's just that because of the condition your mother was in, she ended up having some complications from the surgery. It doesn't mean the doctors did something wrong and like did something so wrong that it would, you know, constitute medical malpractice.
Cardinal Reed, her last rites. I mean, I have that video on my YouTube channel if you guys didn't see it. And my mother never saw a dime, yet she went through what about as close to death and torture as possible. And she did not see a dime because the lawyer that she hired was a Freemason or was in these secret societies, and so was the doctor that butchered her. And that's all that matters. That's the sole reason you should stay away from the medical system. If you aren't a secret society member, they will butcher you without consequences. And if they kill you, even better. It's even easier for them to cover it up. No one to fight back against them. And that's if the system even lets you put up a fight.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So he's claiming doctors have a bias with killing patients because nobody can sue. You realize most people have families that will sue, and if somebody dies as a result of medical malpractice, you're looking at way bigger, like, fines, issues, losing your medical license, having to pay massive amounts of money. Like, even medical malpractice insurance might not cover, you know, some of the damages if somebody dies. So, like, Frank's just an idiot.
I like playing it on my TV, and the way I have shit up it's annoying and tedious to hook my PC up to my TV. I still play with keyboard and mouse on my PS5 Toe. I get it, whatever. I'm a deranged psychopath, I accept that, and you're totally normal.
Alright. Well, at least as long as I get that concession. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Frank, what about all the animals that gave their lives for you? I am unimpressed.
Well, they didn't give their lives for Frank. Frank stole their lives away from them. So yeah, fuck Frank. Don't give a shit what happens to him or his family. Thanks for the donation, James.
And I mean, hopefully I'm not handing out flyers of my face for the rest of my life, but who knows where this is going to go. These people seem pretty stubborn.
CDG, you've asked me about Jasmine's burps many, many fucking times. I'm not talking about her burps anymore. She burped, okay? It was loud. She did it often. There. You don't have to ask me ever again.
And even if I educate myself and do these legal filings and follow their protocol, their made-up court system and the rules that they've made up to screw outsiders, when you do start abiding by their court system and figuring things out, then they break the rules and they just do whatever they want. You know, the judge starts ignoring my filings, denying every motion I file, just dismisses everything. They do what they want. There's no legitimacy to this whatsoever. They're trying to pretend like there is, but from the get-go, it's clear they're just trying to screw you over and they'll just do whatever they want. Even if there was any legitimacy whatsoever and they believe my motions, you know, I could file an appeal and get it taken from Superior Court to the Court of Appeals, like they would even take the appeal seriously. I don't think it would ever go to the Supreme Court. And even if they did put me in front of a jury trial, it would be incredibly easy for the people that control the entire system to ensure that the entire jury is stocked with Freemason Illuminati shills. So either way you look at it, what chance do I really have? And that's why I feel like, based on my assumption of the scenario, the only deal I can make is, look, you pay me for what you did to my face, and I won't hand out flyers for the rest of my life. Like, I'm not doing anything illegal. That's my freedom of speech, and the truth would completely destroy his business. That's the unfortunate reality. So they control the court system. They created the court system. All the lawyers are in on it. They control the social media. And it's really obvious when...
CDG, donate chillers, if you have multiple injuries, 4+ that you want to heal using BPC 157, how should your injection routine look? I know for TB 500 there's a systemic healing, so you don't need to inject locally. Well, with BPC, you need to inject locally, and from what I understand, you're usually best off with multiple injections per day, so 2 or more. I don't really know enough about using BPC 157. You might want to talk with somebody who knows more about dosing protocols and shit than me. There's some other issues with BPC, like, depending on where you're injecting, and how much movement you have in that area, it can cause, like, a lot of soreness. So, I think they're, like, the solution can be kind of grainy, and it's kind of like injecting sand, you know, into your body. And if you're injecting into a spot where you're going to get a lot of rubbing and movement, some people notice that they get a lot of pain and, like, inflammation and a really uncomfortable feeling in the area. So, like, BPC 157 might not necessarily be the best peptide to use for healing, and you also don't always need to inject it. You can get a topical ointment that has BPC in it. It's called Butcher Balm. I'm pretty sure it's vegan friendly. I don't think there's any animal products in it. You might want to check though, but there's a thing called Butcher Balm. It has BPC in it. So if the injury is fairly close to the skin, you might get more of a benefit from just using an ointment. But you know, thanks for the donation though, CDG. Hope that helps. PP Hole donated $2. Let me see. Oh.
Blue Bear!
Oh my
Look
goodness.
what I got for you! Ready? You gonna take it? With your mouth? Okay. They're back in season. Watermelon time. What do you think?
Oh, he looks happy that he has his watermelon.
On the good stuff.
Oh, wow. Oh, bears love watermelon. Oh my goodness.
Is that a good one?
You know, it's too bad bears can be, like, dangerous and shit, because they're so fucking cute. Be great if you could just take a walk and meet a bear and just, like, chill and pet him. Oh my goodness, they're so cute. If they're not fringe, why are they fringe-shaped? Oh, he loves his watermelon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he loves his watermelon. That is a good watermelon. Oh my god. That's good. Thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
And these gang stalkers are telling me to take a break from social media, stop posting, let the court system handle it. Yeah, I'll let the system handle it that where I couldn't even get a lawyer to represent me, yeah. Let them screw me over in court for 2 years while this doctor butchers more people and I'm lying in bed half blind, yeah.
BPC 157 does not do anything if you're taking it as an oral peptide. The only thing it'd be useful for is if you're healing from some sort of stomach or gastrointestinal injury. But if you want to, like, if you have, like, a bad elbow or something, that's not going to do anything.
Take a...
So, you are going to take roids? To gain weight? Is a doctor advising you?
Well, to gain muscle mass, not just gain weight. If I just wanted to gain weight, I could just eat Oreos. And technically speaking, a doctor's advising me. Like, I've gotten most of my information on how to take them from a medical doctor. And I do know several medical doctors who know how to take steroids and that I could get advice from. So I have a pretty good handle on what I'm doing. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Take a break. That's literally the only thing I can do, is go on the street and hand out flyers to people, because they're censoring me on social media. That's my only option. And it might take years and years, and I might have to hand out flyers myself personally, but that's the only thing that's going to work. Even if I only handed out a few hundred flyers a day in Beverly Hills, after the course of a few...
Do you think Frank really believes the bullshit he says? The judge honestly is handling his derangement with grace. Just look at their ruling on Frank's motion to dismiss.
Presently, the instant action is being submitted to the Magistrate Judge C. McCarthy on the measure of damages following both defendants defaulting. Defendant's remedy is to move to vacate the default, which they failed to do. Instead, the individual defendant, Frank Tufano, submits a document delineated as a motion to dismiss, in which he attaches no affidavit in support of his motion. Additionally, the movant provides no legal basis which would warrant vacating the default. Accordingly, the motion to dismiss is denied without prejudice, and the clerk of court is kindly directed to terminate the motion, blah, blah, blah. Well, they deal with crazy idiots all the time, and these are people who need to act professionally, so... Yeah. I can guarantee you they have to deal with people like Frank Tufano on a nearly daily basis, so they're used to it. And, no. Frank doesn't believe half the bullshit he says. Some of it is genuine delusion. Like, I do think he does believe there is some sort of secret society that's out to get him, but when he makes up some of these excuses, he knows it's a lie. So he knows it's a lie, like when he says, no lawyer would represent me even when I offered to pay him. He never offered to pay anybody. So he knows he's just lying. So some of this is just to make himself out to be a victim so he can get sympathy and make excuses, and it's just cope. But some of it is genuine delusion, but no, half the shit he says he knows he's lying. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Years? No one's ever going to that doctor, that's for sure. That's for sure. And who knows how many... If I had to guess, hundreds and hundreds of other poor people that he botched, maybe there... If I had to seriously guess, I would bet there's between 10 and 20 people that were as bad as mine, and then maybe a few hundred people that were dissatisfied with the surgical results. And we can assume he's done thousands of surgeries at this point, so...
No, I'm not going to bother looking up research papers on why BPC 157 wouldn't have a systemic effect. Everybody knows that. If you want to look it up yourself, go do your own research. BPC works by causing angiogenesis. So how in the hell are you going to cause angiogenesis in an injury when you're just taking an oral pill? You're not. So everyone knows this. It's just the way it works. If you want any research or evidence, then you can just look it up yourself. But if you knew how the drug worked, you wouldn't be asking me that. It triggers angiogenesis and where it's administered. So how, if you have a bad elbow because of a fucked up tendon, are you going to get angiogenesis in the tendon if you're eating a pill? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
In the big picture, is it a super high margin of error? No, but at the end of the day, those people weren't compensated, and these doctors are wealthy enough to pay everyone off. So I happen to be the one guy that stood up for myself, and as a consequence now, you know, they literally, now my business is suffering because I got taken off of TikTok. So either way, I'm going to hire someone to hand out flyers. You would think if the doctor has ruined my life enough that I'm willing to go outside and hand out flyers for the rest of my life, that they'd be smart enough to compensate me. Like, it's insane. Like, these other people that just move on with their lives, most of the time the botch isn't really that big of a deal. It's not that significant. That's why those people are able to move on. But in my case, my vision is still messed up. My eyes are still wonky. I'm looking at additional corrective surgeries. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think suing every law firm in California, I don't know what you'd have to do. I don't know if you sue the Bar Association, sue the judges themselves. I don't know what you do. I mean, because no one, as far as I know, no one's actually been able to figure it out. Like, people just get screwed over and move on and say, oh, the lawyers didn't want to help me, and they'll believe whatever the lawyer said. But I'm not sure that other people have figured out that these secret society members are colluding against them and to actually name them and sue them. I guess we'll find out what happens with the Saladino court case. Well, technically, I already tried it once. I filed that case like 5 or 6 months ago, and the judge dismissed it for failure to state a claim or something. And then, like, I appealed it. It went to Court of Appeals. They didn't mail me the paperwork, and then they dismissed it because I didn't pay the court fee or something, so I had to refile it. It's a mess of paperwork to keep up with. And they have no intention of treating any pro se litigant fairly. It's the biggest joke.
He's not legally allowed to defend himself pro se in the Paul Saladino case because Paul Saladino is suing Frank's LLC. So you can't defend yourself pro se as an LLC. This is being explained to him. It was outlined in a court document. And again, this is just another thing that he's lying about. He's such an idiot.
Joke.
Let's see, does he have any shorts? No new shorts. Well, Frank's cooked. They're gonna have the jury trial in a while to determine damages. Paul's seeking $2.8 million in damages. And Frank may actually end up being on the hook for $2.8 million. They've got some of his tax statements, and he took in, I think, $5.4 million total in 2024. So he may in fact be on the hook for $2.8 million. That would be hilarious. I don't know what the fuck Frank is gonna do when he owes $2.8 million to Paul. What's for dinner? I might make pasta sauce. I already had dinner. I had tofu with Korean barbecue sauce, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and watermelon.
Everybody, Vince Goodrum here. It is Wednesday evening. Reason for the video is, I've seen Greg Doucette's video, and I've seen my good friend John Bravo's video about Joey Swole. I guess Joey Swole's name is running out there. People are all upset. People got torches and pitchforks and stuff trying to get on him. And the great one was a little bit curious as far as to why were people upset at Joey Swole? So first off, I wanted to wait until the end of the day. I went ahead and had my shower, washed my ass. Exhibit A, ass. Wash my ass. I got some coffee that's cooling down, and I'm going to have my...
3 seconds of cuteness.
Let me see.
Look at how cute you...
Oh my god, that's Maui. He's so round and orange.
You are? Where's my remote? Oh, darn, you moved. Look at how cute.
Oh my god. How come he always moves?
What did Frank say about Paul Saladino? And the surgery was unnecessary.
He was just saying some bullshit about how the court system's out to get him, and he tried to file some thing against Paul, and they dismissed it, and his excuse was he didn't pay the right court fees, which is untrue. They dismissed it because he didn't have any evidence and didn't make an actual argument. Thanks for the donation, though, James. And yeah, the surgery was unnecessary.
You are? Where's my remote? Oh.
Oh my goodness, look how round and orange. He's literally like an orange.
Darn, you moved.
Well, thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
Myself a hand-rolled Dominican cigar, and I decided to turn on John Bravo's video because, you know, Greg Doucette's videos are boring and nothing personal, but he's a midget. You know, in any event, I watched John Bravo's video, and wouldn't you know, people are upset at Joey Swole because he used the word colored. He uses the word colored and his career is over with? Come on, folks, really? First off, the only mistake Joey Swole did is making a public apology and taking down his videos, okay? I mean, it's not, the thing about it is, folks, it's not about the words that you say specifically. It's about the context. You know, I could say, "What's up, my nigga?" But I'm not being offensive. I'm just saying, hey, to one of my fellow chocolate faces and stuff like that. Now, if I say, "Screw you, you fried chicken and watermelon eating nigger," it would still not be construed as racist because I'm black. But if I was a white person and I said, "Screw you, you watermelon eating nigger," then that'd be racist. So it's not the word itself. It's the context. No different than the swastika. A swastika in Egypt stood for peace, in other words. Nazi Germany, well, it stood for gassing the Jews and stuff like that, you know. So as far as Joey Swole is concerned, you know, I heard the word colored, but I listened to the entire message.
33 months. Well, thanks for the support, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
As far as to what he was saying, and I get it. Okay? The only people that are taking offense is people that are looking for something to offend them. In other words, that's the thing about liberals. They look for something to offend them.
Yeah,
and if they can't find it, then they'll just go and make it up. It's sort of like that cultural appropriation where, a white person goes and gets some dreadlocks and some monkey goes and starts beating on them just because they're wearing dreadlocks, saying you stole that from black folks. You know, not knowing that there's plenty of pictures of Vikings that had the same locks and everything like that. Cultural appropriation. I'm up here. I mean, nothing personal. I mean, I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing a shirt and everything. Do you see me with a dashiki or a loincloth or something like that, wearing sandals, throwing spears at gazelles and stuff like that? I mean, seriously, there's no such thing as cultural appropriation. I'm an American, okay? We're all Americans, all right? Take out the African part of American. I hate it when someone says African American. I've never been to Africa before. I have no connection to Africa other than there's other people that look like me over there. But guess what? There's plenty of people that look like me.
RV donators, you would look fucking based with a turban, VG. I mean, it works, but I wouldn't bother wearing a turban. Thanks for the donation, RV.
Me over here, okay? And there's plenty of people in Australia that look like me too. All right? So getting back to the picture, as far as Joey Swole is concerned, his career is not over, but he should not have apologized. Not to all those colored people out there or to the liberal white people out there. He should stand his ground, Now, as far as Hulk Hogan is concerned, he was a son of a bitch. All right? You can love him or hate him there, But at the end of the day, Joey Swole is right. He inspired a lot of people to lift weights. He inspired the great one to lift weights. You cannot deny that. You could love Hulk Hogan, but you can hate Terry. All right? You get my point there? You could love Hulk Hogan, but you can hate Terry. So y'all get off Joey Swole, okay? I mean, his career is not over John Bravo. His career is not over Greg Doucette. You know, John Bravo, you know you my nigga, but come on, man, really? His career ain't over with. You know. And this is a lesson to all you other white people out there. Stand your freaking ground. If you feel that your convictions are right, stand your ground. All right? I mean, sometimes you have to make a strategic retreat, but then other times you got to dig in, you know? It's like Iwo Jima, you know? You don't run, you dig in, you know? Dig some trenches.
So I literally... Oh my god, why is that so loud? Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Thursday afternoon. Reason for the video is Hulk Hogan's official cause of death has finally been released. And it's kind of surprising there, folks. Very surprising. And it reveals a lot of new information about Hulk Hogan's condition.
CDG donated $2 to Jasmine. Only use her dildos for her pussy, or did she ever try to anal with them? Just pussy. Would you be jealous of her dildos if she used them for anal but never let you do anal? Yeah, I guess. Did you ever touch Jasmine's dildos? Yes. Do you know if Jasmine cleaned them? Yeah, she did. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
So first off, he had his cause of death was acute myocardial infarction. Basically, what that means is he had a complete heart blockage, just like that. He probably would have gotten a very sharp chest pain, and then that would have been pretty much it, in other words. Similar to the Ultimate Warrior there, in other words, where sharp...
Why is this surprising? Yeah, like that's how most people die.
Chest pain, that was it. And I'm certainly hoping that it happened very quickly to where, you know, he didn't experience much pain or anything like that, you know. I would never wish that upon anyone, but there's a couple of factors that are in place. Number one, he actually had leukemia or had a history of leukemia. So in treatment for leukemia itself there, you know, it does weaken the organs quite a bit. Also, you know, we can't discount steroids. Steroids enlarges the heart, you know, and it does all sorts of things to the other organs, the kidney and the liver and everything like that. So definitely steroids, but you know, the other major cause contributing was the leukemia as well. Now, recently, you know, this all coincides with, you know, his heart operation that he had, you know, just last month in June. And this is the point I was also making about Ronnie Coleman, as far as and a lot of people told me, you know, he's recovering, that's fine. You know, Ronnie Coleman is still in danger, folks. Because even with heart surgery, it takes still months for that heart to actually heal. And heart surgery is not a guarantee to where everything's going to be okay. It just isn't there. You know, there can be complications even months afterwards, and obviously that's the case with Hulk Hogan. So that's the whole deal, folks. That's
Oh, that's how I figured
Warning!
he'd die. Like, I mean, he's 71, probably ate like shit, took steroids. Like, yeah, he'd probably die of a heart attack.
Literally just got back to the hotel after playing Battlefield 6 for the first time ever. I played for about 4.5 hours today, played a bunch of different game modes. Now EA are saying that this is going to be the biggest Battlefield ever. The event they've put on here in LA is probably the biggest I've ever been to when it comes to gaming events. It's kind of crazy. They've hired out this movie studio and are putting on a real spectacle, really going all out. And to me, that says that I think they're confident in in this game. They're confident that it's going to perform. But today I'm going to talk about what I thought of the game, my impressions, and also how all of this is related to Battlefront and the idea of Battlefront 3, if we're ever to get that from EA or DICE.
Jordan, do you think they're going to announce Battlefront 3?
I think we're up to Battlefront 4 at this point. I mean, we've just had Battlefront 3 in like 2009.
They should skip Battlefront 3.
Yeah.
It's never going to be made.
Or we could just go back to Battlefront 1. I hear that's the new hot topic.
Just start again.
Yeah, just start again. I mean, it worked the first time, didn't it?
Now, EA are saying to us that this is going to be the biggest Battlefield ever, with more game modes than ever, as well as a return to the class system with the 4 different classes, more weapons, more customization, and Battlefield Portal, which is going to allow players to basically create their own maps and game modes, giving us heaps of control over what we do. This, for me, I think is really interesting. But aside from all the details, I first just want to talk a bit about what I actually think of the game. Do I actually like it? Are we going to play Battlefield? I guess we are. Hey everyone, it's Andrew. So like I said, I played the game for about 4.5 hours, and the thing that stood out to me the most from all of my time with the game is that it feels so much like Battlefield. I just have to get my computer, one sec. Okay, particularly with game modes like Conquest and Breakthrough, the large-scale game modes, it's absolute return to Battlefield chaos. Explosions all around, buildings being destroyed, vehicles such as tanks being extremely dangerous to come up against. But that said, during my playtest, I didn't really get enough time to explore more of the larger-scale game modes. Didn't get to fly in any vehicles, helicopters, and instead we spent more time playing some of the smaller, newer game modes. And these included Squad Deathmatch and Domination. For me personally, these felt more like a Call of Duty style.
Does pseudoephedrine really not work as a decongestant? Did you look at the science about it? Well, ephedrine has been used for that. It's just that it's been banned. What would you guess Vince's IQ is? Probably just around average.
Shooter versus Battlefield, but I guess just with some of the Battlefield destruction, weapons, and physics of using the weapons. But the pace of the game, especially in Domination, and the time to kill is so quick. The fact you could also respawn immediately after dying, I think was fun, but not necessarily the core Battlefield experience some Battlefield veterans would be looking for. Overall though, the game honestly does feel...
I love fast time to kill. Fast time to kill is superior. All these people who are like, I died too quickly, like they're just fucking babies. That's what guns do. They kill people quickly. That's what they're designed for. Why in the fuck would you want a shooter where you have to, like, waste all your ammo on one person?
A lot like Battlefield 4. It's a spiritual successor to Battlefield 3 and 4. Those are the words of some of the EA developers. And I think for me personally, it felt like more of a reboot of the Battlefield franchise, especially after the disappointment of Battlefield 2042, Battlefield 5, both not performing as well as previous Battlefields. And this feels like they're really trying to go back to that Battlefield 4 DNA, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, but I don't also see that they're doing too much different here. The other big thing that they talked about in the presentation and that I experienced in the gameplay was the tactical destruction. The fact you can take down a building using a rocket launcher or an RPG to try and flush out the enemy. You can blow the floor out beneath them, or destroy the roof above, or just completely level the building. Battlefield, of course, is known for its destruction, and they seem to really be going all out with it in Battlefield 6. And it definitely feels like they're leaning into that more than ever. Just destroy every building you see. I was just using the grenade launcher, the RPG, to just shoot at walls for fun. The destruction, damage, and physics, and also the fact that tactical destruction means that if you shoot the same part of the building each time, no matter what building it is, it will be destroyed in the same way. So you kind of can learn the system, learn how to destroy a building or take down a wall, and use that as a skill from match to match. A few of the other things that really stood out to me that I think are different from most other Battlefield games in the past was the fact that no matter what class you're playing as, you can choose any weapon from any class to go with it. For example, for a while I was playing as the Assault class but using a sniper rifle. I prefer the Assault class's attachments and accessories, using the grenade launcher, also the ability to carry a shotgun as well as a secondary weapon, and then switching to a sniper. For me, this was really fun, and I'm pretty sure this is available in all game modes. And I also really liked that any class can revive a fallen player. The medic, however, can do this just much faster than all of the others, using the defibrillator for an instant revive, whereas the other classes take 4 or 5 seconds. And with this, they've also added the ability to drag a fallen player with you. So as if you're dragging them away from the action into cover, out of danger. This is such a cool feature. Love this. You can revive someone, you dragging them back into cover. And it's something that I wish the previous Battlefield games had had. The last Battlefield I played properly was Battlefield 1, so that's going back, what, 2016? I think that came out. It was the year after Star Wars Battlefront 1. And personally, I think squatting up with the team is the most fun you're gonna have in this game. Now, I have only played 4.5 hours. I can't comment on the game as a whole, but if I had to criticize, one thing I would say, for me, none of the maps were really that memorable. I didn't play on heaps of maps, and it kind of felt like we were moving through the same rotation of 3 or 4. I like the locations. I think they're quite unique, and I think potentially I haven't seen it yet, but I did, in this experience, miss some of the levolution stuff that used to happen in the older Battlefield games, where you destroy a giant structure in a map in Battlefield, and that would kind of change the outlook of the map and change the way it played, change the way you'd strategize as well. I haven't seen as much of that. I know that on the Brooklyn map, you can do something to the Brooklyn Bridge and destroy that. I didn't get any footage of that map, although I didn't get to play it, so perhaps for that stuff we'll have to wait. Saw today with the destruction physics, with the squad-based teamwork, with the customization options, with the ability to create your own maps. Man, all of this just once again feels like it'd be so cool to be in a Star Wars game. Like, can you imagine this, but Star Wars? With Star Wars here, there's so much opportunity for Star Wars. And I know that this game took a lot to make. I know that there are this to a Star Wars game, and it could be incredible. And I still dream of pre-order the game or anything like that. Anyone can.
Well, I'm actually excited for this. I know they're coming out with a new Call of Duty. It's probably just going to be a big heaping pile of garbage. But that actually looks good. All right, let's watch some of this stupid shit.
These children that are starving and dying?
I have a Washington Post article right here. More than 60,000 lives lost in Gaza. Toll collated by Enclave's health ministry is likely to be an undercount. The health ministry is run by Hamas. They keep using these Hamas numbers. Then they list thousands of children who have been killed.
They look like everyday Americans. This child is picking up noodles off the ground with his bare hands because there was no food left. So he's picking up noodles to put into his backpack.
There is widespread
Wow. They're using the photo that's being debunked. This kid is a product of incest. This woman married her cousin, and this kid is a fucked up incest baby with a genetic disorder. This kid was never starving. That is being proven. And then here they are using this fucking photo. Oh, see, the children of Gaza are starving. Why isn't she starving? Why is she overweight, but her kid is starving? They don't care. Like, anybody with any fucking sense would be thinking, why is this woman overweight, but her kid is shriveling up and starving? What's going on? Like, something isn't adding up, but they don't care. Any lie they can use, no matter how nonsense, they'll just run with it. They don't care.
man-made famine gripping Gaza as we speak. Hundreds of Palestinians have already died due to starvation. This is a...
What did she say?
Already famine gripping Gaza as we speak. Hundreds of Palestinians have already died due to starvation.
I doubt it. Seriously fucking doubt it, especially since they're clearly lying about some of these starvation deaths. Like, again, there are a lot of kids in Gaza who are products of incest with genetic disorders, and they're gonna count those deaths as starvation deaths. When, no, they just have a fucking genetic disorder. So, seriously fucking doubt it. Most of these starvation deaths are also children, which also says a lot. Because, again, given the rampant incest in Gaza, and the fact that most of these starvation deaths are kids, that should tell you something. That these kids are probably dying due to some genetic condition, not because of starvation.
This is a fact. And if people like brain rot, addled Mark Levin don't believe the numbers coming out of the Gaza Strip in regard to the death toll. Best way to confirm the death toll is to allow investigators in, to allow journalists in, but
Right, so that they can get information from Hamas and then say the same thing. Okay.
Every day.
Young Turks are fucking stupid. I think they had a story where they were talking about that guy who's supposedly an ex-Green Beret. What was it? Do I have that up? Oh yeah, here it is. Dodo donators, can we watch Sarah Payne today? VG, Allah's chosen ones. Maybe. Saudi Arabia, broken half. That would be very unpleasant.
Japan in this battle is just taking.
Yeah, I think I still have this link saved. Maybe we'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In my most frank assessment, I would say that they're criminal. In my entire career, have I never witnessed the level of brutality.
So, this guy claims to be a former Green Beret. I think there might be something fishy going on where I'm not sure if he's lying. There, like, you can just look on YouTube. Green Beret interview or something. So, yeah, the thing from the Gaza is popping up a lot. But you'll see, like, all these dudes who are former Green Berets that end up getting interviewed, they're, like, bigger, more masculine dudes. Like, a lot of them have tattoos, take steroids. They talk in a very, like, authoritative, like, kind of manner. They talk a lot like, they speak in the same way that you'll see a lot of expert, like, police interrogators or FBI interrogators. Like, they look like they have control over, like, you know, the conversation or the situation they're in.
And the studies that they're doing Alzheimer's is signal processing.
Mm-hmm.
They think that they can fix the signal processing inside the brain.
So, but then you see this guy, and he's like this whiny fucking bitch.
And
he's got, like, this haircut like he's getting ready for his, like, 8th grade school photo.
Use of indiscriminate and unnecessary force against a civilian population, an unarmed, starving population. I've never witnessed.
So, it's just fishy, you know? It's kind of, you know, it's sort of like those people who lie about being ex-Marines or ex-SEAL or something, ex-Special Forces. You can usually pick up something about them where it's like, they just seem like a normal dude. Whereas, like, most ex-Marines and stuff, or ex-Special Forces, like, they're not normal. They're, you know, they're just more physically gifted, they're more masculine, more intense kind of guys. This guy is, like, just a whiny fucking bitch. And I haven't done a lot of digging into this guy. I don't know if he has, like, a Wikipedia page or something. But Times of Israel says he's an ex-US contractor. An American former contractor for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And they don't mention anything about him being a former Green Beret. And then Jerusalem Post, same thing. Oh wait, no, they do mention he's a Green Beret here. For some reason, that's not popping up. Like, I don't know, like, I guess you can be a gay weenie and get into the Green Berets if you can pass, but it's just, something's a little weird about it. I don't know if anything's gonna, like, you know, maybe it's just one of those things where he's the rare kind of exception where a gay weenie could pass Green Beret training. It's possible, but something already is a little fishy about this, and we'll talk about this more. Everything he says is extremely vague. And like every single one of his statements can be interpreted any number of ways.
That in all of the places I've been deployed to war until I was in Gaza at the hands of the IDF and U.S. contractors.
The gentleman you just heard from is not only an American, he's actually Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, who's a retired U.S. Green Beret, who actually decided to volunteer and sign up for the humanitarian aid distribution in Gaza. Now, as you can tell, he quit after experiencing what he referred to as the deliberate slaughter of desperate and hungry Palestinian civilians. In fact, here's more.
This is not a battlefield, though it might look like one. It's a food distribution point in Gaza.
So notice there's this food distribution point. You can see dirt kicking up here. So there's shots that are being fired into the dirt. And people are all, you know, lying down, not moving, so that, because, you know, they're afraid of getting shot. So you can't see anyone in this video footage actually getting shot and killed. So these are warning shots.
Bullets are kicking up the sand as men wait to get food. It's one of 4 sites run by the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, a joint Israeli-US scheme they say replaces the UN and keeps food away from Hamas. This video is of the foundation's armed American security guards opening fire.
So they showed footage of warning shots being fired, and they showed more footage of nothing. You just hear bullets. So no footage whatsoever of anybody getting shot.
It was filmed by a US soldier.
So I think somebody says hit one.
American security guards opening fire.
I think you hit one.
Yeah. Somebody said, I think you hit one. So there's no footage of anyone actually getting shot. The prior video, you just see warning shots getting fired. And this is really weird. There's no one around.
This video is of the foundation.
You don't see anybody around. And you have no idea what anyone's shooting at or what they're talking about. Are they engaging with Hamas members? Are they just doing target practice just to waste time? You don't see any civilians anywhere. It's just military contractors. So it's just an out of context video where you see nothing and just somebody saying, I think you hit one. Hit one what?
Nation's armed American security guards opening fire.
I think you hit one.
It was filmed by a US soldier who signed up for the operation in Gaza after he retired and left, he says, when he saw American colleagues and the IDF killing civilians.
So, where's the footage? right? Like, so they have footage of people shooting dirt, and then this is the guy who claims, oh, they're killing civilians, but there's no corroborating evidence whatsoever. And these are areas where civilians are congregating. They're going to have their cell phones, and you'd expect if something's happening there, even if nothing's happening, you'd expect some of these people to just be filming with their phones or something, you know, for vlogs or whatever, propaganda videos, who the fuck knows. Nothing corroborates this guy's story. Absolutely nothing. We're just taking this guy's testimony at face value. PP Hole donated $2. Honestly, couldn't stop laughing when he was running for the bus. He is not natty, by the way, and his arms are just ridiculously gifted. Well, yeah, he's obviously not natty.
Sent $10 million.
Well, that's Ashton Hall. Thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
The soldier is Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar, a Special Forces veteran of the U.S. Army's Green Beret.
Anthony Aguilar. What's the... Spanish surname Aguilar, meaning haunt of eagles. So he might have Spanish background?
Berets.
I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces shooting at the crowds of Palestinians.
I witnessed Israeli Defense Forces shooting at crowds of Palestinians. Now, you can take that to mean different things. What does it mean to shoot at someone? Does that mean you were trying to hit them? Does that mean you actually shot and hit and killed somebody? Does that mean you're just trying to wound somebody who may be a danger or something, and you're just trying to incapacitate them? Are you trying to get kill shots and you're aiming right for the chest or head? Does that mean you're firing warning shots that are near them? So when somebody uses this choice of words, that immediately sets off a red flag to me that this is a lying cunt. Because if you wanted to say, like, you know, they're shooting and killing civilians, like, I saw them massacre like 10 or 15 people, you would say, I saw the IDF shoot and kill 10 or 15 people at an aid station. Or if you wanted to say, they're doing very dangerous practices where they're shooting warning shots that are way too close to these civilians, and there's a risk of somebody getting hit, or there's a risk of ricochet, or you're just terrifying them for no reason, you just say that. He's saying, I saw the IDF shoot at civilians. He wants this to be interpreted in a certain way, and he knows if he says one thing, like if he makes the accusation, I saw the IDF shoot and kill 10 or 15 civilians for no reason, well, that could very well have legal consequences, right? You could get sued. If you're currently working for the U.S. military and you're lying like this, like, again, you could be imprisoned. Or if you're like again, I'm assuming there's some sort of political motivation here. If he was just saying, they're firing warning shots, but they're doing it in kind of a fucked up way. Well, he might not get the attention he wants, or it might not have the impact that, you know, the pro-Palestine fucktards want. Like, this is something that could maybe be dismissed and go under the radar and is not going to be reported because it's not really that bombastic of a story. Like, oh, they're complaining about warning shots. So if he wanted to say they're just shooting and killing, like, civilians at these aid stations, why would he say they're just shooting at? It's a vague choice of words, and it seems deliberate to me. Because if I saw somebody, you know, shoot and kill 10 or 15 civilians, something like that, I just say that.
I witnessed the Israeli Defense Forces firing a main gun tank round from the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site.
So again, weird choice of words. Like, especially in that order. I saw them shoot a live tank round at a group of civilians.
Oh, the irony. This nigger calls the IDF Nazis, meanwhile he wants to invade Israel and ethnically cleanse the region of Jews.
This guy is just an attention seeker. I know who that is. I don't care. One phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. That wouldn't stop the war. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put a sanctions package, and if that fails, invade Israel militarily. Oh my god. Yeah, well... hold out two hands, hope in one hand, shit in the other, see what fills up first. Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, retard. So, again, really weird statement. He never said Israel killed civilians. He never said an Israeli tank fired at civilians, blew them up, and killed them. He said they fired at a car and destroyed it. Weird. Like, why wouldn't you just say they killed a bunch of civilians that were driving in a car, and the tank fired on the car, and they killed the people inside the car? Why wouldn't you say that? Why would you say they fired at civilians and they destroyed a car? It's just really strange. So, yeah, this whiny bitch, like, beta attitude when the guy's claiming to be a Green Beret and then just using a very strange choice of words. And again, no corroborating evidence. None of his buddies or anybody he's working with is coming out and saying this, and there's no video footage corroborating any of this crap. And as far as we know, like, literally no corroborating evidence whatsoever. So there's no hospital reports from around the same area with, like, you know, other eyewitness reports confirming this. This is just him saying this.
From the Merkava tank into a crowd of people, destroying a car of civilians that were simply driving away from the site.
Now, that was a retired member of the United States military, a former Green Beret, an individual who isn't shielding the public from his identity. He is speaking openly, candidly, while revealing his identity in regard to what he saw firsthand in Gaza. So for anyone...
Hamas tries to sabotage the aid sites. Taking aid and reselling it has been a huge source of funding and power for them. Having expensive food, offers salaries, helps recruitment. Well, yeah. Again, this is just ridiculous, dude, that anybody's taking this crap seriously. It's a guy with very weird, vague statements with no corroborating evidence.
coming at people like me who go on Piers Morgan's show and essentially share the same information, who accuse people like me of being some sort of anti-Semite for doing so. You're gonna
You are, in fact, an anti-Semite.
call him an anti-Semite?
Yes, I would call him an anti-Semite.
Or is it just considered unacceptable to ever call out the war crimes that are being committed by the IDF and the Israeli government? Now, the United States says that.
Yeah, but who cares about the war crimes Hamas is committing? You know, like the October 7th massacre, them deliberately trying to get civilians killed, them attacking and killing aid workers, trying to steal aid supplies, resell them so that they can do more recruiting, the hostage taking. Who cares? None of that matters. Let the terrorists do whatever they want. Israel evil because, you know, they're Jews or some shit. Oh, here's this whiny bitch that we found who apparently was a Green Beret, who says he saw a tank blow up a car. All right.
They're going to do something about this, that they're going to do something about the fact that Palestinians are literally starving to death as we speak. We're going to
They're not starving to death.
get to that in just a moment, but first I want to go to Cenk.
Yeah, so look, it's unprecedented.
Palestinians and their suffering.
Mohammed and his mother Hidayah were filmed by one of the trusted Palestinian
What is going
freelancers. Mohammed and
the fuck is this?
Freelancers we work with in Gaza.
Oh yeah, here we go. So this is clearly an incest baby. You can see just from his face, notice his ear? Have you ever seen a kid whose ear is shaped like that and so down low on their face? This kid is an incest baby, and he's a fucked up mutant freak because his parents are cousins. So they're showing an incest. I don't know why it's loading so weird. So
we work with in Gaza, who are
is this just their video?
And their suffering.
Mohammed and his mother Hidayah.
I think this is just their video. They didn't bother.
Were filmed by one of the trusted Palestinian freelancers we work with in Gaza, who are themselves starving.
Whoa, that is lazy. Whoever they have editing their videos literally didn't check to see whether or not their upload was edited properly.
I was at the spaghetti site, and I saw them fire spaghetti at Gazan civilians and drown them in spaghetti. They got all inflated and bloated with spaghetti and died cause their stomachs exploded cause of all the spaghetti. This is spaghetti against humanity.
Yes, Israel is using spaghetti as a means of warfare. Thanks for the donation, retard.
You said you wish men could still physically abuse their partners over something like a mere disagreement. Jasmine divorcing you absolutely ruined you, holy crap.
I didn't say that, and I literally said it's probably a good thing that society has moved away from that because it just... There's more situations in which it's unacceptable versus acceptable, and you can probably resolve these issues without violence anyway. So I literally said the opposite. The only thing I said is there are certain things that people do that deserve physical punishment. And I said you just can't do that anymore, and it's probably best that society has moved away from that ever being acceptable. So you're lying about what I said. Thank you. You're an idiot. This is just what I come to expect. Anything I say, nobody understands it because they're stupid. So you can clearly tell this kid is a product of incest. Starvation doesn't cause your face to be deformed and make you have this weird round balloon head and makes your ears droop down to where it's at the bottom of your face and gives you this weird fucked up crooked nose and shit. So this kid isn't starving. This is a kid who is a product of incest. And you can look just by this woman's hands and arms Weird, she's not starving. In fact, it looks, just by this, she's probably overweight. So how is it that she's getting enough food, but her son isn't? It's because her son's getting plenty of food. He's just a fucked up incest baby.
Israel does not allow international journalists to enter the territory.
They're literally playing footage of a kid who's a product of incest and saying, "Oh, look, starvation." Like, you can see
we work with in Gaza, who are themselves
their video is so fucked. Just look at this woman's like hands and arms.
Israel does not allow international.
This is clearly not somebody who's starving. If someone's starving, like their hands end up looking very weathered. You'd see like through their shirt, their arms are very thin and skinny. So the person who's presumably the mother who's holding this child, again, funny, they're not starving, but their kid's starving. Are they stealing all their kids' food? Like, it's just so obvious. Like, bro, look at the kid's ears. Like, this is a fucked up incest baby.
Journalists to enter the territory.
So I've said it before, starving doesn't make your ears fucked up and deformed and be at the bottom of your face and shit. Like, it is so obviously an incest baby. And then, oh, look, incest baby, everyone's starving. Like, it's, oh my God, I can't get over this.
So we went to a spot overlooking Gaza, a vantage point in the frontline town of Sderot, where Hamas attacked and killed Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. Israelis come here to look at the war, only a few miles away. Since my last visit, vending machines have been installed if anyone needs refreshment. From here, it feels like looking out of one world into another, not distant, but remote and isolated.
Imagine the type of scum you have to be to take a photo like that in front of the devastation in Gaza as if you're at a tourist site and it's something cute and fun to do.
So notice how they deliberately choose the most uncharitable interpretation of this. So anybody going there isn't doing, you know, whatever journalism that they can do personally. They're not assuming that some people going there may be sympathetic to Palestinians, and they're just trying to witness, you know, some of the stuff that's going on, maybe post on social media and say, look at all the bombing, like, isn't this extreme? Maybe we should stop. They just assume, oh, look, Jews are evil. They're going there just to enjoy watching people get blown up and killed. And I mean, why wouldn't you put vending machines there? Like, if people are there and they're going to get thirsty and need something to drink, like, what does the vending machine have to do with anything? Like, so yeah, they're anti-Semites. Why would you have the most uncharitable interpretation of any of this? It's just ridiculous. Like, you would just assume, okay, people may be going there for different reasons. Maybe some people are there just for morbid curiosity. Maybe some people are there to gloat and say, haha, fuck the Palestinians. Maybe some people are just doing whatever journalism they personally can do because that's the only, you know, firsthand thing that they can actually see and photograph. But no, they just assume, oh, everyone who's a Jew who's going there to witness it, they're just evil. Oh, we're not anti-Semites. We don't hate Jews. We're just critical of Israel. That's it. Then why do you have the most uncharitable interpretation of fucking anything? You don't know anybody who's gone there. You don't know any of them personally. You haven't researched any of their fucking background. You just immediately assume because they're there, because they're Jewish, they're evil.
No, I'm going to jump in there. That's like taking a picture in front of a concentration camp for the Germans back then in the 1940s and going, this is where we're starving the Jews. Hey, it's a tourist spot. Hey, let's put it on Instagram.
Yeah, so like I said, they're just anti-Semites.
Stuff.
one of those children who is skin and bones. It's absolutely devastating. Now, one of the arguments that
Yeah, the kid is skin and bones because he's a product of incest. So again, show me a picture of their parents. I can guarantee you the kid's parents are either going to be normal weight or overweight. So please explain to me how it's possible for the kid's parents to be overweight, but the kid is starving. Are the parents deliberately starving their kids? That's the only other explanation. So it's either they're a product of incest and they have genetic disorder, or the parents are deliberately starving their kids, in which case, why would you have any sympathy for people who are starving their kids? Hopefully, Israel does blow them up. But, like, it's funny how they use the most obvious example possible of incest. You can see the kid is fucking deformed. Look at his ears. No kid has ears like this. He's clearly... And his head is weirdly shaped, too. It's like a fucking balloon head. So this is an incest baby.
By the United Nations for any food shortages, but the Israeli military never found proof that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance.
I don't know what they mean by proof of systemically... Who's saying this? So this is an author from the New York Times. How do you think they're recruiting? Like I mean, you can just use deductive reasoning. Israel does have video footage of Hamas stealing aid. They try to commandeer these aid trucks, and they even shot and killed one of these aid workers who was driving an aid truck who refused to give up the truck. And how do you think they're doing recruiting? They can't make money. So there's a whole blockade around Gaza. There's no businesses for them to embezzle right now. And like they're not able to collect taxes. The only way for them to make money is to steal food and aid and sell it, and then use that money to recruit people. So how are they getting their money for recruiting? You can just use your fucking brain cells. And now they're saying, oh, Israel's just making all this up. Why would Hamas steal aid trucks, right? Because Hamas are the good guys. They'd never do anything wrong. They just, killed over 1,000 innocent civilians, murdered women and children, and, killed a few dozen hostages. They're the good guys. Why would Hamas do anything like this?
Why are you ignoring the genocide? There is a tremendous amount of evidence. Adolf Gaines.
I think that might be an alien. More Gazans. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Lying Gains. Well, that fucking idiot soul child who always donates me money to spread Hamas propaganda. I don't know if they're a troll. But, there are people who are, like, saying, oh, the food situation is so bad. Oh, food insecurity. Like, look, if there was widespread famine and there were genuinely people who are severely malnourished and underweight, they wouldn't have to find incest babies, who have some fucked up genetic disorder to, lie about and spread propaganda and say, oh, look, this child is starving, when no, it's an incest, like, fucked up incest baby. So if they could find children that were actually starving, I'm sure they would. Like, it just makes logical sense. If you're gonna put out propaganda, ideally, you would put out propaganda that is actually true to some extent, or is like much more difficult to actually verify it's false, because then it's just more effective propaganda. So, there are in fact, like dead bodies of children. There are in fact, people who are trapped under rubble and, stuff like that. And they filmed and photographed that and put it out on the internet. There's no need for them to stage scenes and like get actors to pretend as though, they lost their arm when, they didn't, because like it's just it takes more effort to stage some of this stuff, and there's a risk that it could come out that this was all staged and fabricated. So the fact that you're not actually seeing any footage of any starving kids, and it's all children that have a genetic disorder because their parents are cousins, that's a pretty good fucking indication to me that, there may be some food insecurity issues where people might be eating every other day or something, but are people starving? Is there actual famine? No. Like, again, nobody can use their brains, and they don't want to. This is all intentional. They don't care. They're just doing the bare minimum to convince stupid people to support anti-Semitism.
Had systematically stolen aid from the United Nations, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to 2 senior Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter. The military officials who spoke to the New York Times said that the original UN aid operation, UNRWA by the way, was relatively reliable and less vulnerable to Hamas interference, because the United Nations managed its own supply chain and handled distribution directly inside Gaza. They say,
well, one, that's coming from UNRWA, and we know they're all liars. They're an anti-Semitic organization. Before all this started, they were handing out textbooks, I think both in Gaza and the West Bank, that stated the Holocaust never happened and the Jews made it up so that they can control the world. That's UNRWA, handing out anti-Semitic textbooks denying the Holocaust. So Israel has had a hostile relationship with UNRWA for a while because of reasons like this. They are literally responsible for promoting anti-Semitism within Gaza and the West Bank. UNRWA members also have been found to be Hamas members. They helped Hamas coordinate the October 7th attacks. So the idea that there's no corruption within UNRWA and none of these UNRWA workers are giving Hamas aid or are allowing them to commandeer any of these aid trucks, like, it's just ridiculous. UNRWA are a bunch of liars. I don't know why you'd take their word for it. They're an anti-Semitic org that have been helping Hamas and the Palestinian Authority for a while.
There was no evidence that Hamas regularly stole from the United Nations, which provided the largest chunk of the aid. Now, additionally,
it's kind of funny they say that. You can find videos like talking about this. If you go to any of these Hamas compounds, you'll see they have UNRWA rice bags that they're using as sandbags. So they get these bags of rice from UNRWA, they empty them, and then they fill them with sand, and then with these Hamas compounds, they have sandbags with the UNRWA label on it. Like, you could say, like, oh, well, Hamas just uses the garbage that people throw away, but, like, it's just very suspicious. And we know UNRWA members are Hamas operatives, and we know Hamas was commandeering these aid trucks. UNRWA lies constantly. They've been lying about all of this horseshit. They're also lying about Israel withholding aid. They never were doing that. Like, they just lie about everything. Retard donated $2. Let me see.
How many people would come out of that conversation thinking, wow, Destiny and Myron seem to agree on quite a bit?
And how many people would come out of my conversation thinking, sorry.
That's good. I don't get it. Just Talk, and it's Sherry. I'm not up to date enough to fully understand this joke. But I'm assuming this is Just Talk and it's Cherry? I don't know, Just Talk was so fat. Went to a fancy dinner in SF and everybody went to Harvard or Stanford and they're all Asian. Yeah. The future is gonna be very weird. Thanks for the donation, retard. Forgot my namification. Donate $2 if possible. Would you debate Pisco on his genocide takes? I'm watching the new Destiny Pisco vid and he openly agrees it's a genocide. You mean Destiny says it's a genocide or Pisco says it's a genocide? I'd debate him on it. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
There's some more evidence that falls in line with what these Israeli military officials are saying. An internal US government analysis came to a similar conclusion, Reuters reported on Friday. It found no evidence of systematic Hamas theft of US-funded humanitarian supplies, the report said. But
like, again, you can just put two and two together. They're clearly doing this. It's going to be the only way they can make money and recruit. So, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
But of course, that doesn't stop various government officials here in the United States and also in Israel, of course, claiming that Hamas is stealing the humanitarian aid, which is why they have no choice.
How are they going to make money?
But to starve Palestinians to death. It's a complete.
Where are the starvation deaths? Who are the people who are starving? You can't even show me one fucking photo or video of anybody who's starving. The only thing they can show us are incest babies. So, look, if people are starving, I'll believe it when I see it. Show me. But all they can show us are incest babies. If there were people genuinely starving, I am sure you would fucking find out about it because Hamas would love to share that with you. But they can't. All they can do is send photos and videos of incest babies.
Complete and utter joke. It is a lie. Now, with that out of the way, the Gaza Humanitarian Aid Foundation has in fact proven to be lethal for civilians. This was supposed to be the replacement for the UN organization known as UNRWA. Almost 1,100 people have been killed by gunfire on their way to get food handouts under the new system, in many cases by Israeli soldiers who opened fire on hungry crowds.
Forgot my namification, donate $2 Pisco. I think it would be possible since he's been talking and getting debate coaching with Avi and Isaac. Maybe. It is just so implausible. If we're just going by least likely to most likely, the weight of evidence is just less likely that it's a genocide. I don't know why you'd lean in favor of genocide. I could understand the argument of plausible, but the argument that it's more likely than not likely is just fucktarded. So I'd be willing to debate him on it, but I'm sure I'm just gonna hear bullshit about, you know, some civilian killings, you know, just weird dumb news stories, or the incest babies, or just like numbers on a chart, you know, kind of crap. Like, again, if people are starving, why aren't we seeing any fucking photos or videos of it? It's because it's just not happening. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. Almost 1,100 people have been killed by gunfire on their way to get food handouts. I'm not denying that there probably are civilians that are being shot and killed on their way to get food. Like, the question is whether or not, like, did the IDF just shoot people for no reason because they're Palestinian? Or is this related to this being an ongoing conflict and Hamas is intermingling with civilians? Or was this like some kind of genuine mistake where, you know, people were misidentified or something? Like, why are we just automatically taking the most uncharitable view and saying, oh, well, you know, Israeli soldiers are just willy-nilly shooting and killing Palestinians? Like, the idea that this is happening systemically, where Israeli soldiers are just shooting and killing Palestinians, you would have heard about it. There would have been some whistleblower coming forward saying, I serve in this unit, and this guy is shooting and killing innocent people. You would have heard about it by now. Look at all the shit that, you know, came out during the Vietnam War, during Iraq, Afghanistan. There's always, like, if there is somebody who's in a unit that is where, like, other members of their unit are doing this, there's always someone who comes forward and blows the whistle on it. Happens all the fucking time. Like, the fact that none of this information is getting out, that anyone is saying anything like this, like, it's just silly. It's like, you know, the 9/11 conspiracy theorists. Like, if there's so many people involved in this conspiracy, why isn't anybody ever blown the whistle?
Now, there has been so much backlash over this reality, not just by, you know, progressives in America, not just by members of the left, but even conservative voters are seeing what's happening on the ground. They're furious about it. And I think that Trump is now feeling some pressure to respond to it. And so for the first time, you're going to hear Trump essentially go against what Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, has been saying in regard to starving the Palestinians. Israel denies it. Trump says otherwise. So let's go to the next video where you're going to hear Trump address this to some extent.
We want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas or somebody. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries who are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to see. It's a very difficult situation.
Now, on Sunday, the IDF said that it would be implementing tactical pauses in fighting in some areas of Gaza in order to allow for the distribution of humanitarian aid. Trump also alleges that the United States will ensure that there will be additional distribution areas in order to get more food to the Palestinian people who have very much been intentionally starved. But during that same press conference, Trump also says that he knows there's real starvation because of television. He says, I don't know. I mean, based on television, those children look very hungry. Later, he also said that some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. And
Stalk Guy and Cherry hooked up recently and Cherry had a husband so they divorced about it. That's the context to that one post, but also Piska might not even accept a debate over Israel. He usually avoids foreign policy. I do know he's a big Ukraine guy.
So that old, like, Asian woman cheated on her husband with a very overweight young man, and her husband found out about it and got a divorce. That is shockingly pathetic. Yeah, so that's Just Talk. He literally doesn't have a chin. She has to be a fucking loser. Like, I know she's older and, like, but, I mean, really? That's the best you could do? Fucking weird. Alright. Well, thanks for the donation, retard.
he complained about not being thanked for allegedly sending aid to the Palestinian.
50.
Yeah, so here you go. Here's the Gazans getting aid, and they're all normal weight, and some of them are overweight. Like, look at this little chunky guy here. And there you go, kid. A big, fat, chunky kid carrying his bag of rice. So everybody you see at the, like, carrying aid, like, you could say this is survivor bias. So yeah, the people carrying aid might be more physically fit and at a healthy weight to be able to do this. But, like, if the only evidence you can provide that kids are starving is, like, literally a kid who's clearly an incest baby. Like we've already seen this play out. When there's actually dead bodies all over the place, you see it all over the internet because everyone's taking photos and videos. If there were actually people who are severely malnourished and underweight, you would see it all over the place because there'd be people taking videos and photos. But the fact that all they can show are incest babies, that should tell you what's actually going on. People are getting at least just enough food to avoid, you know, losing weight and starving, and this is all just, you know, propaganda getting pushed out.
Welcome, I'm Nicantros. If you've been following Some Ordinary Gamers or Mutahar's behavior the past year or so, you might have noticed that something is up. He quits Twitter suddenly, causing people to panic, and then rejoins Twitter quietly months later. He says he won't buy a Nintendo Switch 2, and then instantly buys one when it comes out. There was even that time he disavowed his longtime friend, Naxtaku, but then he took the video down and apologized. Apparently he overreacted to a video criticizing him for watching lowly hentai with Naxtaku, and not for anything else.
Yeah. Yeah, Mutahar said anybody who watches lowly hentai is a pedophile, and he was literally watching lowly hentai with the guy, and there's video of it.
Those videos? That's a video I'm still working on, and this video you're about to watch right now is a little appetizer I've cut out of its body of research, because it was getting too bloated, as it is. Anyway, despite saying he would quit drama, not only did Mutahar return to drama, he decided to join forces with Ethan Klein to go after Hassan Piker. It's an odd choice because Ethan doesn't exactly have the highest opinion of Mutahar.
Do you have the part where Mutahar runs outside with a gun?
I don't, but...
I'm like, dude, these people are insane. Boogie's not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mutahar goes, oh shit, is someone stealing my car? And he runs outside with a gun. And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, oh no, it's chill, just my...
He actually just walked into a corner of his room and wasn't visible on camera and cocked an airsoft pistol.
brother. Oh my God. This pseudo badass weird fucking shtick he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he needs to act like cool, and that he's so successful and rich. He tells Boogie, dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day, and YouTube's not even my...
I think Mutahar owns a Tim Hortons. Well, I don't even know if he owns it. It's a franchise. It's a franchise, but apparently he owns like a Tim Hortons store.
Job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I mean, that's pretty funny. But like, yes, it is. Shut up, bro. I'm uploading every day. Ugh, I really got turned off by Mutahar in that one, man. Really did.
So Mutahar is a poser, and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube. Those are pretty heavy accusations. But who has the time to watch through over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same end result with only a few hours of effort. I can just search all of his video transcripts at once for certain keywords and timeline the claims he's made.
I play video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm not working. I wake up, I scratch my balls, I do my job, and then I fucking play some video games. I wake up, scratch my balls, play some Mass Effect, make a video, and like do some of my stock work, and that's it. I wake up, I scratch my balls, and I play some...
I know where he lives. He doesn't have like a big crazy house or anything. I just out of respect for him, I won't even mention the city he lives in. He does live in a nice city. Like it's a good area, but it's not like a rich part of town. And I'm pretty sure his wife is the person who paid for his house. I can't verify that, but I'm pretty sure his wife actually paid for the house. So he does overstate how much money he has, and again, the like I think he said He owns like a stake in the Tim Hortons franchise. I don't think he actually bought the property that it's on. It's like franchise fees.
Mass Effect, okay? I wake up every day, I do my job, I scratch my balls, I play around with Linux, some video games, and that's my life, dude.
Before we get into it, isn't this stalking? Isn't this a violation of privacy? No, I am going by information Mutahar has made public through pieces of media he's voluntarily published on his YouTube channel, or public media appearances he has consented to. I'm also...
Soul Child donate $2. House all homeless.
People facing homelessness in Toronto, and each night 300 people will be turned away from the shelter system. A patient languishing in the hospital system costs $30,000 a month, but just a fraction at $4,000 a month in supportive housing. 90 Dunn Avenue is Canada's first social medicine housing initiative, though.
Here's the thing. I used to have the opinion that, yeah, you should just create cheap housing for the homeless. You can't create housing for all the homeless. At least, and I mean at least, half the homeless people that you find are homeless by choice. They want to live out on the street. They're never going to get a job. They're never going, it's just, people have very different values, and there's just a subsection of the population who do not want the 9-to-5 kind of life, you know, where they go to work, pay bills, and then chill out at home watching Netflix. They would rather just do whatever they want all day, hang out with their buddies, wander around, you know, be a vagrant, you know, stuff like that. They just find it more interesting, more freedom, you know, that sort of shit. And then the other half, or if not like less than half, they're mentally ill. So you've only got like a pretty small section of homeless people who are not homeless by choice and do not want to be homeless. That might be as little as like a few %. So being generous, maybe like you could house 10 to 20% of homeless. And these are people who are genuinely productive, who would get a job if they had an opportunity, and they would actually take advantage of these social programs. But when you're talking about people who are like schizophrenic or just, I'm sure there's mental health disorders that you literally cannot categorize, and they're just fucked. So like schizophrenic, fucked in the head, addicted to drugs, or people, and then like the rest are, they just don't want a home. They just will never work. They don't want that life. So are you going to be able to house them? Probably not. So, like, yeah, provide housing for the homeless who actually are not homeless by choice and are willing to work and shit. But the rest of the homeless, you're gonna have to come up with some completely different solution for it.
Include mental, primary care, and social services all on site. It'll be a new and permanent home for 51 people. To make a difference, it means realizing housing as a human right.
Did somebody say sexy fucking homeless bitches with tight smelly train pussy? Is that what you said?
She's not hot, not attractive. I don't know why people are like, oh my god, she's so cute. She's not.
I'm asked about scary moments I've had as a houseless traveler. I usually default to stories about creeps and freezing weather. Now, for a little while, I'll probably default to this tsunami warning from a few days ago. I was having a laid-back evening, charging the phones of my road dog and I while he waited at the beach with my dog. Then
So, like I mentioned, this person's homeless by choice, and she's just getting some extra cash on social media. So if she ever needs to sleep at a motel or food or something.
Suddenly, when I turned my phone back on, I was blasted with warnings of a tsunami coming very soon, and my road dog and actual dog were both in the most dangerous zone without any way to know. I was terrified. I rushed to the bus heading back to the beach with an hour and a half until the estimated arrival of potential death to the ones I love. It wasn't just those two either. I knew of the way around to the only officer told us.
Yeah, but she's not hot. Don't ever hook up with a homeless girl, even if you think they're cute. Don't ever do that. They're either crazy or just fucked up and stupid, and you don't want the smoke. Thanks for the donation in her homeless guts. How do you know where he lives? Oh, well, I just know people, you know, just connections, you know, Canadian YouTubers and some other American YouTubers who know him, you know.
So using information from a video that shows his LinkedIn page, which is something he seems to be cool with. He can do whatever he wants in his private life, but if he's claiming to be a doctor or an engineer to make his perspectives more valuable to an audience, validating the truthfulness of these claims about his life become a matter of public interest. If a history channel was receiving undisclosed funding from a foreign state, publishing that information would be in the public interest, even if that knowledge was gained through violations of privacy. Violating someone's privacy to humiliate them by exposing their porn browsing habits would not be in the public interest. But I haven't gone there, and I don't need to. I also completely disavow and denounce any kind of harassment or actual stalking behavior. Based on my findings, Mutaha has consistently claimed that YouTube isn't his job.
Hey, YouTube isn't my job. Thank God my job isn't YouTube. YouTube is not my job. YouTube is not.
YouTube is his job. It is. That's why he uploads all the day, every day, tries to get as many views as he can. That's his main source of income.
Not my job. YouTube is not my job. YouTube is not my job. YouTube.
So one thing, like, Mutahar is only smart enough for YouTube. He's stupid. He pretends to be smarter than he really is. Like, this is the guy who claims to be a Linux expert, and then he doesn't know how to install Linux. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, I lied. I had to poop again. Wasn't as big of a poop. It was kind of like a medium-style poop, but I pooped again.
YouTube is not my job. I use YouTube as a hobby. This is not a job for me, okay?
He works a regular 9 to 5.
Like, I work a regular job every day. I go to my office, I work, I come home, I cut together the video that I recorded the night, or 2 nights or whatever before, and I post that on the internet. It is a therapeutic, fun thing for me.
So what is that job? If you ask Mutah's fans, they think he's a cybersecurity expert, an IT professional, a video editor. Ethan said, day trader. There seems to be an awful lot of uncertainty about this definitely real job that Mutah has. Mutah's also insisted throughout his career that he's an engineer.
I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm only an engineer. Oh, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just an engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm just a fucking engineer. I'm a goddamn engineer. I'm a fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, being an engineer, I'm telling you as an engineer. I'm just a fucking engineer as an engineer. My engineer as an engineer. I'm just a fucking dumb fucking engineer. I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer as an engineer. I'm an engineer. As somebody that is an engineer. I'm saying I'm not one engineer as an engineer. As an engineer. I'm just an engineer. Being somebody that is an engineer. I'm an engineer.
But there's multiple
if you want to be an engineer, you need an engineering degree, which I don't think he has. Add some Susnon to your stack. How about no, because that's fucking stupid.
Types of engineers, so what kind of engineer is he?
I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
And I'm just like a computer.
And you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. There's no point in combining short and long esters. That's just stupid.
Engineer by default. Like, I'm a fucking computer engineer. I'm a fucking computer engineer. You want to talk about cyber warfare? I'm a computer engineer by trade. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. I'm a computer engineer. No, I'm a computer engineer, okay? I'm a fucking computer engineer.
Sengoku Donatello's women. Why don't men approach me? Also women. When an ugly guy likes me, that shit feels like sexual harassment. Yeah, gee, I wonder. Bro, she ugly as fuck. What in the hell? Like, yeah, like, I mean... Why are these ugly-ass women getting attention from dudes thinking they're hot? Well, thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
I'm a computer engineer.
In the United States, people throw around the word engineer like candy, but in Canada, it's a bit more protected, especially in Ontario where Mutah lives.
Dodo donated $2. Yeah, somebody already sent me that. Islam is strategically infiltrating the prison system, VG. Don't think that's strategic. I think they just end up in prison.
Allahu Akbar. Look at all the ops. All the ops. Allahu Akbar.
Well, hopefully I never end up in prison. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now, I do want to give the disclaimer that I'm not a lawyer or a Canadian. I'm just...
You hear about the new horror film that just came out yesterday? It's called Together with Dave Franco. Together, Dave Franco.
I love you. What's going on?
I don't know. Since the move, Tim and I haven't been on the same page.
Please, do you love each other?
Maybe we're just complacent.
Yeah, every fucking time things are just going fine in a relationship, that's when women will start giving you problems. Like, they'll start paying less attention to you, don't want to, like, hang out as much. It's like, oh, well, what's the problem? I'm just tired. And then they'll say, we're drifting apart. Like, well, I mean, you're not wanting to go out as much or do anything as much. Like, there's just nothing you can do, man. A lot of chicks are just fucking crazy.
I think about you day and night. It's only right.
complacency can sometimes simply be harmony. This could be the beginning
When you roll over, then you're on my hair.
of something wonderful.
Tim.
We spend our lives in search of the other half. If you think you found that, don't be so quick to let it go.
I think something's happening to us.
It looks interesting. I'll definitely give it a watch. Is it out on streaming yet?
Just a guy who looks stuff up online, and based on what I've read, it's actually illegal to call yourself an engineer if you are not a licensed engineer. The Ontario Engineering Regulatory Body, Professional Engineers Ontario, claims to take offense to even titles like software engineer being used instead of software developer.
Yeah, it's kind of like calling yourself a medical doctor. You can't call yourself an engineer without an engineering degree. Dodo Donatello's the SVG, it's strategic decision because they know they need violent thugs to be on their side if they want to make an Islamic caliphate or recruit for their overseas Islamic ambitions when recruiting prisoners is ideal. Also watch Sarah Payne video next with your pillow. Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But they do make an exception for terms like train engineer, broadcast engineer, or sound engineer, which are not professional engineers in the same way that a computer engineer or a civil engineer would be. Calling yourself a computer engineer to a public audience is like saying that you're a civil engineer or a mechanical engineer. You might as well call yourself a doctor or a therapist. For Mutahar to be a licensed computer engineer, for him to be able to legally call himself a computer engineer, or an engineer in general, he would need a 4-year degree, 4 years of training, and to pass the National Professional Practice Exam. If he had just a degree, then he could only call himself a computer engineer graduate. This is where things become a little bit difficult, because Mutahar is apparently not just a computer engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works. Speaking out of an engineer, like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak about Elon being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm gonna call him an idiot because he does do idiotic statements. This is why as a cybersecurity engineer,
a computer engineer is very much a real thing, but a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often work in software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer as just a job title. Mutahar clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years, and he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
But I'm an engineer. I know how this stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer, engineer, somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is, so what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, I think engineering is, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So he would have an engineering degree?
I went to university for computer sciences, and that's it. Education background, asking because a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I fucking went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science degree.
I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out a semester in because I was like, okay, no.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on school. You know what I mean? If you're going to learn to be if you're going to be an engineer, if you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, if you're going to be in the STEM field.
Yeah, this guy is a massive liar and pretends he's smarter than he really is. So he's lying about his educational background and shit.
You need to go to university, okay?
You need to go to university to be an engineer, but Mutahar is a dropout. He has no degree.
Are you a computer science major? Yeah, that's what I went to for college for a little bit, dropped out of it, I feel like there's a weird misconception. People think I'm some fucking crazy degree holder. It's like, no. No, I would have been way more in fucking university debt if I went down that fucking route.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased because, as an engineer, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, a good job. I'm not saying other degrees can't, but you gotta be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through.
Does your mom have a dildo? Does she clean it? How much would I have to pay for it? Asking for a friend. Can you ask her for me? Andrea Burgess, if you're watching, please answer. How much would one have to pay for Jasmine and Andrea makeout session?
I have no idea, and no. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer when I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest time.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
So, like, being a former engineer, like, I virtualize, like, everything, so I, like, contain shit. And
Even an ex-engineer.
the coolest ways possible. I'm like a fucking ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer, all right, before I went into this shit. I know this. I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went to the video editing route.
Mutahar started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing about this whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. You know, I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I mean, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and, you know, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate in the whole, you know, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity, penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube, and he didn't like doing it.
Before this, I was a depressed individual, and I was going to go through a certain set path in my career and just go through that and move on, right? And there was a point where I really didn't think there was much else. I was going to go through the motions and everything. And then, you know, to cut down on the stress, and I still have stress issues nowadays, but, you know, back then I had a crazy amount of depression and stress issues. And so to counteract that, I decided, you know, why not do YouTube? And so, you know, one night I went onto the Google Create account and did it. And
yeah, this guy's a pathetic fucktard who's not very smart and feels insecure about it, and he just did YouTube. It happened to take off, got lucky, and then he just lies about having an education, being an engineer, and all this shit. Like, I realized just how stupid Mutahar was when he made the video about PETA, and then he refused to debate me on veganism and shit. The guy's a fucking idiot.
You know, and then we started making videos. I told you guys, I'm a guy who used to code bank applications. Really boring shit. Now I'm a dude who cuts stuff together.
Yeah, sure.
All right, who edits stuff, you know, who does stuff for film, TV, all that stuff. And I can't stress to you all how important that is to me. And you all have inspired me to go out and chase that dream. You all inspire me to fucking sit in front of my computer and make a video when I have some off time, and I fucking love doing it.
Baby Mutahar liked to edit videos, and after starting YouTube, he switched careers from computer engineering to film and television, and this is where his actual education comes in.
I worked in film and TV before I still don't have a fancy fucking degree, okay? And there you go, I filmed it, all right? I used my film degree to something.
He calls it a film degree, but it's actually a 2-year broadcasting/videography diploma he got from Humber College between 2013 and 2015. If he went back to studying to get an actual engineering degree, he never mentioned anything about it. Not a single slip. Mutahar was never a real engineer, but he's been calling himself one for a decade because of tech jobs he supposedly had before 2013 or 2012.
Because I never tell people like what I do. Like I never tell people anything, right? Like I don't even tell people I'm not an engineer. I haven't been one for like years, like fucking for eons at this point, right? Like the internet time.
What he calls him being an engineer is something he did for only a little bit.
I can imagine like for families, like I mean just an Indian family alone, it's like, son, you've got 3 choices for what you're doing. All right, you got 3 character classes: doctor, engineer, or maybe a lawyer. All right, like that's it. So you know, I did one of them for a little bit, and then I just pretty much stuck to this life now.
Imagine if you worked as a mechanic in high school, and 10 years after quitting that job, you're still introducing yourself as a mechanical engineer. From 2015 to 2020, he claimed to primarily work as a video editor.
Because I'm a fucking editor in real life anyway, so ever since I became a video editor, and that was my job in life, I work as a video editor. You know, that's my job. By trade, what I do for a living is video editing. I wasn't always a fucking video editor. Am I a fucking passionate video editor? Do I like my job? Yes, I do. My job is video editing. I'm a video editor by trade. No, I'm a video editor. You know, that's how I pay for the strip club and the home.
And initially called himself a video engineer.
I'm a video engineer now. I think I know how this shit fucking works.
It's not a real engineering job, but he was still calling himself an engineer. In 2019, he conflated being a video engineer with being a computer engineer.
I'm a computer engineer, so I really computer video engineer, whatever you want to call it. I'm one of those people, so...
Again, totally different qualifications. One is an actual professional engineer, the other...
Yeah, CDG, stop. We're done.
Is a job title. In 2020, Mutahar claimed to be an exceptionally successful day trader.
Now, for those of you who don't know, one of my side hobbies turned basic, general second profession of mine is day trading, swing trading, whatever you want to call it. I like to sit in the mornings, sip my coffee, go on the NASDAQ, see what I can look pre-market, buy, sell, and be done by, 11 or something, and call it a day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's something that I've been doing for almost a year, give a couple months, and it's definitely a very, it's a fun part of my lifestyle. I'm a very mathy guy. I do a lot of calculations in my head. I lose money, but I generally...
You can't make any money day trading, so he's lying. Anybody who says, oh yeah, my day job is day trading. For one thing, if you actually want to make money day trading, it's not a day job. It's day, night, you're at a computer like 18 hours a day. It's nonstop. He'd have no time to do any of this YouTube shit, so he's full of crap. And secondly, nobody can make any money day trading. That's just horseshit.
have an 80-85% success rate, and that's just the nature of this stuff.
In 2021, he claimed his job was trading and investing.
My job right now, I just sit around and trade and invest. That's what my job is.
But he was still an engineer or a computer engineer. Apparently his dad calls him an engineer who knows computers.
I'm sitting in the room, it's like, when it comes to computers, do you talk about it with my son? Do you act like an intelligent person? Because my son's a fucking engineer, okay? If I'm wrong about computers, I'm gonna believe what my son says, because he's the fucking engineer. You're not a doctor. Like, fucking insane, dude.
But he also just sits at home and invests money.
I invest, that's my job now. I just sort of sit home and invest money.
Now, if I was ashamed of only being a YouTuber, that is the job.
Yeah. Dodo donated $2. The UK is becoming China, but with 100 times more crime. Changed my mind. Yeah, it sort of is. It is becoming far more totalitarian. And they're creating a very two-tiered society where you're either rich or you're poor. There's not really any in between. They're really, really eroding their middle class, even worse than the U.S. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. TCAP donated $2. Catching a Predator live. I don't care. I don't care about that stupid TikTok shit. Thanks for the donation, TCAP.
Please stop calling me insect baby. My name is Roger.
Okay, Roger. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Might be claiming to have. When asked by guests on his podcast about his computer work, he claimed it's only a hobby now.
I don't know how much you want to delve into this, but like you do. So do you do computer stuff on the side, or that's your main thing?
I literally just invest money. Like I buy property.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not taking steroid advice from you. If you're gonna inject 400 milligrams of testcipionate a week as your first stack, you're a fucking idiot. So I'm starting with 250. There's no reason to go above that. That's just dumb.
And I invest, and that's all I do now.
You're at that point now. You're that big of a baller.
I wouldn't say it's like baller. It's just like
Do you do programming? I don't know why that mean. 3 voice accent.
I do it it's more of a hobbyist thing now for me personally. I'm trying to like work around with consoles at this point, like reverse engineer shit that I have.
Oh, gotcha.
So that's what I'm into now. It's just like it all has become like a hobbyist thing for me at this point. Like just like for me, I look at it, it's like woodworking and shit. Like those woodworking channels. I'm like, this is just like me sitting down for 2 hours, like killing time and like working on a long form project, but not something that I would ever.
He does not reverse engineer consoles. Like, what a fucking turd.
Never care to ever be bothering doing again, even as a career path. It's just too stressful. It's like boring. Well, compared to anything that we do now, you know?
In 2023, he's...
The most I've dumbbell shoulder pressed was 100-pound dumbbells for sets of 5. I haven't really done them much, partly because I find the movement uncomfortable, and I tend to faint more often when doing dumbbell shoulder presses as opposed to standing overhead press with a barbell. So, like, just because it feels physically uncomfortable and I tend to faint more often, I just don't really do it.
He's calling himself an engineer a lot, just like before. But in March, he claims he just invests money again.
Were you into business before doing YouTube? No. After, like, I worked and then it's pretty much like my job. Like I worked and then now I have enough money to like, buy property and like invest, and that's pretty much what I do.
In August, he gave the impression he still worked as an engineer.
All right, as an engineer, if I show up to my office and I fuck up, okay, I don't have a job anymore.
But then he also mentions working at his own company that does asset management and property development.
At our company, like not YouTube, but outside YouTube, like when it comes to our main work property and everything, like our like asset management, property development, and stuff like that.
So before YouTube, Mutahar did the computer programming.
Yeah, notice how he's being very vague about this. I think he bought into a Tim Hortons franchise. Like, that's it. Asset property development. I'm pretty sure he just paid for a franchise location for Tim Hortons.
In cybersecurity work, he thinks entitles him to call himself an engineer. Between 2013 and 2015, he's studying his videography.
I don't even know if he still... I don't even know if he still pays for that Tim Hortons franchise. Like, they lost a ton of money and shit, so he probably doesn't anymore. They had to close down a bunch of locations and crap.
He's a video editor, and from 2021 onwards, he's a day trader, investor, and eventually the CEO of his own company that does asset management and property development. He's also calling himself an engineer the whole time. We already know he's not an actual engineer, but is he actually a business owner? Because there's some weird inconsistencies in the things he says about it as well.
As a boss, and I don't know, like, this is gonna sound like kind of cold, but I don't make jokes at the office. I don't make any fucking jokes at an office. I am not this kind of Mudahar, okay? So to explain what kind of person I am, like at the office, I'm just like, how's work? What are we doing? What's the plan for today? Like, literally, it's as matter of frank as I can be. I don't partake in jokes. I don't do any of that fucking shit. And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stop that shit right there. I always have to, like, you always have to be professional at your office. And sometimes you come across as, like, a deadpan motherfucker, but it's better to be deadpan than, you know, turn your office into, like, what I mean is, like, I never would have my office turn into, like, frat house workplace. Like, it would never be a frat house.
He would never allow his office to turn into a frat house, but 8 months later...
To be fair, like, there is a betting pool amongst, like, my office friends, because we do talk about, like, which gig streamer's dying first.
Yeah, and,
Isn't that pretty fratty? Isn't that a fucked up joke?
Yeah.
And if I see fucked up jokes, you know, which I haven't seen, I stop that shit right there.
Maybe he just sucks at maintaining a professional culture. Could it be possible that Mutahar has been faking having a job all along? Doing daily uploads while being a CEO 9 to 5 is a pretty busy schedule.
Yeah, he's just lying.
As Ethan said, when he was on the Unsubscribed podcast, Mutahar made sure to let everyone know he works 9 to 5 and that he's a very serious businessman.
Legitimately still have a 9 to 5.
Yeah, 9 to 5.
Dude, he works in hours and hours. That's what, like, this is why I respect it. How many subs do you have on YouTube?
I think like 3.4 or 5 million or something. I don't know. The exact
3.5, like 3.5 million. We'll say that. And you're still doing multiple 9 to 5s where you're running different businesses. You were talking about.
Yeah, I'm the CEO of our own company. Like, I'm the CEO of like our own group. We do a lot of like property and like asset investment around where we live. We're getting into construction and everything too. So it's like for us, like my job is a 9 to 5 every day.
You upload how many videos a week?
A day. Like I upload it every day.
Jesus, this is why exactly, and why I always.
He really loves bathing in that praise, but it's not enough. He needs to flex more.
Well, that's like the algorithm tell, right? Like when you're like an engineer, and somebody's like, "Man, why is the algorithm keep feeding me?" I'm like, "Bro, what's the last 10 things you watched? Gay porn? It's probably gonna give you the 11 videos." I'm just saying.
Driving there, we were talking about cybersecurity because that's what you went to school for. You're like, homeboy's very smart. You do actually.
He never went to school for that.
Business, and then YouTube is a
YouTube is always like the secondary side gig.
Then he brags about his charitable donations, and we see behind the curtain how uninformed Mutahar actually is.
Like for me, it's like the receipts. If I could tabulate them up every year, you know, like like during COVID, I probably gave away $200,000 of charity, and it was like out of my personal accounts. I don't write any of this off for taxes because I don't believe in writing off charity for tax. I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Writing off charitable donations is a shitty thing to do. How? Why? All that means is that the money you donated is tax exempt. It means you can donate more money to charity, as Brandon Herrera says.
It's a pretty shitty thing to do. Well, for me, it's like
the more money you can write off, the more money you can keep from the government and spend it better, you know, putting it toward more charity.
The money that
How can you be the CEO of a company, a serious businessman who knows his shit, but you don't understand basic accounting?
You want to talk about social battery? Like 7 is when I get up. I got to be in meetings every fucking day. My work day doesn't end until like 4 p.m. That's when I get like a chance to open up the Premiere Pro project file for.
He's lying. It's such a blatant lie. You can look at his upload schedule. There's no fucking chance.
The video, and I get to work on that, and then I get to upload that a day later. Like, I don't believe in days off. Like, I literally can't believe in a day off. Like, I'm always like jittery because I'm like, I want to do work. Like, I really do like enjoy doing work. Like, any day that I don't feel like I do my job, fucking cry about it. I'm like, this fucking sucks.
He works till 4 p.m. every day and cannot take a day off. However, he seemed pretty happy to take a day off to watch a video game commercial from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. on a Thursday.
I love to read comment sections in videos. That is probably the best part of doing YouTube content creation, is reading the comment sections of what a video has to offer. You know, as a content creator, the coolest thing is like when you see like 1,000 comments on a video, because I'm somebody that likes lurking internet forums and just reading internet discourse, right? Especially when it comes to topics I enjoy. So when you read 1,000 comments, you're like, all right, shit, let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
This guy has a wife. He's a CEO.
Yeah. Spends all day reading internet comments, but I'm so busy, I'm networking and managing employees.
So, he works 9 to 5 and he uploads daily. How do you have the time to read YouTube comments from random people? Check this out.
You should be an upstanding, good citizen, okay? I wake up, I do my job, I come home.
Many of the instances where Mutahar says YouTube isn't his job are from videos where he rants about how unstable YouTube is as a job because of their never-ending policy changes. These things supposedly don't impact him. He does YouTube to relax, but he's always obviously upset in these videos. He consistently paints himself as a hard worker.
It sounds like you worked really hard in high school. You're talking about taking night classes, doing community service, like side jobs on the side, like.
Yeah, no, it's blurred. I'll help you understand.
He has this insane work ethic, but he's also curious about how Destiny can get so many things done.
I noticed that you do like a lot of canvassing, like you actually go out of your way, you launch your own like podcast with like other people, the bridges, and it's like, what is next really? Like, how do you kind of manage all that too? That's the other big thing that I kind of wanted to come into, because it's like, it really feels like you're a one-man show, but you're doing like a lot of shit and you're managing it pretty well.
Destiny's too lazy to cook for himself.
Yeah. The guy who works 9 to 5 has all these side hustles and is confused that somebody can do what Destiny does, sure.
He's not the workaholic with an excessively tight schedule he can never pull back. If Mutahar's stories about himself are true, he should not be impressed by Destiny at all. Mutahar also often claims that he's an immigrant and equates that to him being poor or his family being poor. He will say his father had to go through medical school twice, not recognizing the privilege of being able to go through it even once. You don't need to come up with all these hardships you've been through. Everyone can already see your life is a struggle. You're not white, and you still can't say the N-word. He's got this other laugh about not buying anything expensive.
Very rarely am I trying to pay full price for any of this computer crap. You don't need to, all right? I don't overspend my money on crazy computer chairs. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some SteelSeries headsets, keyboards, and a Logitech mouse.
That is absolute bullshit. Okay, as somebody whose job it is to sit down in a chair for several hours, I know how important a good fucking chair is. There's no way you're going to be able to do that day in, day out, be uncomfortable, like, have, like, an achy back, sore neck and shit, with, like, a shitty chair that's going to break down, and, oh, it's just whatever I got at Costco, sat in it for 2 seconds, yeah, it's fine. This guy's a joke.
Which I think is really awesome. If anything, I overspend on my monitor.
He's so frugal, but he also owns a luxury diving watch worth almost 10 grand. If you have an easy life because you were born to a rich family, just enjoy it. If you're rich, just enjoy being rich. Improve your production value. Get some acoustic treatment. Get some monitor arms. Show your audience that if you work hard and succeed in life, you can have nice things. Why not? So, was Ethan Klein right all along?
I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. But like, yes it is, shut up, bro.
I'm not going to claim that Mutahar has absolutely no jobs beyond YouTube, even though the things he says about his business are very vague and inconsistent. However, he has definitely been lying about being an engineer for a decade, benefiting from the prestige, the authority, and the credibility that comes with that label. You don't call yourself an engineer dozens of times without specifying you're talking about programming jobs you did 10 years ago. He's clearly mostly just a self-taught tech enthusiast, not an engineer. He's seen as a cybersecurity expert, or
he's not even a tech enthusiast. This guy, like, started to notice that all the real tech dorks are obsessed with Linux. And then he started making videos on Linux, and then he installed it improperly and didn't know how to use it. He has no interest in any of this shit. He has an interest in making people think he has an interest in it because he thinks it makes him sound smart.
Or as a cybersecurity engineer, as he called himself.
This is why as a cybersecurity engineer...
But when he assisted Nuxtaku in tracking down the V-Shoujo swatter, he fell for a basic social engineering trick, where the swatter, who was a minor, pretended to be one of Nux's fans who knew the swatter in real life, and fed them a bunch of bogus information.
I appreciate the random fan who was in that Discord server that actually contacted me and reached out to me about this stuff. Oh my god, you guys are legends, honestly.
V-Shoujo's cybersecurity expert knew this was bullshit. The cybersecurity engineer did not. Mutahar doesn't do drama content anymore because it's all needless negativity, and YouTube isn't his job. However, he still weighed in on the pirate software drama after videos about it began going mega viral. What insight is Mutahar, the computer engineer who knows all of this shit, going to weigh in with?
No, right now as a video editor, I do more engineering now, so back-end programming for effects work. I'm working on a new codec for video right now for H.265, so we can actually transmit better video quality at higher resolutions. I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on. So I've been designing an AI toolset that basically you can inject, hopefully, into like video tools, and this is gonna be like video games or whatever, right? So it's like, let's say that Microsoft backwards compatibility, right? So I had this tool idea. This is kind of what I got going in my head. So I had this idea, and I hope to one day sell it to Microsoft, right? So what I
Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
do is, since I have a really good video background, right? I've been designing neural stuff around it. So what I want to do one day is, you know how Microsoft has backwards compatibility, right? So would it be real?
What? I'm gonna inject a neural AI video with H.265 codec, and I'm gonna sell it to Microsoft, and you could like put it in a video game. Oh my god. How did anybody take this guy seriously?
Really fun if I could design a way that Microsoft could take the textures in their video games, right? So they could take the textures mapped in their video games and find a way to AI upgrade them. So like basically use a fucking photo AI, like basically use an artificial intelligence that can scan across, you know, all these textures and just fucking upscale them to like 4K, 8K, whatever they want to go to, and make games look better without needing, you know, developers to make it better, right? That could be an idea for me.
Oh my god, this guy's an idiot. Why don't I take D-ball? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Why would I take D-ball?
It sounds simple on paper. Obviously, it's very, very, very fucking time-consuming to make it even as effective as you want.
He knows how to program video encoders. He knows graphics APIs and AI tools in 2019. What does he know in 2025? What can he add?
One of the code bases that we're looking at over here is this falling particle. Now, there's a lot of numbers that are being dropped in here, and one of the things that you'll tend to see in Pirate Software's code is magic number abuse.
Nothing unique, nothing new, nothing that Coding Jesus didn't say in his video, which Mutahar keeps mentioning.
There's nothing wrong with having shit code, right? There's nothing wrong with being bad at it. I'm not a fucking great coder either. I'm actually doing something which I want to sell to Microsoft at some point later on, but I'm also not claiming.
Right, I'm not a great coder, but I'm inventing a totally new technology that I'm going to sell to Microsoft. Okay, right.
Be this crazy fucking guru hacker expert in the world.
Yeah, for the past 10 years you've been claiming to be an engineer, a computer science engineer.
So he literally just copied Coding Jesus' video.
A cybersecurity engineer. You fuck with code.
Dude, I'm a fucking computer engineer.
I'm a YouTuber. Why are you asking me?
You do programming as a hobby, but when it comes to showing your knowledge, you only know the basics. Now you're here judging someone for inflating their credentials. At least Pirate Software's lies didn't break the law. At least he actually worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
Again, when you have an ego, you gotta be able to match it with the skill. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like that skill is all the way there. Unless that skill is making a whole lot of spaghetti code. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it, I'm out.
Man, what a great way to end a video. Let's check out some of those comments. We love reading the comments from regular commenters like Mr. Obvious. I wonder what he's into.
Mr. Obvious says, my feel win, I might as well be all for. And then we see some lolly here, featuring some underage characters. Here's 2 more drawings of underage characters posted by Mr. Obvious. Kinda strange, isn't it? Mr. Obvious says, boys, heart emoji. And then underneath that, we can see a photo of an underage girl who is pulling anal beads out of her anus using her feet. That's quite the talent.
Oh.
Let me line up and get ready, boys. Let me read that shit all day.
So, that was my appetizer for my upcoming video. Given his inconsistent stories, Mutahar is either lying about his job and business, or he tells really pathetic made-up stories about them to sound more interesting. Once again, I am not a lawyer. It might not be illegal for Mutahar to lie about being an engineer, but by any reasonable definition, he is a total fraud. He has no computer engineering degree, or even a computer science degree, but he still presents himself as an engineer, a computer engineer, or a computer science engineer. He is not trained in this field, and he is not employed at these roles. He is a self-taught hobbyist, a dilettante, not an engineer. Despite admitting that he hasn't been an engineer in years, not that he ever was, he continues to introduce himself as one, letting his audience's imagination run wild and conclude him to be far more qualified than he actually is. It does not matter that he seldom admits to being a former engineer or that he hasn't been an engineer in years. The bigger picture that he's painting to his audience is that he is a licensed, actively practicing engineer, which, based on his own statements, isn't true and cannot be true.
Max is the thinnest skinned bitch that I've ever seen when it comes to taking actual criticism on the platform. There is a way back from the mistakes that he's made. It just involves being a man and taking actual criticism to account and realizing that, yes, your entire career was a lie. Maybe it's time to turn that around, but he doesn't really want to be doing that. He wants a win when he can't even carve one out.
Mutahar has been telling this lie for 10 years. This lie is almost too old for his friend Naxtaku to masturbate to.
Oh god, oh no, Mousy, do you recognize these numbers?
What do the numbers mean, Mousy? What do they mean?
What do they mean?
Click on it! Tell us!
I've never even pondered the thought that we could have lolly and guro and bondage all in one thing. That's amazing.
Oh my god.
On the topic of recklessly allowing the audience's imagination to run wild, what do you think about this clip?
Oh, what? Bro.
I don't even know what that was.
That's some kid just sent you a video of them shitting and then shooting a dog with a Nerf gun.
It's a funny coincidence that the last time I reminded Mutahar about his own country's laws, it was about him watching cartoon child porn with Naxtaku, not realizing that in Canada, it fits under the legal definition of child porn.
Wait.
This guy is such an idiot.
In those videos?
He tried to ignore it for months, but then Hassan Piker drew attention to my video. Mutahar panicked, and he threw Naxtaku under the bus while obfuscating his own culpability. The hit piece didn't land, so they settled everything in private and still lie about what happened. Why did Mutahar make a 40-minute hit piece where he condemned someone over and over again? No reason. It was just a goof. And oopsie, he's not hiding anything. There was nothing incredibly immoral and disgusting that he was aware of and tolerated for years. Something he would condemn any other person for. But in this case, he swept it all away. They also were not the only ones who knew about it and stayed quiet. The truth will soon be revealed. Remember to subscribe to see it when it drops. Next time, things are going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm definitely subscribing to this guy's channel. I like how he's taking down Mutahar.
One more thing.
At least where I live, in the
I don't want to like dox myself through this.
As just a public service announcement, you shouldn't make it a habit of mentioning how far a certain location is from your house.
I actually called up a EB Games near my place, probably like minutes away.
Because of caption searches, every instance you've done it over the years can be found in seconds, giving potentially dangerous people the ability to triangulate the location of your house. Muta has fortunately only done it literally once, right after moving into his current house.
Now, of course, just to add further context, this house is like minutes away from the...
Now, I'm sure Muta has lying about the travel time estimate here, but just don't say anything like this. It sets a really bad example to other creators. You also shouldn't show a picture of yourself somewhere and forget to censor all the names of the stores, even when they are at an angle. I am not an IT guy, but I know how to do this.
Oh, you have to pay for that, young man. I'm a fucking computer engineer. I don't care.
Most obvious signs of undiagnosed ADHD I've ever seen. You claimed you don't have it, but I have reason to believe that wasn't something confirmed by a doctor. Yeah, he could be, he could have ADHD. I think he's probably just a dickhead. That was a good video. Yeah, Mutahar's a fraud. I can't stand the guy.
Okay, Gaza, surrender. No surrender. No surrender.
What? What? Oh my god, a kid just gives him a little hammer? What in the hell was that? Oh my god, they got a fat guy to be Hulk.
悲鳴が聞こえた。スパイダー感覚に感知あり。南西3キロ。暴君流、おやり。スパイダーストリング。昼の谷間の暗闇にキラリと光る光の目。安らぎ捨ててすべてを捨てて悪を追って空かけるミサイル発射。
You know, I think the Japanese just make everything fucking better. This is great. Oh yeah, there's this mech. Why does he have a leopard mech? Spider-Man has a leopard mech. What? How did they think this was a good idea? What the fuck?
Shut up! Stop! Who are you? I am the Spider Girl. I'm here to save you.
What the fuck did I just watch? This one is really weird. Turkish Captain America. I wonder if they tried to pass this off as an American movie?
Örümcek.
Spider-Man's the bad guy?
fuck? Who are you? They called you back. Fuck you.
Oh my god, this is so bad.
Please note, our flight has been hijacked. Please bear with us. Thank you.
एक विशेष सूचना, इंडियन एयरलाइंस की फ्लाइट नंबर 119 हाईजैक हो गई है।
What the fuck?
साथ देंगे।
Is that Las Vegas? Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh, why even try? That is so adorable. Yeah, I guess we can watch this
in
thing.
this battle
Dota
is
wants
just
me to
taking
watch.
anybody, young boys, old people, whoever they can put into that army, they're putting into it. If the Russians had run one more battle against the Japanese supply lines would have collapsed. If Japan had demanded more at those peace talks, Nicholas II would have gone back to war, and he would have slaughtered them because he had all these crack troops that are just sitting there, and the Japanese literally don't have the men. Little Japan defeats the greatest land power of Asia, China. Incredible. This effect on China was far more devastating than the Opium Wars. The Chinese like to talk about these as being rebellions or uprisings. Give me a break. They're civil wars. So I'm going to talk to you today about one of the two great generations in modern Japanese history, and they are the Meiji generation, named after the Meiji emperor here. And that generation transformed Japan into the first and the only non-Western modern power in that period. And the second great generation of modern Japanese is, of course, the post-war generation that transformed their country into a global powerhouse. And I'm going to ask a question, or try to both ask and answer it, is what caused the reversal of the balance of power in Asia in the period that I'm going to talk to you about it? And it's a really consequential question about why these tectonic changes take place in the international system. Because historically, China had always been the dominant civilization in Asia from time immemorial. And then upstart Japan winds up doing things, or China winds up doing things, and it reverses and has profound effects. And it's a very relevant question in our own day when there's an ongoing reversal of the reversal, when China's on the comeback and threatening to put Japan back in its box. So it's really interesting to ask, why, how do these things happen? So that's the background of what I'm talking about. But if you think about China back in the day, before Japan trounced China in the first Sino-Japanese War, Chinese believed that there's only one civilization, theirs, naturally. And they believed that, of course, it's the best, because there's only one. That makes it easier to be the best. But in addition, if you think about all levels of human endeavor, Chinese institutions were imitated throughout the East. It's the richest country on the planet for many, many years. Incredible achievements in science, philosophy, you name it. And also there was another assumption that people didn't make a U-turn on the path to civilization. It's always forward towards Chinese civilization. Well, Japan, by westernizing, is taking a U-turn on the road to civilization. It's dumping Chinese civilization. And so already we got at least two civilizations out there. And then when it trounces China in a war, it suggests to the Chinese that they can't be better than the Japanese at the military things, at least. And this effect on China was far more devastating than the Opium Wars. The Chinese could write those off, the losses there. A bunch of crazy Europeans, they're irrelevant to us. But when Japan did this, it basically detonated the Confucian underpinnings of Chinese civilization. And the Chinese have been trying to find a suitable replacement ever since. For a while, they thought it was communism. Maybe they still do. So I'm going to ask a question. Why did the Asian balance of power change? And now, spoiler alert, I'm going to give the answer. And I'm going to say clever decisions in Tokyo. But I'm going to use a particular framework to answer this that I've found really useful, and I learned it from teaching at the Naval War College, where students are required to have a counter-argument in papers. And this is what I learned from doing this. So I'm going to have an argument, which is a thesis, and then I'll have some data supporting it. But then I'm not going to quit there. I'm going to find the second best argument, the counter argument, the absolutely best alternate explanation, but not one that I think is the best one. I'm going to give you the best one. That's my thesis. And I'm going to go into that. And it's incredibly valuable, particularly in our own fraught political times where we need to hear each other out. You need to hear out the counter argument of what the other side is saying. And then what you'll often find out in a counter argument is that there are actually some very valid points in it. And it leads you to think, oh, well, maybe I need to adjust my own argument. So changing your mind's a good idea if the data comes in. Also, it gets you away from monocausal explanations where you come up with one cause, you think that's it, time to quit. And if you're thinking about the counter argument, you might get other causes as well. Also, if you're going to do something like on a job and you have to recommend a course of action, your thesis, you would better anticipate what the counter argument's going to be. And then the third part of this is the rebuttal, because you better come into that meeting your boss with the rebuttal in your back pocket so that you can deal with people who are saying you're wrong. And the rebuttal cannot be a repetition of the original argument, because you know what? That's annoying. Don't do that. Really annoying. The most effective ones are coming at the problem from a completely different direction.
Do you accept that there was a genocide against the Native Americans by the British and Spanish? Well, yeah, obviously. That's undeniable.
Either argument or counter argument that then shores up your argument. And my other direction is I've got a Sino-Japanese problem and I'm going to come around with a Russia angle. So this is my game plan of what I'm planning to do and the analytical reasons for doing it. Okay, so I have a thesis, which I'm going to give to you when in emails and written work and lectures like this one. You really help people if you explain exactly what you're up to and you do it succinctly at the very beginning. So here it is. The Japanese leaders westernized their institutions. They integrated multiple instruments of national power into a coherent strategy. And then in the Russo-Japanese War, they quit that one exactly at the culminating point of victory for maximum gains. And together, these three things overturned the balance of power in their favor. That's my thesis. Short, sweet. You got it. Whether you agree with it or not, we will get there. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the first point. First points. You should start with a topic sentence. I'm going to start one. Why am I doing this? These are all signposts to orient you to my argument so that you can absorb it. And also, if you don't like it, you can see very clearly the parts that you don't like, and we can get into a fun conversation. So my topic sentence for the westernization part is Japanese leaders concluded that in order to parry the threat of the Industrial Revolution of all these imperial powers coming at them, was they needed to westernize their institutions in order to protect their national interest. That this was step one. So that's my topic sentence. Okay, so what's going on? The Industrial Revolution started in England, or Britain more generally, in the late 18th century. It spreads to the continent after the Napoleonic Wars died down at the beginning of the 19th century. By the mid-19th century, it had reached Asia. And it's profoundly disruptive to traditional societies whose traditional security paradigms no longer work when they're facing the weaponry of the industrialized age coming at them. And what the Industrial Revolution does, and why it's so revolutionary, is it produces compounded economic growth. Traditional societies are pretty stable. But when you do compounding economic growth, the difference in power and wealth becomes stark between those who do and those who don't. And it's also based not only on technological changes, right, whether you've got all these fancy armaments and railways and telegraphs, but it's also based on institutions. What are institutions? They're how we organize each other. So when you think of institutions, you think of the buildings where people are, but that's not it. It's the people in there who are working on a shared project together, whatever, a shared area of activity. And this is one of the hallmarks of Western civilization. This is what the Romans figured out, of institutions and laws, that this is a way of really harnessing people, and it's profoundly powerful. So I'll go into all of that. So Japan's looking at the world with this incoming Industrial Revolution, or the powers that have benefited from it, and it's watching its neighbor China being defeated twice in war, and they're horrified, not just appalled. And so they're looking at it and going, you know what, maybe we'll be next. And they're right. The United States does unto Japan what Britain and France did unto China. What's that? The treaty port system. What it meant is that trade in Japan and China would take place in designated treaty ports, that the West would set tariffs on this trade, and that Western citizens in China or Japan would, in these treaty ports, would not be subjected to Chinese or Japanese law, but home country law. And when Chinese and Japanese citizens were in Europe and the United States, they most certainly were not dealing with home country law. They were dealing with US or Western law. So it was not reciprocal in any way. In addition, each one of these treaties had a most favored nation clause in it, which said the one who's negotiating this treaty, the most favored one, whatever they negotiate will be given to everybody else. So it meant whatever one could negotiate accrued to them all. It meant that China lost sovereignty, and Japan lost their sovereignty when these treaties go in. And so the Japanese, unlike China, which fights war after war with these Westerners trying to defeat them militarily and it's unsuccessful, the Japanese say, whoa, 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 whoa. We're going to assess what the nature of the problem is. And they sent fact-finding mission after fact-finding mission to Europe primarily, but also the United States. This is just the most famous one, the Iwakura mission, which is off to the west in the United States as well in 1871. And they're studying not only Western military institutions, but a whole array of political, economic, legal, social, educational, the works, to understand the basis for Western power and the problem that is hitting them. And they arrive in Europe at a really interesting time. It's when Otto von Bismarck is just finishing up the Third War of the unification of the Germanic states. And the Japanese think, ooh, this might be quite a model for us. Why? Because Prussia transformed itself over a succession of 3 wars from the weakest of the 5 great European powers to second only to Great Britain. And it did so in part by unifying the Germanic states into modern Germany. And the Japanese are thinking, wow, this might be relevant to us because we're divided up into all these feudal domains that we have just tried to glue together. And what are the lessons to be learned here? And as they're thinking about this and watching what Bismarck is up to, they come upon thinking about institutions and technology. And modernization, I'm going to use the words in the following sense. Modernization means adopting the most state-of-the-art technology, whatever it is, not just military technology, but all manner of technology. And westernization, the way I'm going to use it, means adopting westernized institutions. And I don't mean just military institutions, I mean everything, from whether you westernize your educational institutions or political, whatever it is. And the question is, can you have one without the other? Can you modernize and have all the fancy gadgets and things without having the westernized institutions that the
Curious Tony Tiller's another Mutahar exposed video, like saying he filmed a documentary on suicide forest in Japan. Skip to 417.
Today's video is brought to you by my...
Most coherent speaker at the best of times, but there is at least one genuine issue with his career in editing and film that I noticed. You may not have known that Mutahar has a very strong connection to Japan. In August of 2015, he let everyone know that he lived there at some point.
For those of you who don't know, I used to actually primarily work and operate in Japan. And man, when I lived over there, Japan's a really interesting place, alright?
He's also visited many times for work. Mutahar has made some videos where he talks about real spooky experiences he's had. One of those being when he heard footsteps in Japan. In that video, he also talks about his work there. He explains he went to make a documentary on Aokigahara Forest.
I go to Japan. I have work in Japan annually that I do. If you guys don't know what I do for a living, it's video editing and whatnot, and I work on production work. Now, in Japan, there is a forest called Aokigahara Forest. Now, I'm on there doing a shoot. It's sort of like a documentary-esque look into Aokigahara Forest.
He tells us that he had to trek through that forest, and that he came across clothing which he picked up.
So, as we're trekking through the forest, I come across clothing. Now, the guy who's coming with us, who basically shows us the forest and navigates us through it, tells me that it's fresh. Incredibly sad sight to bear. And I picked it up and I held it for a little bit and I, soaked it all in.
It might be tempting to assume because he's telling a ghost story that this is completely made up. But it's not a fantastical story, it's his IRL ghost stories. And all that happened was he heard some footsteps and got scared. It is presented as truth. And he actually talks about his visit again 3 years later in 2018, when he condemns Jake Paul for his Aokigahara video. And he says something interesting.
Me personally, I have a little bit of history to this, and the reason I'm making this video is because I've been to the same forest, Aokigahara Forest in Japan. It is a very ethereal place, a place where a lot of people die.
And what does he say he did there?
Me visiting there at one point in my life, it is a very interesting place. I never had the entire intention to film it, never did.
He never intended to film there, and he never did film there. When you were there, as you told us before, to film a documentary-esque video on the forest.
But I've never seen any dead body, never seen it, but then again, I never really ventured too far into it. I got to see it firsthand.
He just lies constantly about fucking everything. Yeah, he's a fucking scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
And
you never ventured too far in to the forest you said 3 years ago you trekked through with a small crew. To be fair, he is consistent about never seeing a dead body, which he said before he, would have buried.
Thankfully, the good part about the story is we never came across that body. And it's also sad in a way too, because if I did, I'd definitely give it a fucking burial and whatnot, dude, to honor the dead and shit.
Nevertheless, at least one of these stories must be a lie. I would suggest there's a hint about which one in this bizarre phrasing.
I never had the entire intention to film it, never did.
Never had the entire intention to film it? And the fact that telling people about how you messed around with the clothing of people who recently killed themselves wouldn't be a good look in a video condemning Jake Paul for his lack of respect. Engineer or not, he certainly told at least one lie about his film career. Anyway, enough of that for now. Let's get back to the claims of being an engineer. While these days he simply peppers his questionable qualification into any coverage he can, a decade ago he was much naughtier, in a way that seems to have never been addressed. Many people don't care if some guy on YouTube is saying he's an engineer, even if he really can't rightfully use that title. But he's done something a bit more than that, a bit more specific. Let's read through an old Some Ordinary Gamer's Facebook post. Out of the hundreds of videos I have made, I personally felt really proud of this one due to the methods of filming it and the finesse I put into making this one. I put finesse in everything, but this video speaks to me personally as an engineer. Let's get a taste of this masterpiece.
Power this thing on, and you come across a set of flashing lights over here, and you got
beautiful audio engineering, sophisticated framing. Before my whole YouTube channel,
So this guy is a loser, dumb shit film student. I know the type. So when I finished high school, I was thinking of going to university to get a degree in nutrition. But I turned vegan right at the end of high school, and it kind of changed my thoughts on how useful schooling would be. So I ended up getting an interest in photography. And, you know, my mom had some money saved for university, and she just gave me the money so that I could buy a camera, start, like, you know, photography and make my own business and shit. It ended up turning into YouTube and not just, like, photography. But she wanted me to go to school, you know, for photography, and I thought that was stupid because I could just learn everything on my own. And I ended up making friends with people on Facebook who are going to college for photography. They suck. Even after going through 2 years of schooling, they didn't know how to use their fucking camera. Like, they didn't know how to do shit. They were just terrible. So the types of people who would bother paying to learn how to use a camera when you could learn that for free online, they are like, they're just lazy. These are people who don't have any like real technical interest in what they're doing. And those are the types of people that you see in large part going to like film school. And that's Mutahar. A guy who went to film school because he's like a lazy fucking ADHD pothead or something. Didn't learn anything in film school, and then like you can see that in his videos. Like he just uses some shitty webcam and not great audio and, you know, all this crap. This guy is just a complete fraud.
The societies that created these things had. And if you think about it, this dichotomy is still with us. There are a lot of fighters in the Middle East and North Africa who are more than happy to use state-of-the-art technology. But the last thing they want is westernized institutions. And the Japanese, when they posed this question back in the day, asking whether you can have one without the other, they decided the answer was no. They didn't particularly like Western culture, but they believed that in order to have to not only use and import state-of-the-art technology, but become an independent producer of it, you've got to do some degree of westernization. So they got home, they set themselves a policy objective, which is to protect Japanese national security and sovereignty in an age of accelerating imperialism. And they come up with a two-phase grand strategy to do this. It's going to be start with a domestic phase of westernization, westernize their institutions, and then they're going to, when they're done with that,
If there was a genocide against the natives, then wouldn't the US and Canada be stolen land? Is this land grabbing justified since there was no international laws back then? I wouldn't really define it as stolen land because natives didn't have any unified culture. So, like, you had isolated tribes that for the most part were actually fighting each other. So, like, are a group of people who don't get along, who are fighting with each other, who don't have any national identity or concept of a nation, who are largely nomadic, can you say that you stole their land? Not really. They don't have a nation. So if they don't have a nation, you can't really call it stolen land. There certainly was a genocide that took place, but as far as stealing land, no. Like it's like how if you're gonna consider it stolen land, like okay, did you steal the land from like the insects that were living on your house? Like, are we stealing land from squirrels and birds? Like it just if you're gonna use that standard, it's just really fucking weird and strange. Is this land grabbing justified since there was no international laws back then? Well, genociding people to run them out, that's hard to justify. As far as whether or not it's better or worse that the Europeans, arrived in North America, I would say it's better. People complain about the genocide, but Native Americans were committing tribal genocide against each other for the longest time. It's one of the most violent periods in human history. So, would you rather have indigenous tribes people killing each other for which could be indefinitely, or would you rather have Europeans come bring civilization?
They're going to have a foreign policy phase, which is going to be about starting an empire. Why do that? Because they look at all the powers of their day and think, what's a great power look like in those days? Well, it has an empire. So they go, well, we're going to have an empire. All right. This is the domestic phase. These are known as the Meiji reforms in honor of the emperor who reigned in this period.
No, I don't watch Diary of a CEO.
It's between 1869 and 1890. It's a whole generation. And if you look at them, they only 2 of them pertain to the military. There's the draft and then creating the general staff. And then if you look at the 2 that started all, they started at the top of the social pyramid with the feudal domains. That's the power brokers of Japan, and they're getting rid of all of those. And then they go right to the bottom of the social pyramid, which is children, and deciding that they need to have compulsory elementary education because they don't believe you can have a modern country, a strong country, without a literate population. But if you look at the rest of these things, you're getting a Bank of Japan, you're going to be having something running your currency and other things. You've got a cabinet, a higher education, you're going to have a professional civil service, constitution, a parliament. You're going to have a court system that looks like a Western court system with laws that look an awful lot like Western laws. As a result of doing all of this, the Westerners had no excuse left for having a treaty port system because this mirrors what's going on in the West. So Britain, which is the precedent setter in these things, the superpower of its day, it renegotiates its treaties with Japan on the basis of juridical equality. And the other powers follow suit and do it. This happens in Japan a half century before China gets rid of its unequal treaties. All right, so domestic phase is over the moment Japan signs that treaty with Britain. The foreign policy phase has to do with Japan believes it needs an empire, and its neighborhood is a mess. China is imploding for various reasons, which I will get to, and Korea is even worse. And China, because it's having a massive civil wars throughout China, can no longer fulfill its suzerain role to stabilize Korea. And the Korean royal house is busy mailing package bombs to each other. I kid you not, they're blowing each other up. What Japan is terribly concerned about is that Russia might try to fill this power vacuum. Why would Japan think that? Well, it's the Trans-Siberian Railway. That Russia decides in 1891 it's going to build a Trans-Siberian Railway. To exactly what? There is no Russian population out there. And Japan understands exactly what it is. It's a bid for empire in Asia. Because once Russia completes this thing, it's going to overturn the Asian balance of power because Russia is going to be able to deploy troops where nobody else can. Therefore,
no, don't have any debates coming up.
Treaty revision happens on the 16th of July, 1894. That's when it's signed on the dotted line with Britain. 9 days later, Japan fires the opening shots of the First Sino-Japanese War. And the Japanese fight 3 wars of Russian containment. I'm going to talk about the 2 that went well for them today. The third one's a whole other topic. The first one's the First Sino-Japanese War, when little Japan defeats the greatest land power of Asia, China. Incredible. The second one, which I'll get to a decade later, is the Russo-Japanese War, when the Japanese defeat, sorry, spoiler alert, Russia, the greatest land empire of Europe. Amazing that they can do this. And the third one does not go nearly as well. That would be the Second Sino-Japanese War from 1931 to 1945 that morphs into World War II that ruins the Japanese, but it's a different topic. First Sino-Japanese War, to let you know what happened in it. It's comprised of 2 pairs of key battles. There are other battles as well, but this is a good way to understand it. The first battle is at Pyongyang. The Japanese defeat the Chinese army, which takes off and retreats all the way over the border river, which is the Yalu, back into Chinese territory. So Japan has actually achieved its war objective, which was to remove Korea from the Chinese sphere of influence. Battle number 1, they've already done it. And the second battle occurs within the week, the same week, in mid-September 1894. It's the Battle of the Yalu, where the Japanese Navy trounces the Chinese Navy, which, believe it or not, in this day, both countries had state-of-the-art navies. And Japan trounces it and gets command of the sea. That's terribly important for Japan. For Japan to reach the theater here, it's got to cross the sea. If there's a hostile navy out and about, it can sink troop transport supplies and other things. So it's very important to get rid of hostile navy. Well, the reason it gets command of the sea is because the Chinese decide they're never going to engage with the Japanese Navy ever again, and they duck into port. and the Japanese are going to solve that problem for them. There are a second pair of battles which are fought over the winter of 1894-95. China only has one naval refitting station where you can actually fix large ships. That's at Port Arthur, and they will take it by land the same way they're going to take it in the Russo-Japanese War. The Chinese fleet, what's left of it, flees to Weihai, hang out in port. Japan lands an army on the Shandong Peninsula there, and also it blockades with its navy, and then the army turns the landward guns on the ships and port, and they sink them all, and that is the end of that war. Okay. Here's what Japan got out of this war. And what I got is a very simple framework: domestic, regional, international. This is a way to help you remember what I'm going to tell you. Three-part frameworks are helpful for getting information to other people. Domestically, this victory in this war validated a very controversial westernization program. All those major reforms, which sound so great in retrospect, actually the Japanese population didn't like them. Who wants their kids being sent to elementary school if they were working on the farm before? And who wants this westernized curriculum? Who likes Westerners anyway? And people are wearing all this Western clothing and stuff. It's crazy land. Why would anyone like that? Once Japan wins this war and trounces China, a lot of Japanese have second thoughts about this. They're quite proud of their achievements, and it vastly increases the prestige of the military, particularly the army. And this is going to have bad follow-on effects for civil-military relations because it's going to increase military power over civil power, but it takes a while to play out. Regionally, Japan's replacing China as the dominant power, and Japan's getting the beginnings of its empires, Taiwan and the Pescadores. Internationally, Japan becomes a recognized great power. And what's my proof? It would be the 1902 Anglo-Japanese alliance, which is Britain's only long-term alliance between the Napoleonic Wars and World War I, alliance with Japan. However, this war gets the eye of Mordor turned on to them because Russia is going, whoa, rising power in Asia, potential two-front war problem for us with Europe in the West and whatever the Japanese think they're doing, and that triggers a Russo-Japanese arms race, and Russia, the eye of Mordor, turns from Europe to Asia, and that's going to be problematic. So now my transition sentence, I've done part number one. Not only did Japan westernize its institutions in order to overturn the balance of power, but it also mastered grand strategy and integrated multiple instruments of national power. And here we go on that one. Marshal Yamagata, who was the writer of war plans for the very successful Sino-Japanese War, he predicted another war within the decade, and the Russo-Japanese War came right on time. And in the meantime, Japan prepared for war, and it integrated such instruments of national power as diplomacy, intelligence, military, economics. I'm going to go through each in turn, starting with diplomacy. Here you have Sun Tzu, who's China's big guru, art of war, who's talking about it's really important to disrupt alliances. In modern terminology, that would be isolating the adversary, that might be a good thing to do. And that's the purpose of the Anglo-Japanese alliance. How does that work? What it says, its terms say that if more than one European power comes to Asia to fight Japan, that means Russia plus one European buddy, then Britain is going to weigh in on Japan's side. So Britain is the number one power in Europe. So why would you ever want to help Russia out? Because it won't go well with you if Britain is on Japan's side. This alliance goes into effect from 1902 to 1907. It's a 5-year event, opening a window of opportunity for Japan to sort out its empire in Asia. But the Trans-Siberian Railway, when it gets completed, is going to threaten to close that window. And here's why. The Trans-Siberian Railway in those days, it's not north of the Amur, it's actually straight through Manchuria, this Chinese Eastern Railway. It's Russia's bid for empire of trying to control Manchuria. And it was unfinished. It hadn't been double tracked, so that means you're always having to push trains off so other trains can pass them in the other direction. It's missing its Lake Baikal link. Don't think Lake, think Switzerland. Lake Baikal is about the size of Switzerland. And the Boxer Rebellion, the Al-Qaeda of their day, and I'll get to them, had destroyed much of the track, really upsetting the Russians. As a result of all of this, at the beginning of the Russo-Japanese War, which begins in 1904, the carrying capacity of that railway was only 20 to 40,000 men per month to the front. By the end of the war, the last battle, it's 100,000 men per month. If those numbers had been available at the beginning of the war, Japan would have faced numerically superior Russians from start to finish and would have been in a world of hurt. So Japan has got a window of opportunity that it's worrying about sorting things out. In addition, Japan engages in a really big military buildup. It gets a really big indemnity from the first Sino-Japanese War, and it spends it, and that spending is finished in around 1901, meaning it's about ready to go to war. At the time the war breaks out, Russian naval assets in Asia were about 3/4 those of Japan, but Russia was scheduled to surpass Japan's naval assets by about 1905. Again, you can see this window of opportunity threatening to shut. So if you look at it, Japan's window of opportunity of getting its empire, if that's what it thinks it wants, you've got to have treaty vision in place. You've got to isolate Russians, make sure that there's going to be no other power interfering in these things. You got to have your rearmament program. But look, this window is very short. It's going to close in 1905-ish. And when you think of windows of opportunities, what they mean is whatever it is you plan to do has to be completed before it slams shut. If you're on the wrong side of the window, which is what happens to Japan in the Second Sino-Japanese War, you're in a world of hurt. In addition, what it means is actually time is on the side of your adversary. It is a sign of weakness, not strength. The Japanese are looking at the Russians who are procrastinating. The Japanese are telling them, hey, we will trade recognition of your dominance of Manchuria if you'll recognize our dominance in Korea. The Russians didn't want to do anything. They're procrastinating and trying to go beyond this window. And the Japanese are thinking, we got to sort it out before that happens. So another element of national power are psychological psyops, as the U.S. military likes to call them, psychological operations. And the Japanese were engaged in a really wide array of them, both at the front in Russia and across the Russian Empire. At the front, the Japanese were secreting in all kinds of postcards for the Russian recruits there, showing the great life as a POW in rather posh Japanese accommodations, as opposed to the really bad life of getting disabled or killed in the front. Meanwhile, Russia was the only, I think there are only 3 European countries, including Russia, that lacked a legislature in this period. I think Montenegro was one of them, and maybe the Ottoman Empire might be the other one. Japan had a legislature. The Russian population sick of it. The war wasn't going well, and they start hitting the streets in the Russian Revolution, and Japan wants to advertise that to the troops. You want things to be stirred up in Russia so that Russia has to pull troops back into European Russia. So they're doing all of that. And then this gentleman, he was a colonel back in the day, Colonel Akashi, but he's a general by the time this picture is taken of him. He's working in the Japanese legation in Stockholm, and he's busy cutting checks to Finnish and Polish revolutionaries who are part of the Russian Empire and want out, trying to stir things up there to have Russia have to be forced to pull the troops out of Asia. And then the Japanese have this gentleman in there employed a lot of other people. Yuan Shikai, he is key in overthrowing the Qing dynasty. He becomes China's first president. But back in the day, he's running reconnaissance missions for the Japanese, telling them what the Russians are up to. And then, and when little detachments of Russian troops try to go out and about, these people are harassing them, which doesn't help Russian morale. Also, the Japanese are being really good about purchases from Manchurians. They aren't just taking things from people, they're actually paying. So they're triggering an economic boom in Manchuria, which means locals like them. And then the Japanese also figure out how to tap into Russian fleet communications so they know where the Russian fleet is most convenient. So this is the information element of national power. And then there's economics. 2/5 of this war for the Japanese side is paid for with loans. So if they don't get the loans, they can't wage the war. In fact, one of the reasons Russia has to call it quits at the end of the war is when it tries to raise a final loan, it failed. No one will pay for it. But the Japanese loans depend on battlefield success, as do interest rates. So if you are successful in the field, the interest rates go down. So Japan is doing quite well with all of this. So if you sum it all up, you can go, the Japanese use diplomacy to isolate their adversary with this UK alliance. They use all these psychological operations to promote revolution and desertions. They're using the military instrument to fund their rearmament, and then they've got the economics going with all of these loans. The U.S. military is really partial to a Reagan-era acronym of DIME, right? You can see here the D is for diplomacy, I is for information, M is for military, E is economics. Sounds like a bad, I don't know, cheerleading routine. It's inadequate. It may be a place to start. It's cute and all that stuff, but cute does not mean complete. Think about it. One of the most important factors in this war, bar none, certainly for Russia, is railways. I don't see an R in there or anything. So by all means, this is better than only looking at military factors, but it's incomplete.
YouTube Shorts have been a really great tool for us for bringing new viewers to our main interviews. For example, if a guest is talking about a historical event, we'll take a snippet of the conversation and then just use the real archival footage to bring it to life. But when they dive into hypothetical situations, that can be hard to visualize. For example, I recently interviewed Stephen Kotkin about Joseph Stalin and
So I've talked about Japan's westernization, and I've talked about its mastery of grand strategy, and now here's my third reason of how they overturn the balance of power. And it has to do with pegging the culminating point of victory in the Russo-Japanese War. And now for a commercial break, I'm going to give you some terminology, which are culminating point of attack, culminating point of victory. They're different. Culminating point of attack is an operational term. If you do not reach your culminating point of attack, it means you could have gone further. And it applies, the culminating point of attack applies to a single battle or a set of battles, which would be called a campaign. So if you don't go far enough in your battle, you could have taken more territory, whatever it was you were after. If you go too far, so imagine you're going deep into whatever territory it is, your lines are ever more extended, your enemy's lines are probably being shortened, your supply problems are getting worse, theirs might be getting better. If you go way too far, your enemy will launch a counterattack that will send you much further backwards than if you've been a little more cautious about how far you went. So that's an operational term. The strategic term is culminating point of victory, and it concerns the objective for which the war was fought. Japan's fighting this war in order to protect its sovereignty. They become a great power to do that. If you don't go far enough and if you don't reach your culminating point, you could have gotten greater winnings. If you go too far, typically what will happen is you will trigger a third-party intervention. And what may have been feasible before that third party joined the party may no longer be. So this is the point of the terminology. Oh, commercial break is over, and let's get going on the Russo-Japanese War. Here's a nice map of it. So it starts out with a Japanese surprise attack on Port Arthur, Lushun, modern name, I'm using a traditional name. It's on the Liaodong Peninsula. This is the main Russian base. The Japanese have to get those ships in base and sink them even better because their supply lines are in danger if that navy's out and about. Simultaneously, they land an army in Korea that's going to go northwest into Manchuria. And if you look at the railway line, it goes Port Arthur all the way to Harbin up there. That's the east-west junction of the Trans-Siberian Railway. In those days, that's the Chinese Eastern Railway. And I've only listed a couple of the major battles, but basically, it's going up the railway system from Port Arthur upward. And you got the Liaoyang and Mukden. And Japan has got only 4 armies until the very end of the war when it gets a 5th. And one army, as long as Port Arthur has ships in it, it has to be stuck there besieging it. And Japan's theory of victory in this thing is to have an annihilating battle. That's what Bismarck had done to the French in the Battle of Sedan. And so the Japanese really need to get that army out of Port Arthur so that it can concentrate on these other battles. What happens is Russia keeps losing the battles, but it has an orderly retreat moving ever further northward, extending Japanese lines. So that's an overview of how the war goes, so you can orient the rest of the conversation here. If you look at the invasion routes that Japan uses in the First Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, they're remarkably similar because guess what? The geography hasn't changed. And so if you want to send an army in to desired locations, it may well have to take similar routes. And the British, the French, the Americans, Japanese had studied very carefully the First Sino-Japanese War. But apparently the Russians didn't waste their time on it because here's what's up. If the Russians had studied it carefully, they would have known the Yalu River is lethal to send an army across that if there's an army waiting for it on the other side. The Russians also would have realized that this Feng Shui Pass and the Motian Pass, Motian means literally scratch the skies, that if you're prepared there, you're going to ruin an army coming through. Of course, the Russians aren't prepared there. And then they also would have known that the Liaodong Peninsula, it has a very narrow neck. If you cut the narrow neck, which is right where Dalny is, a big commercial port, you're going to get that port, which is connected to the railway, and you're going to be able to supply your armies going right up north. In addition, it means you're probably going to get Port Arthur, the big naval base, as well, because it's basically been turned into an island, and you'll probably get that. So the Russians should have figured out that but they didn't. The Japanese literally blast through these locations, and here's the key to reducing the fleet in Port Arthur. Since the Russians wouldn't sortie, they're just sticking in harbor. So the Japanese have to figure out a way to do it. Here's how it works. They have to get a bunch of these 11-inch howitzers in place. Japan didn't own many of these. They're really heavy. It's really hard to transport them with horses and things. They've got to put them behind the hills in Port Arthur. And then they've got to take the high point, which it takes a while to figure out that they need to do this. It's 203-meter hill. You put a spotter on 203-meter hill. This thing starts firing shots, and the spotter starts radioing in how you have to adjust the line of fire in order to hit the ships in harbor. So that's what's going on here. Here you can see the narrow neck there above Dalny. You can see it's a big port. We put a lot of ships, but not a very protected port. The star is where Port Arthur is, and that is a protected port where you want to put naval vessels. And you can see it takes the Japanese 2 months to work their way down the Liaodong Peninsula to get themselves in position to blow away the ships in port. Meanwhile, Japanese armies are having a hard time while this is going on. It could be argued that maybe they even reached their culminating point of attack in the Battle of Liaoyang. Who knows? Liaoyang takes place less than halfway through the war. It's in early September 1904. And Japanese munitions, numbers of officers, numbers of horses, it all goes critical. They don't have enough. They get away with it. They win the battle, but they don't. The Russians have an organized retreat northward. And at the Battle of Shahe, which happens next in October, the Japanese supply system almost collapses, but they get away with it. And so bad things are going on at land. Japan doesn't have an infinite supply of soldiers. So you can also look, they don't have an infinite supply of artillery howitzers and things. Here are their gun emplacements. Notice the green ones are army guns emplacements around Port Arthur. That makes sense. What's all the purple? They have so few guns, they're pulling them off ships in order to reduce Port Arthur. And all these things they really need up in Manchuria. They need Nogi, General Nogi, who's running all of this, his army up in Manchuria. And there you can see the circle is where 203-meter hill is, that they need to take that as well. All right, so General Nogi, who is commanding the Third Army, which is in charge of the siege, he is really desperate to reduce the fortress as soon as possible. And he runs 4 different really costly infantry assaults on a fortress where you're killing lots of Japanese young men. And he does them. The first 2 occur right prior to major battles, Liaoyang and Shahe, respectively, because he wants to win those battles, win Port Arthur, so then he can take his guns and troops to fight at Liaoyang and Shahe. Well, it's not to be because he loses both of them. The assaults are insufficient. And it's only after the second one that he realizes the importance of 203-meter hill. The problem is Nogi gets 45,000 Japanese soldiers killed doing this. 45,000 soldiers in that day is an entire army. And I've already pointed out that Japan only had 4 armies until the very end of the war when it tries to cobble together a 5th one. Here's what 203-meter hill looks like from down below. Here's what it looks like from up top, the kind of view you get. When there was a truce in early December 1904, and there was some talking between Japanese and Russian officers said, "You will never capture 203-meter hill," to which the Japanese officer replied, "We will purchase it in blood." And they did. And their gamble paid off because all these ships, you'll notice they're listing, it's because they ain't sailing anywhere. The 203-meter hill, they take it the end of November, and within the week, they are now sinking all of these battleships, and they're gone within a few days. And the Russians give up at Port Arthur, and the Third Army is up and heading into Manchuria, where it'll be there for the Battle of Mukden, which is a huge battle. It's got, 500,000 troops? But even so, Russia can muster 125,000 more troops than Japan can. Japan, in this battle, is just taking anybody, young boys, old people, whoever they can put into that army, they're putting into it. And you could argue that they're...
Yo. What's good, man? Draw me with a cross getting shoved up my ass by Jesus, say HHH. And I'm getting deep-throated by a vegan runner, with a dick so big, it bursted my throat open and the tip of the dick is sticking out my esophagus.
All right, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy. Smart people donate to Hillary, so if if Palestine is in the wrong, why are the smart people states supporting Palestine? California, yeah, buddy. It's a bit of a stretch to call California a smart people state. Washington, Massachusetts, etc. It's because there's a bunch of communists there. It's only communists that hate America that are supporting Palestine. Those are smart people states. They work smart people jobs, unlike farmers in North Dakota. They work tech. They are smart. Yeah, being good at math doesn't mean you have good critical thinking skills. Thanks for the donation, smart people. All right, there's the drawing request you made of Jesus shoving a cross up your butt and vegan runner putting his massive dick in your mouth and his dick bursting through your throat. Thanks for the donation, Chef Poppy. Smart people donate to others. Who is smarter? Give me a second.
Had a date with a girl and she cancelled 20 minutes before. Shit is annoying, man.
Yeah. They have no respect for your free time and shit, and as soon as they feel anxious, they just quit. You know. That's what they do. That's online dating, dude. Thanks for the donation, Fad Fudge. So who's smarter, the tech job people who know how to write code because they are smart guys, or the southerner who didn't allow inflation to get out of control and still love their families? and live with dignity and still have mom and pop shops. Depends on how you look at it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well beyond their culminating point of attack, but for incompetent Russian strategy. If the Russians had run one more battle against the Japanese, the Japanese supply lines would have collapsed, and it's unclear how far down the Liaodong Peninsula they would have had to retreat. So,
I've been vegan for almost 5 years now, and I'm already at the point where I just hate 99% of humanity. Lazy, selfish, entitled, apathetic assholes. I just want to live away from everyone so I don't have to interact with carnest bloodmouths ever again.
Yeah, that's the fucking dream, dude. I already hated everybody before I went vegan, and going vegan only let me understand why. So yeah, everybody is just a fucking dipshit. And it's better to just avoid people. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
this is when Japan's war termination plan goes into effect. The Japanese realized from the very beginning that they had a high-risk, high-reward strategy. And in contrast to World War II, they had a really carefully prepared exit strategy. So when Prime Minister Ito Hirobumi is convening the cabinet and they're going to make the decision to fire the first shots in this war, he is already lining up a Harvard grad, here, Viscount Kaneko, who was an acquaintance of President Theodore Roosevelt of the United States, then president. And what they want is to have Viscount Kaneko work on getting Roosevelt ready to do mediation at the end of this war. And the
Son Goku Donatello sent you this before, but just a reminder, he's 100% right on how the female brain works. Let me see.
Because at the end of the day, their perception of the world is based on their feelings. They don't see facts. They see good, bad, fair, unfair, what should and what shouldn't be. You tell a woman 2 + 2 is 4 and she don't like you or 4, you just became a bigot, a homophobic, transphobic. You hate your mom. They don't argue to understand. They want you to know how they feel and they want you to validate how they feel.
Yeah, like, that's the thing that you really have to understand. Women feel a certain way about things, and they don't actually want a genuine understanding of anything. They just feel a certain way, and they need the way they feel validated. Like, that's why there's that old saying, you can never win an argument with a woman. It's because they don't care about they don't care about how you feel. They don't care about the facts about a situation. It's all about how they feel, and if they don't get the validation for how they feel, you'll never win the argument, because there's no winning. They don't care about anything else. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Smart people donate to Larry's opinion on the Confederacy. They're retarded. Also, why are these tech workers so fidgety and scared of life? Because they're retarded. My cousin I hadn't seen in 10 years is super duper scared to talk to people, but has a tech job now. He ended up blocking me for no reason. Party slut husband future. Okay. Well, thanks for the donation, smart people.
The peace treaty is going to be held in, negotiations are going to be held in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, negotiated by another Harvard alumnus, Baron Komura, who's going to do all of that. Meanwhile, Ito sends his son-in-law, who's a Diet member, but also a graduate of Cambridge University, off to Britain to keep the Anglo-Japanese alliance solid. So the Japanese are very aware that you got to have a way out of this thing. So it's in the Battle of Mukden that Field Marshal Yamagata decides it's time to call the American card at this moment. He said, look, the enemy's never going to request peace unless we've invaded Moscow or St. Petersburg, something he knows to be impossible. And he doesn't assess me. He said, look, the enemy still has powerful forces in its home country. We have already exhausted ours. Second, while the enemy still does not run out of officers, we have lost a great number since the opening of the war and cannot easily replace them. At this moment, the Russian army was 3
No, didn't have a girlfriend in school.
times the size of the Japanese army. And that army in theater was increasingly comprised of crack soldiers, not the kind of colonial kind of soldiers they'd started out with. And so here's the Field Marshal Yamagata, who in the first Sino-Japanese war, because the government in Tokyo was afraid he was going to march on Beijing and do regime change, they pulled him out of theater and gave him a sinecure to make sure he didn't do that. This time, he's a wiser man. He goes, we must now be prudent. And here are other members of this brilliant Meiji generation. The chief of staff of the Manchurian army said, look, if you start a fire, you got to put it out. And here is the Field Marshal Oyama, who is the commander of Manchurian forces. But before he sets out to take command, he tells the Navy minister, I will care for fighting Manchuria, but I'm counting you as the man to tell me when to quit. So the Navy's going to be the fire department, apparently. to tell you what the Navy was up to, they took Elliott Island to turn it into a cruiser base, and that's how they're running the blockade operations on Port Arthur of keeping the Russian fleet in until they can eventually sink it there. In addition, the Imperial Japanese Navy is busy laying mines. A lot of ships go down to mines. So this is an interesting story. So Nicholas II, Tsar of Russia, doesn't much like it that his fleet is just sitting in port not doing anything. And so he sends Admiral Makarov out there to assume command. And I've had the misfortune to read Makarov's major literary contribution, which is all about naval strategy. And he's a real hero in Russia, but then I read his book. It's unbelievable. If you face a big ship, what do you do?
Son Goku Don't Tell Her is also another banger.
Deal with women and how they nag because y'all like men, but it is exhausting. It's emotionally exhausting dealing with a woman who's highly neurotic, highly disagreeable. Everything bothers her. Nothing is ever good enough. She has a problem with every minuscule thing that pops up, and then she just exaggerates problems and issues to the point to where the only thing you want to do is get away from her. And that is a very real thing that a lot of men experience. I've dealt with it, and as I said, it's not intuitive when you deal with a woman after you've dealt with a woman like that and you move on to another woman. It's just heuristics. You already know, I've seen this before, I've seen this story before. This woman is going to be a headache, and that's essentially what we try to get away from. These women are migraines, and they create a lot of issues over the simplest things. You can't even communicate effectively with them because they're not willing to listen, they're not willing to understand, and they don't see the flaws in the things that they do wrong, especially when it comes to how they project.
Yeah. There's just unreasonable people, and then you just end up picking up as soon as, like, they just all do the same thing. And you just pick up on it, and then you just gotta leave. Simple as that. Soon as you see those patterns where they're nagging and shit, you just fucking move on because they're just always gonna act like a fucking spoiled toddler. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
Do an impression of a tech worker on a date for the first time and he is scared of the world and very inconfident but thinks he is so smart, supports Palestine and never had a GF. Also give what he'd do if his son was being bullied and told him and saw it.
All right. Hi, sorry, Rachel, but I'm going to have to cancel our date. I was really looking forward to it, even though I was really nervous because this is the first actual date I've been on in a really long time. But my son is getting bullied, and I have to have a talk with him. Maybe we can meet up 2 weeks from now. I'm going to be busy with work for the next couple weeks, but next month on the 14th, I should be free. Thank you for understanding. Okay, son, you know what I told you about bullies? They're all retarded, and you just have to run away and tell a teacher. If you run away and tell a teacher, everything will be fine. Alright, there you go. Thanks for the donation, smart people.
More powerful ship, you attack. If it's a smaller ship, what do? You attack. It's like, okay, one size fits all. I mean, how unanalytical. Here's what happens to him. He comes in theater, and within a month, another spoiler alert, he's dead. How did that happen? He followed his strategy. That's how it happened. What he does, he arrives. Everyone's really excited because he's getting the guys out and thinking they're going to be doing things. But on April 12th, the evening before he dies, there are a bunch of Japanese ships laying mines out of the harbor's entrance, and he mistakes them for Russian ships and tells his people don't fire on them. Oops. And the next morning, when he sorties with the whole fleet to be part of his, it's always take the offensive. Well, they didn't sweep the harbor entrance for mines. His ship hits a mine, and he goes down with the ship. All right, that is a tactical error, and he's a dead man because of it. However, there's a much more important strategic error that follows. 2 weeks later, Nicholas II decides to send his Baltic fleet, named for the Baltic, that's where it is, all the way around to come and relieve the siege at Port Arthur in order to avenge all of this thing. Okay, what's the problem with that plan? Well, that's the problem with that plan, right? It's a long way to go. There is no air conditioning for the sailors, right? They come from northern climes. By the time they arrive, they're mutinous. Their ships are covered with barnacles, which means they don't move very fast. Meanwhile, once Port Arthur has fallen, the Japanese immediately refit their navy, so they were good to go. And so the way this blunder plays out, well, if you think about Britain, Britain will do these worldwide adventures, but they had a complete basing system across the globe so that their ships had coaling stations. They could refit, put more water on, give people some R&R time, relaxation and things. And also, the British were very careful to fight on their own terms whenever possible. You don't want to fight on the enemy's terms. Well, guess what? You're going to be fighting right next to Japan, barnacled ships and mutinous crews. That's not going to go well for you. And the Japanese know, because now that Port Arthur falls while this expedition is taking place, so then the purpose of the expedition is no longer there. They should have taken a U-turn and go home, but no, they're going to keep on going. So there is only one other possible location for them, which is an inferior base up at Vladivostok. So the Japanese know there are 3 ways to get to Vladivostok if you're coming up from the south. You're either going to go the long, long way around through the Peru Strait, and it's awfully narrow, and it's a long way around. You can go through the Tsugaru Strait, which is a little wider, but it goes by a bunch of big Japanese army bases, and also a very large port of Hakodate. You want to do that, that's kind of risky. So the short way is to go through the Korea Strait, which is broken in the middle by the Tsushima Islands, and the Tsushima Strait is to the east. It's 20 to 25 miles wide at its narrowest point, and that's the short way, which is what the Russians take. And guess what? They have a welcoming party there of all these newly refitted Japanese ships that know exactly what they're up to. And the Battle of Tsushima is one of the most lopsided naval battles in human history. The Japanese just either sink or commandeer basically the entire fleet, proving the Russians had no idea of how to do naval strategy, that the Navy had been a product of a bunch of aristocrats who, the one who ran it was a guy who was known for, what was it, fast women and slow ships. It did not work out well for them. All right, while the negotiations were being held on whether to hold negotiations, President Roosevelt suggested to the Japanese that
no, most men cannot bench 405 naturally. There's a huge genetic component for that. 315 is going to be extremely difficult for most men. 405 is way outside the scope of like what the average person can do. Assuming everybody was lifting. Like, if you forced everybody to lift with optimal strategy and dieting and training and everything, you'd see more people benching 405. But, like, just because of the sheer number of people who are lifting. But, like, if you're talking about average, it's way, way, way outside the average. You're talking within the top few percent of people.
That they try to take Sakhalin Island. You can see the tip end of the Japanese home island, Hokkaido, and then there's Sakhalin. Why? Because it's much more valuable to the Russians than the Japanese, and it'd be a good trade back item in the peace negotiations. Because for Japan, it's a nice fishing ground, but for Russia, it's sovereign Russian territory. Horrors, ceding that sovereign Russian territory to anyone, let alone an Asian power, given the prejudices of the day. All right, to sum up what Japan got out of this war, it got its immediate war objective, Russian troop withdrawal from Manchuria. That's what they wanted. And they get this Japanese sphere of influence in Korea. That's what they wanted. But remember at the very beginning, they wanted to trade Japanese predominance in Korea for Russian predominance in Manchuria? Whoa, well, so what they really got. They got the southern half of Sakhalin Island, Russian territory. They got southern Manchuria. And it's actually arguably the valuable half, the southern half, because that has Port Arthur and Dalny and all the railways that Russians had invested there. And then it confirms the outcome of the first Sino-Japanese war, that Japan is indeed the dominant power of Asia. So I rest my case. Japan did it. Smart decisions in Japan is what overturned the balance of power in Asia. Okay, but I promised you a counter argument. What would a smart person say who disagrees with me? And here's a perfectly good counter argument, which would say, yeah, it's great you think the Japanese are so clever, but actually China faced a perfect storm of catastrophes. And because China imploded, that's why it leaves Japan on top in Asia. The primary factor is that China's falling apart. And this perfect storm of problems, I'll go through 3. It's always a good number. People can remember 3 things. Talking about the civil wars afflicting China, that in an age of accelerating European imperialism, and also the Manchus who ran China, they're only 2% of the population, were suffering from all kinds of dynastic decline, which I will get into. China had reached its pre-industrial limits to growth. Its population kept on going up and up, but its agricultural productivity just could not feed people. And so people are trying to farm really marginal lands. Either they're too vertical, or they don't have reliable rainfall, and you're getting massive soil erosion doing these things, and you're also getting a lot of famines. And famines are both the cause and the effect of civil wars. In this map, you can just see I've named some of the big rebellions on this one. It's to give you a sense that these rebellions affect all of China, not just a little here and there, but a lot of everywhere. And I'm now going to give you a table. And this is a simplified table. It only goes 1845 to 1895. It's part of a much bigger table that would cover the entire 19th century. And that table is an oversimplification. So the point is, this is not business as usual. In the red box, that is the height of these rebellions, 1851 to 1878. The biggest rebellion in there is the Taipings. It's estimated that 20 million people died in the Taiping Rebellion. To put that figure in perspective, and people don't know how many people died in all these things. China didn't know how many people they had, much less how many people they lost. But to give you a sense of it, in World War II, it's estimated that 55 million people died. So you're talking 20 million just in the Taipings, and I have no idea how all this adds up. But it's huge. The Chinese like to talk about these as being rebellions or uprisings. Give me a break. they're civil wars. A whole bunch of them want to overthrow the dynasty in Beijing. A whole other set of them want to secede from the empire, often these minority people who just want the Han, the predominant people, to go away, or the Manchus in this era. So some of these provinces are devastated for generations. Okay, so that's point one, these civil wars. Point two is this coincided with an era of accelerating European imperialism, where Europeans and also Japanese are carving out massive spheres of influence for themselves. So the Chinese are not going to have sovereignty over their country, full sovereignty, for a very, very long time. And the worst part gets even worse. This happens to China because China loses a succession of regional wars. It loses the First Opium War, the Second Opium War. The Japanese snag the Ryukyu Islands. And then in the Sino-French War, China loses control over Indochina. And then in the Sino-Japanese War, they're losing their tributary of Korea. And the Ili crisis is up in Xinjiang, goes a little better for them. This is a mess. This is not business as usual. This is, think about one country being afflicted by this much trouble. And then it comes at a time when the Manchus are in real trouble themselves. They had ridden to power on these fabulous cavalries and in tremendous operational success for people who are only 2% of the population that they dominate, and they transform China into the richest polity around the globe by the 18th century. But here's the problem with their tremendous success in their military campaigns. They're overextending China financially. Inside the round circle there, that's China proper. These are the core provinces of China that produce all the income. But the Manchus came in from Manchuria up there, but they also take Mongolia, Xinjiang, and Tibet. The areas that cost, not Manchuria so much, but the other ones, they cost a lot of garrisoning. It costs a lot of money to garrison these places. And so it looks like a great success, but it's going to have problems later on. And then here's what happens to the Manchu emperors. They no longer ride at the head of their armies. The Qianlong emperor, who's considered to be, who ruled at the height of the dynasty, what's he spending his money on? All sorts of interesting architectural programs, and that's why people think he's great, builds beautiful things. But these emperors are isolated. They don't have command experience, expensive spending habits, and then it gets better. So they got all these tributaries. Some of their tributaries produce really high-quality opium. And the emperors decide they want to sample the goods. And the people who are preparing it for them also want to sample the goods. And then the Manchu banner forces that are the Praetorian Guard of the Manchus are also sampling the goods. And then you go, why are the last Qing emperors incapable of producing offspring, or having hardly any? Because they got huge harems. So what's their problem? Well, if you're really totally high on drugs, you can ruin yourself. And so that is what goes on. No wonder they're losing these wars, if some of your key thinkers are not thinking very clearly. So the counter-argument to my argument says, look, it's nonsense. I mean, the Japanese may have been really clever, but this is the real big event. It's this massive series of civil wars, European imperialism, and the collapse of Manchu minority rule. That would be the real thing. Now, if I leave my argument here, I've just shot myself in the foot, because I've just decimated my original argument with a pretty good counter-argument, and that would be bad. That would hurt. So you need to do a rebuttal. And it's really good to come from an unexpected direction. So I'm going to try my direction, which is going to be Russia, and say, look, Russia is the catalyst. Well, it's taking advantage of the collapse of China, and it's going to catalyze things in a way that Japan is going to leverage, and it's going to be Japan leveraging these things that proves that smart decisions in Tokyo answers the question. So what's going on with Russia? Russia has always tries to expand its territory. It is today the largest country on the planet. Why they need more territory, nobody knows. But that's what they're after, and in these days, what they're taking are those two large areas. And by the time the Bolsheviks finish working their magic, Russians have taken from the Chinese sphere of influence. The Bolsheviks are beyond today, but it gives you a sense. They took more territory from Chinese sphere of influence than the United States east of the Mississippi. There's a lot of territory. But in this day, while the Opium Wars are going on, and while the Taiping and Yen rebellions, the two big ones, are happening simultaneously, the Russians go to the Qing and say, hey, we'll deal with those foreigners for you, we'll be an intermediary, but just sign on the dotted line for these treaties, giving us all this land. And the Chinese were vague on geography, and they didn't believe in treaties. They thought they'd get it back later. So Russia gets all this stuff, does exactly nothing, because we know about the treaty port system, and the British and French got all of it, and Russia got this stuff too. Once Russia gets this stuff, that's why they want the railway, because they want to integrate it in there. So the Trans-Siberian Railway is the blue thing, but understand that the blue part that's above the green part, that wasn't built until World War I. Russia builds the green part, which is the Chinese Eastern Railway, the name of it, in order to stake out its plans for empire. And also notice it wants the warm water port. That's the orange part going down to Port Arthur, because Vladivostok, prior to the age of icebreakers, is frozen solid several months of the year. So Russia's building this railway, save on construction costs, is more direct, going straight across Manchuria, contain Japan, stake out its claim to Manchuria. The Japanese get it, right? Well, that was earlier in this lecture. They see this coming, and they don't like it. And then in addition, what's going on, the Chinese don't particularly like all the imperialists messing with their country. And so the Boxers is another rebellion. And these folks want all Westerners out of China, and they want to kill any stragglers. And they're all over China, they go into Manchuria, and the Russians send 100,000 troops, far more than any of the European powers, or even Japan sends a lot, to the rest of China to defeat the Boxers, which they do. And then the other Westerners in Japan remove their troops. Russia doesn't. And this is the thing that gets Japan's attention, because Russia's got 100,000 troops in Manchuria that won't leave. And that's when Japan is sick of Russia procrastinating, and we're going to wind up getting into the Russo-Japanese War. So guess what? We're back to my original explanation, right? The Japanese finessed all of this, and they wind up on top. And it's by being very thoughtful in their grand strategy that they reverse the balance of power. So I'm going to end this thing with General Nogi. General Nogi is the one who oversaw the 4 assaults on Port Arthur. He lost both of his sons in this war, one in the Battle of Nanshan, which is down the Liaodong Peninsula, and then his favorite, under his command in Port Arthur. When the war was over, he asked the Meiji Emperor if he could commit ritual suicide, and the Emperor said no. So when the Meiji Emperor died, he and his wife did. And this poem helps explain why. Imperial troops, 1,000,000 strong, conquered an arrogant enemy, but siege and field warfare left a mountain of corpses. Ashamed, what face can I show to old parents? How many men have returned this day of triumphal song? Wars bring much sorrow. And so I leave you with that. And thank you very much for your attention.
I loved this lecture especially, and this topic especially, because it's about a conflict that many of us weren't educated on, but adds context to the other ones, which are obviously super famous, like World War II, adds context to the development of these powers, which are the most powerful in Asia. So I'm not going to keep wasting time. I just want to jump into asking you a bunch of questions. This imminent threat that an adversary of yours is going to gain massive military leverage over you. So in the 1905 war with Russia, it's that the Trans-Siberian Railroad finished. In World War II, it's the worry that after Japan invades French Indochina, America does an oil embargo in Japan. That gives them 1 to 2 years of oil runway before their entire empire collapses and grinds to a halt without oil. So there's this worry that they have to act now, otherwise they're about to lose their leverage. And then there's this initial surprise attack, so Port Arthur in 1904, and then obviously Pearl Harbor. And even if you look at other battles like Midway and Mukden, we'll have this sort of annihilating battle where we will expend our blood and just push them back. Curious to get your take on this interpretation.
One of them is, in both cases, Japan seeing a window of opportunity, that I got to operate in this window and get it over with. And it works out. If you're doing that, that's a high-risk strategy. They get away with it. And so this is back to that they were just lucky argument. Another thing is you can look at why certain wars turn out. And another concept is a cooperative adversary. What's a cooperative adversary? It's not one that wants to cooperate with you, but it's one that doesn't play its cards remotely well. And if you can think about literally...
Dodo Donatellers, are you enjoying the lecture, VG? It's mildly interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Playing cards. If you're playing a game with a little child, they're trying to win, right? But they're a cooperative adversary because they just don't know how to play whatever the game is. And you could argue that Nicholas II is a cooperative adversary, and that's required. And the United States is not remotely a cooperative adversary, and it goes really badly for Japan. And then it's also, there's another piece, which is when you run one successful war, quite often you think it was easier than it actually was and less risky than it actually was. Like this country does Gulf War, where the Allies pay for the whole thing. No Americans die, hardly at all. Loads of Iraqis die. They're out of Kuwait within days. I mean, wow. And then people are complaining we should have marched on to Baghdad. Well, okay, we did that. That didn't work out so well. But then after you do one of these things and you think you're good to go, and in Japan's case, between the two Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, it shifted the balance of civil and military power in Japan. And people thought that it's the military officers that did the right thing and that the diplomats lost the peace. In the Russo-Japanese War, they're saying we didn't get a big indemnity, like as we did in the last war. Well, you're getting the whole Russian railway system. That's an indemnity in kind, but that's not what they're seeing. So it shifts the balance of power. And then in addition, this Meiji generation, the prime civil leader, Ito Hirobumi, is assassinated by a Korean revolutionary, because the Koreans don't much like Japanese in their empire. So he dies, oh gosh, it's a decade plus before Yamagata does. And so that gives Yamagata and military friends another decade to insinuate the roots of military institutions, and civil institutions are not being built. And then you can go, well, look at the Japanese, are incompetent because their institution building was inadequate. Well, in one generation, you can't do it all, right? Institutions take generations to really sink roots. So they did as much as they could in a generation, but their leadership was bereft compared to this is why the Meiji generation is truly a brilliant set of leaders, and what comes after, their children and grandchildren are not.
Yeah. But this is also another very important point. So the fact that this...
All right. I think we will play Battletoads now. NES emulator. Alright, I'm just gonna take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. You know what I mean? Oh, Battletoads. This game is so fucked. This is seriously the most fucked game ever made. Fuck. What a bitch. Oh! It's like impossible to fucking time, dude. Oh my god, I'm stupid. No! Oh god. Well, we did a lot better. Oh my god, oh wow. Dude, that's fucked how it can just... I'm getting impatient. Okay then. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put the save state here, because I've got the rest of this level just down. It's not an issue. Oh my god. Oh my god. What in the fuck is... Oh my god. How do you get that one up? Yeah, how in the fuck are you supposed to get that one up? Oh, that's bullshit! The screen moves! Yeah, how in the fuck are you supposed to get that without dying? Whatever. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh no, my god. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's... Fuck. Alright. Well, we're getting a hang of this. Oh my god. Stupid. Bullshit. So fucking horseshit. It's literally... Oh my god. Fuck off. Damn it. Fuck! Okay, yeah, if he lands on you, you gotta be careful. Okay, I think I know how to do it. Ugh. So bullshit. The way it's timed, you can't, like, avoid getting hit. That is cheap. Okay, I fell through the platform. I didn't go through the hole. That made me fall through the fucking platform. Oh my god. And it just sprinted. Oh! Cocksucker. Why do toads have warts and a penchant for battle? I think warts cause a penchant for battle. Oh my god. Oh my god. My brain's starting to turn to mush already. No, ah, fuck, he tricked me. Ah, fuck! No! There we go, bitch. Fucking gotcha. Haha. Now, this level is fucked. This level is absolutely fucked. And I mean fucked. Yeah, there we go. We're already screwed. Oh my god. Yeah, see what I mean? Absolutely fucked. Oh my god. Oh my god, I forgot about the thing. You have to, like, do the out of bounds glitch right when the level starts. And I forgot about it, sort of. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh my god. Dude, that is so just... That is sick. Like... How fucked is that? Oh my god. Yeah, that is fucked. And you just have to remember where the thing is. Oh my god. Yeah, and immediately. That's fucking crazy. Oh, jeez. The hell? I mean, the fuck does the thing want me to do? Okay, you can't jump over him. Like, it seems like it's totally random if the thing just wants to fucking explode or some shit. Yeah, like, what am I... Why does it just randomly fucking explode sometimes? Oh my god, I'm already getting annoyed. Dude, this is not a kid's game. Ah! Fucking horse shit. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh! The fuck? I have no fucking... I don't know. Whatever, man. We'll just leave it at that for tonight. Jesus.
18. but your growth plates haven't fully fused. So this isn't the right time per se to start anabolics. But what I would want to do is reduce my estrogen dramatically so that my growth plates don't fuse too early and I could be taller. And I would want my sons to use anti-estrogens of some sort as early as possible, and I'd want to monitor their estrogen level and keep it low so that their growth plates don't fuse prematurely and they get as tall as they can get. Once the growth plates have fused, what I would do next is I would freeze my sperm so that I can get women pregnant later in life. Then whether I'm 20, 16, 21, whenever those growth plates fuse, ideally, the more, the lower you keep your estrogen, the less likely you are to have your growth plates fuse. That's when you would start. And if your testosterone in thousands, you don't have to do anything. If your GH level's high and your IGF-1's 600-700, you don't have to do anything. You could just start eating appropriately and training appropriately. Probably you've been eating and training appropriately since you were 12, because that's what I did at the time. A starting program, 3 sets of 10, total body 3 times a week. Eventually, you might convert to upper, lower.
How much do you think it would cost you to have completed this in an arcade back in the day? Well, this was never an arcade game. It was an NES game.
Upper, lower, off, then eventually upper, lower, off. The training I'm doing right now is clearly the best training I've ever done. There's no question. I shouldn't be growing at 46 years old. Then calories, I would do the diet the same way I do diet, double my body weight, and that would be protein maximum, 150% of my body weight, be protein average, and I would have the minimum amount of fat to digest my food and to make it palatable, and then I'd rely on carbohydrates for my other calories, and I would run in a slight calorie surplus, maybe 100 or so above calorie normality. I'd make sure I'm sleeping enough. I, of course, wouldn't do nicotine, caffeine, alcohol, or any other drugs. I probably wouldn't waste my time with relationships, but if girls were literally throwing themselves at me, I would give them the time of day. But unless they were like coming onto me or flirting with me, I would just ignore them, because they're not going to make your life better. They're just going to make your life harder. But assuming you have a sex drive and they're making it really easy, then I could see entertaining it. But I would definitely not pursue it. It's just not worth your time. If I want to be the best bodybuilder alive, I would be focused on building my social media presence, and I would go through whatever personal trainer certification is necessary so that I can actually make money at the gym, because I would want to be at the gym. If you're a bodybuilder, being a personal trainer is a very reasonable job. You get there at a certain time of day, you do your fasted cardio, you have your first meal, you train housewives from 8 in the morning till about 11 in the morning, you have your second meal, then you train between like 1 and 3. Then you might train a kid after he gets out of school because his parents are paying you from 3 to 4. And then you have business people if they get out of work. You have a meal at 5. Then you train people when they get out of work from 6 until 9. And then you have another meal. Then you go home and you go to sleep. That's simple. That would be your work day. Would I waste my time with college? Not anymore. Not when there's J3 University in my YouTube channel. Then there's really nothing you can get from a college you can't get from YouTube if you go with smart people. I would basically keep doing that, building up the social media presence, and that would build up probably an online demand for online clients. I would run an online coaching business to supplement the in-person training. At this point, I would probably compete in teenage division shows. Remember, at this point, I'm still natural. I don't need it yet. If and when I ever got to the point where I was not making progress, then that's when I'd want to start entertaining the possibility of using anabolic steroids. Now, I would start with testosterone, and I would titrate up my testosterone as I detailed in the Your First Cycle video, number 1 video in the most important shit playlist. I would titrate up to maybe an estrogen level. Remember, my growth plates are fused at this point. I would titrate up the estrogen to the point where I had nipple tenderness at all. And then I would roll back to a level that I wasn't tender. So let's say I was running 40 tests a day and my nipples started getting tender. I would roll back to 30 tests a day. I would probably take 20 milligrams of tamoxifen twice a day for 3 to 5 days until the nipple soreness goes away. And then I'd be like, okay, I've hit my upper limit, 30 milligrams of testosterone a day. Now I would basically reevaluate my IGF-1. If my IGF-1 was higher than it was naturally, great. If it was the same, if I'm at 600, no matter what I do with my estrogen, I don't need estrogen. I don't need GH. That's just because I'm so young, my body makes enough GH. I don't need it yet. more won't help. So then I would probably turn to something that was a very effective anabolic. I would probably start with DHB because it is the most effective for the least amount of milligrams with the least amount of side effects, liver notwithstanding. So I would probably run maybe 10 milligrams of DHB for a month, get my GGT tested. If the GGT was the same as it was before, I would go up to 20 milligrams of DHB. After a month, I would get it tested. If my liver is good, I would go up to 30. If it isn't, if it's starting to go up, let's say it went from 17 to 30, that's fine. I'm still in a normal range. That's the limit on my DHB. Once my DHB takes me to 41, it's too much. If I'm at 39, I'm good. That's where I'm going to stop with the DHB, is once you get to 39. So that's stage 1. Stage 2, I would probably start with 10 milligrams of trenonaphate. It's got to be an aphate a day. This would be 6 milligrams of tren. This would be an effective dose as an anticortisol, and it would be effective for upregulating IGF-1 conversion, and it would also be useful for the other pathways, the non-genomic muscle building pathways that tren does, without it having any of the neurological side effects of 10 milligrams of tren. I know these are theoretical, but remember, we're talking about a young person that's never done gear before, already using 30 milligrams of test, 10 to 20 milligrams of DHB, maybe more if you can handle it, and 10 milligrams of trenonaphate a day. I'm using 3 different drugs. Yes, they're very low doses, but if you told someone, Todd Lee gave people advice that when they're 18, they should use test, tren, and DHB as their first cycle. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I would run my testosterone. First of all, it's over 18. It's whenever your growth plates fuse, and even though you used anti-estrogens to prevent your growth plates from fusing, that's when you would resort to using anything. If you're not growing, if you already maxed out your genetic potential, then I would run testosterone up until the point where estrogen is a problem. Then I would roll back to when estrogen is not a problem, clear up any gyno I created with tamoxifen. Then I would turn to DHB, run that up to the point where the liver, so really I'm on my second cycle already. I just never stopped the first one. Then I would run my DHB up to the point in which my liver started taking damage and it was out of the green and into the yellow. Then I'd roll back to when the liver was in the green. Then I would turn to tren and use the minimum effective dose, which is 5 milligrams of tren base a day. So if it's 60% pure trenonaphate, then 10 milligrams of trenonaphate is 6 milligrams of tren, the molecule, which is a great.
Battletoads arcade donatellers, play the arcade version after you finish the NES version. Well, the arcade is completely different. And this came way after the NES version came out. The NES version was back in the 80s. But yeah, I think I fucked around with the arcade version a little bit on MAME. But yeah, it's a totally different game. Like, it's a side-scrolling beat-em-up. It's not an action platformer. Thanks for the donation, though, Battletoads Arcade.
Number, I would run that. Then I should be growing just fine. If I wasn't growing and it wasn't affecting my sleep and it wasn't affecting my appetite, I would introduce a little more tren. Maybe go up to 15 milligrams of trenonaphate a day. I would not run more than that long term in someone who's still having a forming brain. Your brain forms until you're 28. All right, so that being said, what's the next step? The next step I would introduce is if I've maxed out my test, I've maxed out my DHB, I've run near the maximum safe dose of tren, then I would start using Masteron if it was available. And I would run as much Masteron as it took because it doesn't fucking matter. Nothing's going to happen. Masteron is safe as shit. You could run Masteron 10 milligrams a day. You probably could run a Masteron 100 milligrams a day and nothing's going to happen. Your cholesterol, your HDL will go down. Your ApoB might go up a little bit. This example is of a 20 or 22-year-old kid. There's no reason you have to worry about cholesterol in someone that young. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't. There's no inflammation. There's no high blood pressure. So even if the cholesterol was bad, there's not going to be atherosclerosis. Not in your 20s. It just doesn't happen. People are like, well, I know. Shut the fuck up. It's not going to happen. Not for Masteron, it's not. Now, pre-workout. Okay, we're already running 30 tests a day, 10 to 20 DHB, 10 to 15 trenonaphate, 10 to 100 Masteron.
Far too much drugs. Far too much. Seems like too much of a pain in the ass to me.
A day. If you're still not growing, then I could see taking Anavar pre-workout, 25 milligrams. Now that's a big jump. You know, on the lower limit, we're dealing with 30 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, that's 60 a day. That's 400 a week, right? And we're only like 2-3 months into the cycle. The first, it's not a cycle, it's a lifestyle. You're a bodybuilder. There is no cycling. You just keep adding shit until there's a problem. Then you pull out the shit that caused the problem. And if you're tracking yourself as you go, you know exactly when the problem happens. You know exactly what you did to cause the problem. So you take it away, you ain't got a problem. So then if you, on the low end, we're using 60 a day. On the high end, you're running 75 plus 90, 165 a day. So that's already up to a gram in one case, right? So we're running between 400 to 1,000 milligrams a week at this point. Then the next drug, you add in Anavar, 25 milligrams pre-training. That would be 5-6 days a week. That's 150 a week, right? So we're already up to 550 to 1,150 a week. 30 milligrams of test, 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams of DHB, 10 to 15 milligrams of trinethate, anywhere from 10 to 100 Masteron, then probably adding in 25 Anavar pre-training. This is still super safe levels of super safe drugs because you're using so little of them. And Masteron, you're like, that's not a little amount of Masteron. You're right. Masteron's that fucking safe. It's amazing. Now, your cholesterol is probably going to be pretty bad at this point. It's going to be high single digits, maybe low double digits. But if your ApoB is fine, it doesn't matter. Then what would you do next? You've already got test. You've got the DHB, which is your EQ class. You've got Tren, which is your Nandrolone class. You've got Masteron, it's a 5-alpha reduced class. Smack yourself if you call it DHT class. And then you've got Anavar, which is an oral. It's technically in the same, it's almost identical to Masteron, it just works differently because it's an oral. These are great drugs. We're going to get increased collagen synthesis of 2+ from the test. We're going to increase collagen synthesis from 1+ from the Anavar. We're going to have DHB is just purely anabolic, and it's fucking 3 times stronger than test. Tren is extremely anabolic. It's like 5 times stronger than test, and it increases IGF-1 conversion, and it also has non-genomic muscle building capabilities. The problem with this is it hurts collagen synthesis, but these two increase collagen synthesis. This one.
Do you donate $2?
Ding 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 ding.
Oh yes.
Ouch!
Hey, what the fuck? You got a fucking problem? I'll pound the living shit out of you, you dumbass freaky tourist. I'll knock your fucking head off. You want more, huh? Say hi to people in Jersey for me.
That is some of the weirdest voice casting I've ever seen. Thanks for the donation, D.
One right here, this little piggy, the Masteron, is like DHB. It's just not as strong, but it doesn't fuck with your liver. It's just a safer version of DHB. And then the Anavar has all these other special properties, and it's super fucking safe. So little things that are supposedly the Anavar and the Tren are anti-cortisol. You're going to be taking your foot off the brakes as you hit the gas with those two. The test is going to have you have water retention through aldosterone, and the estrogen upregulation converts the GH into IGF-1, which is compounded with the Tren. This works great. These 5 things, almost you got your infinity gauntlet. GH would be the soul stone, which you don't need yet because you're young. Now, let's say you're one of those people who's like, well, there's no drawback to using more GH. All right, so if you add in 2 units of GH at bedtime, it's going to shut off what your body's naturally making. So when you're that young, you might have to use 4 or 6 units to get the same effect of what your body naturally makes. It's just not going to be financially worth it at that point. So I really wouldn't even dick around with it. But if for whatever reason you started using 6 units, IGF-1 goes up from 500 to 600, that isn't necessarily a good thing either. It could cause your bones or your hands or your feet to grow faster. This isn't necessarily a good thing to have super high IGF-1 levels. The sweet spot's probably somewhere between 300 and 500. Where exactly that is, I don't know. Remember, you're only 22. You do have 30 years worth of competing ahead of you if you do it right, at least. So you don't need to rush into anything. If you rush and you grow your waist, you're done. If you rush and you lose your hair, you're fucking done. You can get gyno surgery cut out, but if you fuck up your face, you fuck up your hair, you fuck up your waist, your career as a bodybuilder is fucking over. So don't rush it. Do a classic physique for as long as you can. And then if you're ever so ugly you can't do classic physique, then you're stuck doing open bodybuilding. But don't switch unless you're too big for classic or you're too ugly for classic. So try to stay as young and healthy as possible. So you're like, well, when does the cycle end? It doesn't need to end because you didn't abuse drugs. The whole cycle thing is about a drug abuse. It's a cycle of drug abuse. That's what a cycle is. You abuse the drugs, fuck up your organs, have to quit, let your organs cool off till the blood work's okay. Then you start the abuse over again. Some of the damage you're doing is permanent to your kidneys and to your cholesterol, your arteries with atherosclerosis. Don't do that. Don't fuck up your ApoB. Don't fuck up your GGT. Don't fuck up your cystatin C. As long as your cystatin C is like 0.8 or 0.9, as long as your ApoB is under 90, as long as your GGT is under 40, whatever you're doing is pretty much fucking fine. You're going to be okay. I started gear in 2008. I've never came off. My blood work's better now than when it was 2008. I'm fucking healthy as shit. My blood pressure was like 116/64. I'm 46 years old. I'm healthier than any other 46-year-old I've ever met. I've been using steroids at high doses for like 17 years because I'm better at it. That's it. I'm better at this than the other people. That's why I am aging at a reasonable rate and my organs are super healthy. Do I look as good as I did when I was 37? No, that was 9 fucking years ago. I'm going to get older because the skin's going to keep growing on my face because of the GH. That doesn't mean my organs are getting older. I mean, I don't have wrinkles on my body. I don't have stretch marks. I just have some nasolabial folds because the skin folded over the past couple of years when I tried to use 26 units GH. In 1 year of using Chase Iron's GH protocol, I aged my face like a year and a half. But between 43 and 45, I aged like 5 years because I went from 8 units a day, which I've been doing for 10 years, worked slowly up to 26 units. I didn't grow any more muscle.
That is a ridiculous amount of growth hormone.
Was still the same weight on stage in 2024 as I was in 2021. Using more GH did not make me do anything but made my face get older because I'm not more wrinkled, but I have folds of skin because the skin kept growing. So what I'm trying to say is the best bodybuilder is the patient bodybuilder who focuses on training and growing things like the delt, the arms, the upper chest, the lats, the quad sweep, the hamstring, and the adductors. Don't train your glutes. You can bring up your calves if you want. You can train your biceps and your triceps. But for the most part, what gives you a good physique is middle delts, lats, quad sweep from the front, rear delts, hamstrings from the side. And from the back, you can't hide shit. Everything shows from the back except for your chest. And if you actually pose correctly, you can show your chest from the back. There's no hiding shit from the back. That's why the rear double bi in classic or in open bodybuilding is the fucking most important pose. And then, of course, if your waist is shit, it's going to ruin every pose. Keeping your waist small is priority 1. Getting your delts, your lats, and your quad sweep as big as you can is priority 2, 3, and 4. And then everything else is just icing on the cake. You don't really need anything else for classic. People are going to tell me I'm wrong. Fuck you. No, I haven't competed in classic, but I've been paying attention. I've been paying attention since it started. I wanted to do classic before there was a physique. They just didn't have it. By the time it was time for me to do classic, I weighed too much. But now they increased the weight limit on classic, so now I fit within the weight limit. So finally, there's a division that's absolutely perfect for my build. Maybe I might be too old. Well, guess what? There's an over 45. So am I as pretty as I was when I was 37? No. But the point is, had I done everything the way I'm telling you, I would be so much more successful as a bodybuilder than what I did. I didn't start bodybuilding till I was 29. I didn't start using gear until I was 29. And I lost like 10 years. I lost 10 years by going to medical school. Or did I? Did becoming a doctor allow me to be so much more efficient with that 17 years that I managed to get better between 44 and 46 rather than being dead like a lot of guys who are younger than me? People are going to say, I can't believe you're telling young kids to use tren. The devil's in the dose, dipshit. 10 milligrams of tren is a fuckload of tren, and it does the job. You don't need to use more. Now, to be fair, you probably
I would never ever recommend anybody use tren at any dose. The reason is, like, yeah, there's stuff that might not show up on your blood work, but everyone I've known who's used tren, even on lower doses like that, it fucks with your mind, and they don't even notice it. And, like, people just start acting fucking weird. Like, I've just always seen it affect people's personality, and they don't even notice. Like, it's not even just rage, it's just, like, weird, delusional mindset where, like, they just become more selfish, and, like it's weird. It's not even that it just makes them angry, it's just, like, more delusional and weird and creepy.
VG, have you watched the movie The Wild Robot? Also, have you played Cyberpunk? If so, what did you think? What's your favorite vegetable, besides tofu?
I have not seen the movie The Wild Robot. I have played Cyberpunk. I really liked it. It's one of my favorite games. And my favorite cruciferous vegetable would be broccoli. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler, the Veginator.
want to know exactly what I'm doing, because otherwise I'm a fucking hypocrite, right? So right now I'm on 70 testosterone. I was able to handle 80 testosterone with no AI, but I'm getting so close to show a couple weeks ago, EQ was introduced. So it would raise the anabolic load, replace the DHB that was taken out because of the liver damage of the DHB, and bring the estrogen down. It brought the estrogen down from like an 80 to a 16 by adding in 30 milligrams of EQ a day. On an 80 test, it was a 55 estradiol. By adding in 30 EQ a day, I brought that 55 down to a 16. It was 14.8. I'm sorry. It was 14.8. So 14.8. So it cut it down by like 70% by just adding 30 EQ a day. All right. So we've established. Now I also reduced the test a little bit because I had a 71 DHT and a 16, brought it down from an 80 test a day to a 70 test a day. This should bring the DHT closer to 65, and it should bring the estradiol down to like 12. All right. Then the next line, remember, I removed out the DHB to put in the EQ because my liver was taking a beating. It's the only thing on this prep that's taking a beating was my liver. My GGT was going up after that DHB experiment. Going from 10 to 30 a day was too much of a jump. I know now that I should have stayed at 10 and I would have been cruising at a 37 GGT. I had a 24 GGT on no DHB. I had a 37 GGT after a month of 10 DHB, and then it went up to an 85 when I went up to a 30 after a month. Now, keep in mind, I did loading doses, so the whole month was spent. I didn't titrate up. I did 100 milligrams for 3 days to go from 100 up to a 30 steady state, then drop down to 30 because I basically landed the plane. So the correct dose for me is 10 milligrams of DHB. When you mix it with tren, mixing tren and DHB is supposed to amplify the liver toxic effects of the DHB. Tren is right now at 30 milligrams a day. I'm tolerating it just fine. I sleep great. I'm nicer than now than when I was on 20 milligrams of tren. So the 30 milligrams of tren is okay. Now, I know what you're going to say, but what about the brain damage? I've used as much as 200 milligrams of tren a day. I'm still smart enough to find everyone else fucking retarded and tedious to talk to.
Whoa. That is a lot. Like, holy fuck, that's a lot. I think Dorian Yates said he only did like 200 milligrams a week. Like, what the fuck?
So if I lost IQ points, my quality of life would get better and I'd be nicer. I'd probably make more money. That my intelligence is actually too much. So if I did brain damage by taking more tren, it's not the end of the world. I have a lot of brain to damage. The next drug, it's Anavar. I'm at 25 milligrams of Anavar a day, pre-training. And before fasted cardio, I just introduced 25 milligrams of Winstrol a day. The reason being is Winstrol is supposed to really help harden you up at the end of prep. So I'm exactly 6 weeks out is when Winstrol was added in. I've used Winstrol as like 12 weeks out before, handled it just fine. And then sometimes I've tried using Winstrol and it made me sick. I'm handling Winstrol just fine right now. And I'm seeing pretty good changes cosmetically. Is it really burning more fat? Is it really building more muscle? Is it really doing anything for me? Maybe not, but it sure looks like it is. My area around my nipples is better. The area on my obliques is better. The area of my glutes is better within just a few days of adding in the 25 Winstrol pre-fasted cardio. Now, remember, I'm doing a lot more stuff than just those anabolics. I'm doing my fat loss stack, and I have a coach, and my coach is Dominic Cusa. I've tried all these things before. None of this is new except for the slew is new, but everything I've used before. But having someone who's a perfectionist and is brilliant and knows the science and has brought people in stage ready with great conditioning is a good idea. Even if you think you know what you're doing, 2 heads is better than 1, assuming the other head is your equal or superior. So Dom's as smart as me. We work together, and if I don't know something, he does. And sometimes on blood work, I'm like, hey, what do you think we should do for this? Should we do A or B? And he'll be like, oh, this time I think we should do C, and he'll have a good explanation. It's not like a normal coach where someone's like, just trust the process. That means they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So even me, after competing for 17 years, and as arrogant as I might sound to you, I still hire someone to help me, because when I've tried to do it in the past, it doesn't come out right, because I'm able to get myself right up to the point of the end of the prep, but getting the last little bit of fat off and making me look good on stage is not something I've ever mastered for myself. I've helped it with other people, but I don't do it well with me. And a lot of people will say, you can't be objective because you can't even see yourself. I can't see myself. I can see pictures of me. I can see video of me, but I can't lay eyes on me. I'm the only one in the world that can't look at me. So how could I be the only person in the world who'd be optimal for preparing me for a bodybuilding show where the judges are looking at me with their bare eyes? In order to really know what someone looks like, they have to look at you. That's aside from the bias, which is scientifically proven. In fact, when someone looks at themselves, they're biased. So if I wanted to be the very best bodybuilder possible, I would do everything I just told you to do, which is pretty much what I'm doing right now. I just wish I started it 30 years ago. Not 30 years ago, 25 years ago. I wish I did this 25 years ago. I wish I had a Todd Lee to look up to and learn from 25 years ago. We didn't have that shit. We didn't. We had no good information. We had magazines with bullshit in it. Lies. And I would say 25 years ago, the best thing out there would have been like Dave Palumbo. And not that Dave's wrong. A lot of his shit will still work. Dave's a great coach and knows a lot of shit. And that's where almost everyone learned their stuff, was either Milos or Dave. But science has came a long way in 25 years, and we've learned some more stuff. So whereas that stuff will still work, the Milos protocols and the Dave protocols will still work. You know, doing a Milos off season and a Dave contest prep, that's going to work. But there's easier, healthier ways to do it, especially because we have so many tools no one used to have before. I mean, they didn't have to tread an athlete back in the day. There was no long-acting insulin back in the day. There sure as fuck wasn't any peptides other than growth hormone, and no one really knew how to dose it. Dave and Milos figured out how to dose everything. But now we've got tricks. You know, Milos came up with the normal insulin protocol. Dave made it better because of Lantis. Things like that. We had luminaries, but the internet was very slipshod in 2004. I started learning about stuff in 2008. And I remember how shitty everything was in 2008. No one knew anything in 2008. It was all bullshit. It was all witchcraft. All witchcraft. So what I would do different is everything I told you to do. And I know that I focused, it seemed like a lot on steroids and not enough on nutrition and training. But let's face it, no one gives a fuck about the hard stuff. They want the easy stuff. If you want to know about the nutrition, check out the How to Grow episode 9 nutrition and the How to Grow series. Just go to the playlist.
Well, I'm starting off with 250 milligrams testosterone per week and 4 IUs GH per night. And we'll go from there. But hope you all had fun.
like physically accept it. And so we make up shit around it. So The Void had a great depiction of it, and The Keep had a really good one. I don't know, The Keep is a bit older. It had like Ian McKellen, Gabriel Byrne. It was about a bunch of soldiers during World War II that take over this ancient keep, and they hold it as a tactical position. But then they awaken this entity that's been trapped in the keep for forever. Like, it was supposed to remain shut, but they opened it up and then they let it loose, and then that's an amazing fucking film. So The Keep or The Void. The Void came out, I believe, 2016. The Keep was 1986, 84, 86, if I remember correctly. Directed by Michael Mann. Really, really good film. But I would say those two. Just because, and the Keep really rests on the acting, because the way that it was phenomenal actors. If I now I'm sitting here looking at 1983. I was right in the middle. 1983, The Keep, directed by Michael Mann, and starring, it's got Scott Glenn, Gabriel Byrne, Jurgen Prochnow, Ian McKellen, Robert Prosky.
I have no fucking idea what they're doing. All right, well, hope you all had fun. Should get the steroids tomorrow, and I'll probably start pinning tomorrow. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I should be on tomorrow around the same time, unless I kill myself with steroids somehow. And as always, make sure you wipe your bum after you go to the bathroom. But nighty-night, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow.